What's up, you bright and early rank warriors? Welcome to Garena Masters 4. It's the start of the final day of the group stage. Two teams still yet to find their second team to finalize. Two groups have yet to finalize their second team to qualify for the Garena Masters 4 playoffs, and today is where it all gets decided. Down here at the desk, I got Kali. Joining you here with me is, of course, the Mustachio AJ. And well, it's going to be a super Sunday. I mean, a lot of anticipation building up, especially on that final series later on, AJ. That do-or-die matchup between LF and Smart Omega, that's gonna be legendary, and that's gonna be the highlight of today.
Oh, it's definitely going to be the highlight of the day, mainly because if LF manages to pull off a win here, it is going to be history made right here at Garena Masters Season 4 group stages, right? I mean, Smart Omega has always made it through to the playoffs. Smart Omega is one of the OGs. Smart Omega is one of the teams that built Call of Duty Mobile esports here in MSP, and to see them getting kicked out in the group stage in itself is going to be nothing short of a horror story, but at the very same time, a very beautiful potential of growth here for LF, right? I mean, can you imagine the kind of, well, number one, flack they will receive from the fans of Smart Omega, but of course the love that they will receive from a lot of other people as well for doing the absolute impossible. But I say absolute impossible because it seems like it is going to be that way. The last time they met, LF did get taken down 3-0, and that hardpoint matchup was just no match whatsoever. They barely reached 100 points. Smart Omega was just running away with that matchup. Control seemed a little bit more convincing. SND, I mean, the only team that has been anywhere near convincing in SND against Smart Omega has been ALMGHTY so far. So you know exactly how things are going to be working out there a little bit later on. But of course, that's the final series of the day. To start things off, we've got another, I wouldn't say exciting match, Kali, but a match where a team may be able to prove themselves. You know, this is that last-ditch effort to save a little bit of face and to also recover a little bit of grace before exiting the competition. And we are talking about SHUSHHH, who currently is 15 for 15 in terms of 15 matches played, 15 matches have been lost. Today is the day. I don't even need them to win a series. I just need them to win a map, and I'm going to be able to see already exactly how much they've improved through that.
I mean, they're the only team that's playing in this group stages, hasn't really won a map at all. I mean, Kazoku Legacy, DIVINUS, you know, they have won at least map each year in this entire group stage. And I want them to prove themselves and, of course, also get that map win. But again, they're going up against Forest Kings, who is aiming for that playoffs, and they badly need to win this series as well. So there's a lot at stake in this first match. But again, I really want to see this team shine. And I'm talking about not just Forest Kings, but, of course, for SHUSHHH as well.
Yeah, and of course, if at all SHUSHHH does manage to upset the Forest Kings, we all know exactly who's going to be moving on to the playoffs. It's going to be the one and only FRANIC. But the probability of that is going to be really low, looking at the fact that the team of SHUSHHH has not been able to pick up anything for themselves at all. I'm not even talking about wins. I'm talking about proper plays out there on the battlefield. But today is the day we see how much they've grown. Let's take a look at the competition format and see exactly how things started. At the very start, we had more than 250 teams participating in the qualifications. And, you know, to get to this stage, it has been multiple grueling battles, but it is not comparable at all to what we have seen within the group stage in itself. 16 teams made it here, Kali, but only after the end of the day, 8 can remain.
Yeah, right. Before we end today's series schedule, we already have 6 teams already qualified, and I'm talking about SKADI, BONDEE Boys Club, Blacklist International, and Huntsmen at that Group A and Group B, and of course for ALMGHTY and WPM Lowkings. And it's just mind-boggling that we know that the caliber of Omega Esports is definitely top tier, but here they are after getting served by like a double lose series versus ALMGHTY. They're up in here doing a do or die up against LF, who's seen itself on the rise. And well, it's not just Group C who definitely has that Group 2 not locked in just yet. We also have Group D, SHUSHHH, and of course taking on Forest Kings to maybe take away this series, and of course let FRANIC advance to the playoffs, but easier said than done just by knowing what their performance is actually. And now taking a look at Group A, we will be seeing SKADI and R&D take their gameplay here later on, and a potential for SKADI to put on a show and exit the group stage with a perfect record on the series, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And of course, there's no way at all for R&D to make it through into the playoffs. Like you said, the Broke Boys Club as well as SKADI has already gotten those spots already. And all that SKADI needs to do is just continue raking up more points just to prove that they are the much better squad at the end of the day from this group in itself, and use it as a good training ground for those playoffs later on. But R&D, they really want to prove themselves. They really want to prove that they can take away a couple of maps from SKADI, just like how they took that hard point away from the Broke Boys Club. That was a really close matchup that they almost lost, but they proved that when they really put their heads into it, they can get the job done. Group B will have DIVINUS, Blacklist International, Ultimate, Kazoku Legacy, as well as Huntsmen. And we know exactly who has made it through from here as well. DIVINUS and Kazoku Legacy, unfortunately for them, they've lost too many maps to be able to get a spot in the playoffs. Blacklist International, the most perfect team in the competition, alongside West Point Mamba Lowkings, and of course Huntsmen have made it there as well.
And now we're taking a look at the group of death here for Group C. We definitely highlight how ALMGHTY had managed to make sure that they, of course, dominate these teams in this series, and of course taking away the #1 spot for Group C. But again, that second spot for that playoff ranking is still not secured for this group. Smart Omega, who is of course having a rough time dealing with ALMGHTY, got served at 2 loss, and now they have to make sure that they get this victory against LF Org to be able to qualify for the playoffs. And same thing was gonna happen here between RAU and FRANIC and Forest Kings, who is fighting for that #2 spot, while WPM Lowkings, who's backed by Coach Alea, had been so exciting and it's been perfect so far. They will be the Group D #1 team. And now for Forest Kings, they need this battle up against SHUSHHH. They need to win it 3-0 for them to get the map win advantage against RAU FRANIC in terms of the tiebreaker being activated later on. And just taking a look at the standings of the group stage, we mentioned that SKADI, Blacklist, Huntsmen, WPM Lowkings, and ALMGHTY, as well as Broke Boys Club, have managed to secure their spot. And now, all eyes on that LF Org and Smart Omega on Group C, and RAU FRANIC and Forest Kings at Group D. And these two groups, again, AJ, they haven't secured their spot yet coming into this final day of the group stage.
And I don't know if or not RAU FRANIC's just like biting their nails watching this broadcast right now, because technically they should be able to predict exactly how this match is going to go, unless some sort of miracle can happen. Unless, SHUSHHH just went and got like some commando training or whatsoever, and they've been staying up all day, all night, just grinding Call of Duty Mobile. Slept yesterday because you need a good night's sleep before you do come in here and compete, and are capable of taking down the 4S Kings. 4S Kings literally just need a 2-map win in order to be able to qualify through to the playoffs without a problem at all. If they do get a 1-map win and they get taken down within the series, they get into a tiebreaker against RAU FRANIC. So that's going to cause a little bit of stress. But like I said, I don't think RAU FRANIC's just biting their nails in front of the screen. Now, the fans of Smart Omega might be biting their nails, because LF Org is the team that took down ALMGHTY, albeit there was a little bit of trolling, there was a little bit of monkey business from the side of ALMGHTY in that matchup. But you never know exactly what could happen, right? Because this is a situation where you've now pushed a team that has been hungry for such a long time, not just in this competition, but competitions of old as well, under the brand of LF Org, who desperately want the playoffs, who desperately want to prove themselves. And now that just one series stands between them and the playoffs, you don't know how far they'll go.
It's gonna matter a lot how well they study Smart Omega here. I mean, Smart Omega, we've known them ever since. They had a lot of VODs that they can watch and review. And of course, if they can study their opponents, might as well have a great match, right? And LF Org, they're coming in here as the underdogs. They got nothing to lose. They play like they have a chip on their shoulder. And on that 2 p.m. match, it's guaranteed that it's going to be a close match. But just by looking at their... Really?
Yeah, I don't know, right? Because, I mean, you can study, bro. But whether or not you're going to be scoring in the test is a whole different situation, right? I mean, because at the end of the day, it's a skill-based match. And Smart Omega, they are a stacked squad. And they've been doing this. They've been dancing with the top of the creme de la creme of teams in the world of Call of Duty Mobile for so long. And, not only have they sharpened their skills, but they have perfected some of their gun skills out there on the battlefield. I mean, LF Org might be able to understand those rotations, know exactly what to do, but to go out there and execute against a team like Smart Omega, I mean, for example, you take SND going up against Whoopi and his snipes, dude, that's painful, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, we might as well consider that Smart Omega's gonna take that, that S&D later on. Whoopi, very efficient.
Yeah.
He leads the group stage in all kills, despite of Almighty being in the same group as them, and this just shows how well he's dominant. But again, we will see that action later on, and anticipations and heat are definitely building up. And what are the teams fighting for? It's this 26,500 total prize pool here for Garena Masters 4. The first place definitely gets that 10,000 in the bag. Second place gets you 4,500. Third place gets you 3,000. And fourth place gets you 1,500. And if anything that we do want to see in here is, of course, the performance of the players leveling up. As this is not just a learning, this is not just about the money, not just about pride, but of course, being able to build up experience and learning from your mistakes. And of course, being better overall, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And of course, those who manage to earn it, they surely will deserve it. But in order to climb up here, there's just way too many questions as to who's going to be able to get it done at the end of the day, right? Like, for example, Smart Omega, everybody has been on the hype train for a long time after the World Championship, especially mainly because they made it a little bit further than Almighty themselves. But here's Almighty eating up Smart Omega, so we don't know how that's going to happen. Are we seeing like a bunch of team hiding strats here, or are they just truly not able to measure up to a team like Almighty? We will have to find that out a little bit later on. But for the team up of SHUSHHH, it's going to be Edict, Zero, Devour, Fresha, Mouse, as well as Mikey. This team has been tortured. This team has been going through quite a bit of tests within the Garena Masters Season 4. Is he playing from his car? You gotta respect that.
Yeah, you gotta respect that. I mean, this is where, the mobile portability comes in. And, for SHUSHHH, they may be outside. They may not have like the same exact setup of WPM Lowkings. But here they are, definitely representing it. And she's got, two cute, tiny kids right there beside AJ.
You gotta freaking respect this man. The guy has got his car parked. At least he's not driving while playing. That would be a disaster. Poor SKs. Coco, Nix, Wuzat, Esto, Apollo, and Chari. Dude, I mean, pause for SK. Sorry, the guy just took the cake. I mean, SHUSHHH. The guy, that's dedication right there to the competition. Regardless of anything, I know that I've got my responsibilities, but I know it's my responsibility to participate in this competition and support my squad as well. And that's I respect. I'm not wearing a hat, but hats off.
Yeah, hats off for, I think that was Frash, if I am not mistaken. I mean, I think he played in the car as well. And during one of their matches, I think it was up against Forest Kings as well, where he was on the front seat this time with no kids. But yeah, you're entering this Garena Masters 4 as a professional, and you gotta be professional. And it's not just being professional here at the game, but of course being as a, an example out there in real life. And now we're going to be taking a look at the maps that's going to be very important. But before all that, we're going to take a look at the head-to-head. It's going to be Mouse and Chari. And well, the difference is a lot in terms of compared to that KD ratio. Mouse got a 1.39 compared to Chari, which is 0.73. But it's kind of explainable because Chari is absolutely the objective player for Forest Kings. And he's done his job. It's not just he's not slaying a lot compared to Mouse in this head-to-head.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Mouse is your MVP. In fact, he is the main man within SHUSHHH in itself. 7 individual MVP titles picked up through his matches so far. He shines not just at hardpoint, but search and destroy and control as well. This guy is an all-rounder for the side of SHUSHHH. The only problem here that the team faces with is the fact that he does not get enough backup from the rest of the squad when he's going out there doing his thing. This could be a chemistry problem, this could be a strategy problem, but it is going to take a while for SHUSHHH to get it all together. We might not see the best of them this time around, but I'm very sure if they continue to persevere through, this can be a great team, and Mouse is going to be one of the legends of the future for sure.
Yeah, much like the team of Easier Esports, despite being eliminated on the playoff picture, they said that they will absolutely work until they make sure that their performance will be enough for them to qualify at the next playoffs in the coming seasons. But now, taking a look at our maps and modes for the first game of the day, we're going to have a very interesting kind of play here. Summit at hardpoint, S&D at raid, and firing range at that hardpoint. And well, of course, for Forest Kings, they definitely have a better win rate knowing that SHUSHHH hasn't really won a map at all. But bringing us to Summit where they haven't really played it at all, it's going to be important here for SHUSHHH.
They did play it once, but they took a beating for
yeah,
sure.
against FRANIC. Against FRANIC, yeah.
Yeah, they did manage to get to that 100-point mark. I don't know why this would be the map that they wanted to play, because yes, they did go up against the 4S Kings the previous time, and standoff was a pretty decent score for them, I would say. I think they got about 220, 250, somewhere around that. They
219.
definitely 290. There you go. So they definitely exceeded the 200-point mark. And against FRANIC, they just got eaten up, just 103 points. So I don't know if or not this is a great decision, but you know, you gotta pick a map that you are the most comfortable on, and for SHUSHHH, it's going to be the OG maps of Summit and Firing Range. I understand where they're coming from. I wish them all the best. The response from the 4S Kings is to drag SHUSHHH into raid, and the last time we saw them go into raid was against the 4S Kings as well. They lost it against the West Point Mamba Lowkings. They've lost it against the 4S Kings. 4S just wants a repeat of that. That's a guaranteed map for 4S. So worst case scenario, even if they do lose this series by some sort of miracle that SHUSHHH, you know, gets out of the kit buff and the car buff, they still might be able to get through to the playoffs.
I mean, for SHUSHHH, this is definitely big series for them. They need to get at least one map before they exit this group stage. But for the squad of Forest Kings, they just need at least two maps. And maybe at this Summit Showcase, we might be able to see them show out. I mean, they haven't really played the map here at all, but just by looking at their statistics, standoff definitely is a close range map, and the same thing can be happening here for Summit as well. Both have a hard point in the middle of the map, and as soon as we get into that mid game, we have that that one-sided hard points where you got to secure the spawns, and this is the same setup here. And looking forward to Forest Kings and how they take this, because we know SHUSHHH, this is their map pick at Summit. They better have something in hand here, and they might be able to pull off a Jack in the Box here and surprise us. But again, we need to see consistency here at this match.
Yeah, I love Summit mainly because it is not super one-sided on hardpoint, right? It's all dependent on how you manage those spawns. If you can sneak on in, if you can break the spawn, especially in those money hills when we move on to P3 at the cable car, or we move on into P4, if you can break those spawns, you force your opponents to spawn quite far away. And this is exactly where you want to be whipping out all of your operators. This is exactly where you want to be throwing out all of your tacticals to slow them down as much as possible so that you can absorb as many of those points that you can from those money hills. Hopefully that is a strategy that SHUSHHH has been practicing in the background in their downtime. They did miss their matchup, the previous one against the West Point Mamba Lowkings. I hope they used that time pretty decently to practice a little bit more as well, because there's just no if, buts, or maybes in here. They need to redeem themselves. I mean, a lot of teams, a lot of viewers, a lot of the fans are asking, like, how did this team even make it here? I mean, we've been saying this once, we've been saying it twice, we've been saying it again and again. 200 plus teams, top 16. They earned their right to be in the group stage. But the grouping that they've been in, they've just been tortured non-stop. So this is the road to redemption, the final chance that they get, Cali.
The final chance indeed, and just by touching up on that, there's a reason SHUSHHH is here. It's because they made sure that they're the best in the competition. So it doesn't mean it's gonna affect, of course, the Malaysian curse up against PH teams. We all know that Malaysian region definitely has, a certain kryptonite in this, overall games that we've had. And when they go up against the PH region, they just always seem to lose. And we saw that from Huntsmen ever since the start of last year. But I don't know, AJ.
Desync, bro, desync. That's the first excuse that we hear, right? I play against Filipinos. There's no way the game is working properly. But at the end of the day, it could just be a skill issue, right? Because ALMGHTY seems to be doing absolutely fine, and we've even seen Huntsmen take the fight up to Smarter Mega, not once, not twice, multiple times in the past as well. As this has been not just a 2-month thing, right? This has been going on for more than 3 years already. They've met multiple times, and there have been situations where Huntsmen or the whatever form that they have been in, whatever brand that they have been under in the past, have managed to achieve that victory as well. It's all about a skill thing here. I mean, it's a skill issue. If you are going to be capable of taking them down, because we have to acknowledge the fact that the Filipinos are really good at Call of Duty Mobile, man.
There's a reason why they're good. It's because they put so much time. Smart Omega, I heard they have a screaming session where it goes at least for 4 hours. Then they have to review their games, and they have an analyst there to actually work on their game to improve. So it's all about putting time and, of course, putting in the effort to finally get into it. And now we're going to start the first match here for the final day of the group stage. Forest Kings and SHUSHHH taking out near Summit. And it's a great start for both ends as they're just doing a 50-50 battle there in the middle of the map. But better control so far for SHUSHHH as they have the second floor. But that soon would go to waste as Forest Kings now gain traction.
I think the biggest difference between teams out here on the battlefield is the teams that take this as a legitimate job and treat it like work versus teams that are looking at this as a potential to earn money from or potential to, gain a little bit of fame from, because those that take it as a job are really serious about it. Like you said, like Smart and Mega, they pour in solid hours into playing and into reviewing. That's exactly what you do. You're a content creator, you got to do the same thing pretty much. You go to work, you work for somebody else. You got to put in the hours, man.
Of course. I mean, we had one interview, I think it was from Broke Boys Club, where they said they were at least playing for at least 8 hours. And that's just like a 9 to 5 already. And, it's all about the efforts, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, SHUSHHH picking up 11 points in the first hard point in itself as we rotate on over to P2. It's the 4S Kings that manages to take the favorable spawn at the Green Raider station. But SHUSHHH wins out a couple of gunfights there. All from the second floor. Nobody's hopping onto the hill just yet. That's just not acceptable. But even as they do try to go in and contest, it is a communication issue, because here you see them hopping on one by one without waiting for their backup. Yes, that flank is coming on through from Mouse, but nobody waited for Mouse. They were all just jumping into the battle. Now Mouse is trying to break the spawn at the Green Raider station, gets taken out of the equation as well. At the end of the day, this is the issue that I see for LF Org. You might have the strategy, you might be able to execute that strategy really well, but can you sustain those gunfights, Kali?
Yeah, it's the consistency that's going to matter on later on. And same thing that's happening here for SHUSHHH. They may have the map advantage, but again, the performance definitely here. And of course, the experience that's coming through here for Forest Kings. And the rotation here for SHUSHHH at this P2 was kind of late. And the break attempt wasn't really there as well, because they were going in there once and not really flooding in as a team. And looking like the same thing is not going to happen here this time, as they have number 3 in yellow in Zero actually back to win that left side of the minimap. So if he's going to be able to win that gunfight, that should spawn his team on the left side. But the operators just coming in here early for Forest Kings, and they're going to be able to hold on to this hard point for now.
I understand the operator play, mainly because it is the players on the side of SHUSHHH who have made it into the spawn already. Oh, a waste of a Freddy. Timed. No, not perfectly. The players managed to avoid that. Now, they wanted to go in there for the operator investments, mainly because they noticed that SHUSHHH had already taken over the Special Forces base spawn, but one mistake by Zerosh loses it instantaneously. Now it has to be a head-on collision by the players on the side of SHUSHHH. Hop in. God spawn as player number 4, Esto, takes his foot off of the gas pedal here in terms of holding down those God spawns at the Special Forces base. A few points given away to SHUSHHH. Esto trying to redeem himself, but for nothing. He gets shut down. But the game pretty much is pretty one-sided right now on the side of 4S Kings. They do not have all of those operators stacked on themselves. Only Esto has it. Let's see if he makes another mistake.
I mean, the only reason why SHUSHHH is definitely scoring points is because Forest Kings kept giving away that scrap time. And that scrap time is the bait for Forest Kings to set up on the next hill. And for this first 4 hard points, we saw them do the same exact thing for SHUSHHH. And there's not going to be any adjustments being made here for SHUSHHH. And well, now the setup is here clear as Forest Kings opens up the hard point with them claiming time. But look at the break coming through here for Zero. With that FRANIC, not really the gun that you would want to have when you're breaking, especially you have to acquire that mid-range attack to happen. And well, at that mid-range, that FRANIC not really going to do a lot of things here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta also acknowledge the fact that 3 players on the side of SHUSHHH just came sliding out of the control room second floor towards the container area, and all 3 of them died in the exact same fashion. Nobody checked the left. Nobody checked their corners. I mean, everybody's just sliding on out there, hoping to, I guess, have some bullets fly over their heads. The game doesn't work like that, unfortunately, and the 4S Kings gets to string up every single point possible from P4, that blue radar station. And on for the reset, we go into control room. It's 140 to 50. SHUSHHH making some fundamental mistakes here that are going to be very, very difficult to recover from.
Another another play for Forest Kings. I mean, they've reloaded that operator skills for the second time, and they were just opening up this P1. And we can just talk about how well Forest Kings has been winning their gunfight, and now SHUSHHH is just perfectly out of position every time they take every hard point. And you see just Coco burning things around with the claw, and they're gonna be able to buy some time, of course, to secure the parameter and gain the power position. Taking the second floor gonna help this team big, and of course, the position here for SHUSHHH is just not really viable right now. They gotta get inside of that hard point. 4-man, 3 stack at least.
Yeah, and it is 169 already. SHUSHHH really finding it difficult to get into that hill and make a play here. It seems like they're just playing for the sake of playing. The strategies are just not connecting. The players are just rushing in against the players of 4S Kings. You know, I want to see a little bit of a better strategy executed by SHUSHHH, but I believe I'm asking for a little bit too much. Coco is on a killing spree after that claw. This is the 5th kill he's picking up, and he's not slowing down at all. Can he make it the 6th? He misses there just by a couple of bullets, but the guy is surely on fire.
And just a few more points here, and here comes the Pred dropping in as he takes down Devour. And the parameter being sealed in, by the way, Forest Kings. They're trying to take away that spawn away from SHUSHHH. Mouse is just holding it there at the control center, but at that hard point, it's definitely Forest Kings scoring the time and the gunfights in the close range. Definitely is just a huge difference. We see Forest Kings just already have a player on 33 kills, and there's still no players from SHUSHHH actually having 20 kills here, and that's definitely gonna be a highlight here that we need to point out. Gunfights are not really a thing that's happening for SHUSHHH.
Yeah, it's definitely not happening for SHUSHHH. They are losing out in a lot of these engagements, and I have to say that if you lose that engagement, it's absolutely fine, but you need to have your partners trade out lives as you drop out there like flies, right? That's just not happening for SHUSHHH. They're just not backing each other up in a nice way, and it's just forcing them to lose a lot of these engagements. I mean, look at Devour. Devour's pushed up so far ahead, and there's just nobody to back him up. And now here comes that backup from Zerosh. He brings in the Gravity Vortex gun, gets taken out of the equation instantaneously. Player number 1, Mouse, has got the Sparrow, but really, he's waiting for backup. Nobody is there to provide that support for him. You cannot win a match where you don't play together as a squad, and I think that's the fundamental issue here with SHUSHHH. You look at the 4S Kings on the other hand, they're so tight with all of their rotations, they're so good, and it's clear that the communication is perfect on the side of the 4S Kings. That's something that SHUSHHH really needs to look into.
Yeah, I mean, Forest Kings right now, they play this game like a chess. Every move, there's definitely a counter. And for SHUSHHH, you know, one thing that I noticed is that they're not really checking their corners as much as Forest Kings. And we saw that from the Gravity Vortex investment there by Frush, if I am not mistaken. He pointed it out on the middle where he doesn't see any player at all. Instead, he didn't really put out the attacks on the corner. So that's where it kind of fell off. That break could have been, that investment could have made some major, of course, advancement for SHUSHHH to break the hill, but no, it's not. It's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, he's just popping those out like he's gambling. And, you know, when you gamble, it's a 50-50. Sometimes it's not even 50-50, man. House always wins, and this house doesn't belong to you. 4S Kings have claimed it. 231 to 81 now. SHUSHHH pulls away the hard point for a couple of seconds. The spawn sneaked away by the 4S Kings. They're slaying out in the open, and they sneak away that hard point as well. This might just be the very last hard point we see in this matchup. SHUSHHH trying to make a play. It's the pincer maneuver coming on through, but they lose out their gunfights left, right, center. Final player, Devour. Can he make it? The answer is no. From the back, it's going to be the claw investment from Frash, but he gets taken out of the equation as well. And once again, it's just the uncoordinated attacks that are coming on through that are even wasting the operators on the side of SHUSHHH. I mean, if you cannot back each other up on gunfights, at least back up your operator to get some extra kills.
Yeah, I mean, I got to agree with you on that. And I mean, for Frash, of course, it kind of helped his team clear out some of the areas. But again, it is not a lot here in terms of efficiency. And I believe for Mouse, that's going to be great because he finds this triple. So they will be able to get that scrap time. And again, that's going to be the bait. And 4S Kings, once again, fully set up on the middle of the map. I mean, 2 players, 3 players will go down, but the setup here at the corner is definitely going to give Apollo more kills than whatsoever. 3 kills to end it there. Just 5 more points for the win, AJ.
Yeah, and it's pretty much all over. The final stand being put up here by SHUSHHH, but to think that they will be able to equalize and then overtake the 4S Kings as they stand and hover over the 249 points is just, you know, asking for a little bit too much. 4S Kings, they showed us how much of effort they can put into a match. They showed us exactly how tight all of those rotations. Everybody's frozen, by the way. Everybody's frozen except one guy. But Coco was a little flame out there that was just burning so bright, right? There was just nothing that could stop this guy. There was a point where he went in there for the claw investment and he streaked up so well. I believe he got 4 or 5 kills with the claw, and then he got about 6 or 7 kills just with his gun alone. A 2.2 KD within this matchup in itself. Coco is a little firecracker, Callie.
Yeah, a very impressive play for him. And Forest Kings, if they're going to want to advance to the playoffs deep, I mean, Coco really needs to step up big time. I mean, we saw Forest Kings play up against WPM Lowkings and RAU FRANIC, and it's always been Cherry or Apollo stepping up big time. It's always one of the two, and they put it in consistently. It just happened that this time, Cherry and Apollo underperformed, but yet, here he is, Coco stepping up, not just with 48 kills and, of course, a 2.2 KD, but, of course, a minute and 30 seconds as well in the game. And they're actually taking away the spawns for Forest Kings, so definitely a very solid performance from him. And this is... Yeah, continue.
Go on.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, well, I mean, I was pointing out that the post-game breakdown graphics is wrong, but there we go. 250, 113, and a win for Forest Kings.
And of course, Coco, this is not his first rendezvous on Hardpoint. This is, I believe, the 3rd or 4th individual title that he's picking up in terms of an MVP. 4th one, I believe, in terms of a individual MVP on Hardpoint. The guy knows his way around. He loves these respawns. He loves that fast-paced action. He's my kind of guy. I love playing Hardpoint. Not necessarily winning Hardpoint all the time, but I love playing Hardpoint, right? That fast-paced action gets your adrenaline pumping. Mouse, as usual, performs on the side of SHUSHHH. Z-Rush right there behind him, but as you can see, the ratio between the kills and the deaths, everybody's on a negative KD. The biggest problem for the fact that SHUSHHH couldn't get any one of those hills, I would say, yes, gun skills is a problem that is clearly shown by the KD average that we see in front of us. But if the team composition and the communication was a little better, I think these numbers would look slightly better as well. I wouldn't say that it would end up in a win for SHUSHHH. They just wouldn't have gotten thrashed like this.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you on that. It's not just a gun skill problem, but it's also a strategy problem as well. I mean, we've seen them multiple times just taking all over the scrap time instead of just picking up the early rotation for the next hill. And Forest Kings, I mean, I gotta give it to them. They were setting this team to a trap every time, and SHUSHHH kept on falling for the bait. And well, that's going to be said and done. This time, we're hopping into S&D, and the last time these two met, it was a 7-round to 4-round lose here for SHUSHHH. So definitely just a 3-round difference. But again, we need to see and expect the same performance from SHUSHHH, especially for Mouse, who's been the top fragger for this team. But of course, for Zero as well, who's the sniper for this team. Well, he needs to be able to secure those first bloods, or maybe at least support the team on the long range, especially when Forest Kings will be starting on the attacking side.
I mean, after looking at that hardpoint matchup, there's one of two things that we can assume. Number one, SHUSHHH just does not want to give their all for this matchup. Or number two, their strategy and gameplay is just all over the place. And I do not want to go with number two, but going with number one is equally as painful. Hopefully, in this S&D at raid, we see them slow things down. Because if they could take away 3 rounds from the side of 4 S-Kings the last time they met here on this map, I'm very sure they can take a couple of more as long as they really go ahead and try, especially in those attacking rounds. They really need to play the bomb as safely as possible. And, when you look at SHUSHHH and you look at these S&Ds, Mouse as well as Devour, these are your 2 main men who will usually be doing a lot of that heavy work out there. So therefore, you let them push up first. You want to hang back with the bomb. You want to let these 2 monsters and these 2 slayers get the deed done, pin down the numbers before you try to make a play. I mean, try to get as much information as possible. But of course, talking is so much easier than playing. Hopefully, SHUSHHH manages to walk through this.
Yeah, easier said than done there, AJ. But yeah, just by looking at the scenario that's going to happen in here, I mean, we're going to see, of course, Forest King start on the attack side and SHUSHHH picking on the defense side. So again, the defense is going to be needed and the communication needs to be a lot better. I mean, on that hard point, it's important. It's fine because, you're just a week-old team coming into this Garena Masters 4 season. And well, it may have significantly improved over the course of this series and of course over the games that they have played. But here at SND, you have no excuse. If you die, you gotta send out that information and of course help your team get that win.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that MVP title was Mouse's 8th individual MVP title. So we know that he's the heavy carry of the squad. And no matter what, this guy just cannot go down. So if Mouse is going to be one of those guys who are pushing up first, you want to see a little bit of solid backup. In fact, you might even want to send someone in front of Mouse and have that guy bait out the players and have Mouse do the slaying, right? And then continue that process until Mouse has just literally eaten up all of the players from the side of 4S Kings. But I don't know if or not they're going to go for such a radical strategy. Let's see exactly how the defensive setup is going to come through. It's a 3-1-1 setup, just a single player on the side of basketball court, and the Filipinos love playing basketball, bro. Everybody floods on into that A bomb site, and now this has to be a retake situation. Flanks are most desperately needed from the side of SHUSHHH, but nobody moves on through. Everybody's hopping on into Central Garden.
Yeah, I mean, 3-2 players coming up from mid all the way here to kitchens, and Apollo now dealing the first blood here. And Forest Kings, they're just waiting for the players at that swimming pool. They're trying to take on the challenge. And, you know, for SHUSHHH, they're respecting this team so much that they're really slowing it down. They still have a lot of time to do so, but they got to be a bit more aggressive here. And, of course, with Mouse done and dusted, Devour needs to step up in here. The push at this staircase is going to be much needed, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Devour, great shutdown. And he needs to shine. A sliver of health left. This opponent, Coco, just managed to get away, and Devour strikes. This is what we are talking about. This guy steps up for SND. If they could take away 3 rounds, they can take away so much more. This is the time for SHUSHHH to shine.
Absolutely so. And again, to those who are just watching and just tuning in right now, SHUSHHH hasn't really won a map in the entirety of the group stage. And of course, they have the chance to change that in here. And the SND is where they have the most chance in here, AJ. And just by looking at this game right now, they're still going to be on the defense. And they're going to do the same exact setup they had in that round number 1. And of course, they're just going to play for retake, wait for that bomb to get planted. And there, Mikey trades that first blood. And there we go. Bomb planted 4v4 retake here this time.
Retake once again. No flank coming on through. Apollo's going to be holding the flanking position, which means anybody that hops on out through the kitchen to attack from the left-hand side is going to get instantly punished by him. As the reconnects, it's a good shutdown by Z-Rosh from the side of Gardens, and he continuously peeks. Chari gets tagged up as well. Z-Rosh almost got 2 there for himself, but he needs to just slow things down just a little bit. Once again, that the lack of a flanking capability, but the timing seems to be right here, and Z-Rosh... Sorry, Mouse does not get Chari out of the equation. Z-Rosh still has an opportunity, hops on down, takes down Apollo. The guy is on fire, but Coco takes the initiative to step on up, and the CBR4 rips through him 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, especially when you don't have the number advantage coming into that late game. They only had 2 players compared to 4S Kings third, and now we're going to have a referee pause match. We're going to have a timeout, and I feel like it's going to be Esto who's having that connection problem coming in here.
Yeah.
And, well, it's definitely not a DC engine now this time.
It's definitely not, right? And you saw a good play coming through from the players of SHUSHHH. Z-Rosh, as usual, he was able to step it up alongside Devour just devouring player after player. Mouse was in a good position, but you know, on raid, it's just so difficult to play that retake for that A bomb site if you're not going to flank around your opponents. Because as soon as someone hops on into that bedroom on that second floor, and if it's a sniper, you're going to be tortured because no point of ingress from the side of kitchens whatsoever. You have to funnel through Gardens, and Gardens just has got that one stairs. If you've got a CBR4 player already holding onto the bomb after post-plant, it just needs to beam you down. I mean, if you've got a Krig 6, the job gets easier. You've got a player like Whoopi holding down that spot with a sniper. You know, it's just too big of an issue to play retake without flanking around on raid. So hopefully this is an opportunity for SHUSHHH to understand that they need to play that long way round. But there's a high probability the 4S Kings is not going to be playing that A site once again. It could just be a B rush right after this because you don't want to be playing that exact same strat too many times.
Well, I mean, for Forest Kings, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They finally got in the momentum here and the second round victory. But again, maybe they're going to change things up. You never know. The game changes every minute and every round. And for the boys of SHUSHHH, they got to be resilient and they got to learn how to adapt to the situation. But I got to agree with you. in raid where you have this A and B sides on the opposite end. You got to control that middle of the map if you're on the defensive side for that retake to be a lot faster. You get that middle, you have the chance to control the A and the B side as well. So definitely important for SHUSHHH to take that into note, and hopefully in this timeout they hear us, and of course hear what we are saying, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, I would say take mid control if you are a team that's great at,
Gunfights?
sparring with your opponents in those gunfights. But, knowing that SHUSHHH is not great in that department, I'll say just 5-man stack one hill and just hope for the best. If players come running at you, you spray them down. And if nobody comes towards you, you hear a plant, you flank around together not flank around together as a team. You flank around, you split up. There you go. It's going to be that B push this time around, coming on through. At the very least, you have got more manpower on your side, because if you're just going to be throwing in 2 players to defend basketball court, for example, and you've got 5 attackers rushing towards you, you can't keep up your gunfights. It's going to be painful.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, you have to attack in multi-angle, especially when you're on the retake. But for Forest Kings, they are down by 2 players, and SHUSHHH definitely doing a great job slaying, and Mouse is going to be a good part of that. Going to find the 2 players down. Beautiful. So now it's a beautiful defense at this B side.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? You got a 5-man stack. You cannot split up, especially if you're SHUSHHH. I mean, your worst case scenario is you've got to play for retakes. Devour!
Nice.
And he strikes. And this is the second round for SHUSHHH. You see, it's a very capable team. Yes, there is a skill issue going on here with the squad, but as long as the strategy of sticking together is maintained by SHUSHHH, they should be able to trade for lives. They should be able to take down even the 4S Kings. This is a very winnable game for this Malaysian squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a 3-round deficit on the first match that these 2 teams played, and the same exact map on the first half of the group stage. And a great play for Mikey, by the way, is just holding off that that staircase. And with that drop-off, there's only going to be 2 players down for Forest Kings, and they might just be able to slay it unless we see Apollo just shot things down.
I'm sorry, but what is SHUSHHH doing? I mean, obviously, it's a side rush coming through from the 4S Kings. Your rotation needs to be quicker. Your rotation needs to be tighter. The guy is so late to the party. Apollo eats him up. A total waste of opportunity within this round. Now it's all up to Zerosh for a potential clutch here. Spots out Esto. Zerosh on the approach, but he wastes way too much of time. Apollo's going to be able to strike him down when he shows up a little bit later. I think that was just such a waste coming through from Frush.
Yeah, I mean, if only that rotation could have come in early, that could have been, Forest Apollo getting shot down. It could be a shutdown from Apollo on that swimming pool, who just took down 2 players, by the way, on this 4v2 situation. You already had Mikey setting up this team for success by taking on the first 2 players in the early round of this round number 4. But then the lack of ability to close out, and of course the adjustment definitely was the bane there for SHUSHHH and the reason why they lost at round number 4.
Just stick together, boys. Just stick together. Clearly splitting up does no benefit whatsoever. Stick together. And they split up again.
No. Well,
because 2 players just cannot go up against a 5-man rush. And it just doesn't work like that unless the 2 players are just cracked like Rage or Whoopi or someone. Godnade out of Mouse. So luck is on the side of SHUSHHH at the moment. Let's see if they can maintain this, Kali.
Yeah, they had the first blood, so just only 4 players for Forest Kings, and that's gonna have more advantage for SHUSHHH as they triple stack that A site. So love the adjustments being made here, by the way, but they're gonna go and take control of that middle, and now Esto will clear away that A site. They might be able to push this, and of course that kitchen control, if SHUSHHH just gives this away, just better access for Forest Kings coming in as the attacks, and Chari there to open it up.
Again, Frasha, what's the hold up, brother? You gotta back up the rest of your team members quicker. Guy takes his time, peeks around the corners. It's an opportunity to shut down Esto. Mouse do not respond, and Frasha gets the distraction. Esto taken down. But dude, faster. It's a quick. Call of Duty Mobile is a very fast-paced game. One
timing can just snowball to the hands of your opponent, and I get that, AJ. And for Frasha, maybe if you're going to set up the flank, you might as well use something that has a high fire rate. But now this with the first one, definitely firing up in here. AJ finds the second as well, and that's what we're talking about.
Third one as well, and Frasha redeems himself within this round. It's gonna be Devour as well as Z-Rush now from the back. You've got a long range, you've got a short range, short to mid range. In fact, the CBR4 really rips through, but Esto sorts out Z-Rush. It's all gonna be up to Devour and his CBR4. It's a 1v2. Devour circles around. One person inside of Laundry does not check the power position, and Esto punishes. I mean,
it's hard. It's almost. Well, I mean, for Frash, that was definitely a highlight play for him. But I gotta talk about how you call these players out, and eventually, after like a round or two, these players just step up. I mean, you did that against Cisco, against SKADI versus BBC. I mean, I don't know, AJ. You gotta watch your mouth.
I don't have to watch my mouth. I gotta keep running my mouth so that these players just go out there and really put it on, right? Shari unfortunately takes a triple against the players of SHUSHHH, and that just downs the numbers. Shari going in for the fourth. The quick 6 just a little too painful to deal with at the moment. Z-Rush and Frasha both playing long range. They need to pick up at CBR4, and Z-Rush does exactly that as I say it. Wuzet holding on to the corner. It's gonna be shining time here for Frasha, or he's gonna just blow up into smithereens in the hands of the CBR4 latches.
Yeah, you gotta check that corner, Frasha. Wuzet, he's got that laser. I know you see him there. He's just not really picking. Oh, he's throwing the nade, and that's gonna get him caught there. GG, Wuzet takes that kill. Now a 1v3-0. He has to step things up. That's 3 players, and the trigger discipline. That's just information now sold to the hands of Forest Kings.
Nice shot. Slides away. Does not get shut down. And he still does have the bomb on him, so good on the one and only Z-Rush. He's got the right AMR in hand as well. Nobody's pushing on through, so he can circle around. But moving through the open lands of Swimming Pool is gonna be leaving him pretty handicapped. But this timing serves him really well. Bro, sniper, bro.
Oh, he spots him. But Apollo. I mean, a pixel pick there from Apollo is able to spot him that barrel, and of course was able to get that landing blow. And Forest Kings now finally will be able to take that lead once again. On the defensive side, we cannot really say that it's better because, like, SHUSHHH definitely stand their ground in that first half. Maybe at this second, we will see how well they really are, because now, after that passive defense on that round number 7, this time they're on the aggression. Now, pushing in at the zigzags, AJ.
Yep, they are being forced to stick together as the attacking team. I thank the Lord they're not splitting up even as they're attacking.
They heard you.
That'll make me cry. I will sit here and I will cry. Okay, player number 1, Mouse, sorts Jari out. Coco still alive and kicking. The Switchblade can punish if the players do decide to hop on in towards that central garden, but thankfully that's not going to happen. Towards Gallery, you do have one player though. Coco just missing those timings just by an inch, but Devour, you better check his corner. This is a good bait and runs away. But Coco, just misses him by a second. Great play. And now the bomb's just going to rotate all the way over to basketball court. I love this. Devour's getting it done. No, Devour, don't. Oh my God.
Oh my, that's just trigger discipline right there. And Forest Kings once again. No.
He had the genius idea to flank around, and then he gives away his positions. Like, I'm here.
Catch me if you can. Well, they're definitely catch you. It's a 1v3. You gotta take these players one at a time, and the nearest gunfight should be up against Esto. It's got a gun that's really viable in the long range. He's got the sniper, and Devour not really able to finish that up. So these players know that is gonna be at the A side, and no one's really being really nicey here.
I like this repositioning coming through from Devour. He is outplaying the 4S Kings here, but timing is going to catch up with him. Here comes the pincer maneuver, and the concuss does not connect. Devour still inside, but the timing for Coco is just perfect as Devour turns his back around, and 4S Kings get an easy defuse.
Got right in time. You know, I love how Forest Kings really was disciplined coming into the retake. They know the player. He pulled one on the middle of the map, and of course another on the jungles as well. So they weren't really greedy with the kill. They just played in an attack on the defense by waiting for that bomb plant to happen. So they really know where this player is at, and they were really able to, you know, narrow down the position where he might be in by using the nades in the game.
3 to 5. Who's that? Getting very aggressive. Will he get punished? Whee! Wallbang almost got him.
What?
Hey! Don't! What? Ah! Faster! You should have ran away, man!
That was a lot of wallbang just happening, and now Forrest Cherry just finishing them up, finds that double. And I mean, the reaction time, definitely not there, AJ. That's like so many bullets.
Oh, he's wallbanging me. I might as well stand here because he's going to shoot somewhere else. Oh, he wallbanged me again. I might as well stand in the same place. He's going to shoot somewhere else. No, he's shooting at you through the wall. You got to run.
I don't know. Oh, well. Skill issue, definitely. And for Cherry,
that was a decision-making issue right there. Like, what? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I didn't expect that. He had 3 years to take that wallbang and he still got the kill.
I mean, what? How many magazines did like Bouzette use there? I mean, I think that was 2 mags before he got the kill. There was no reaction.
Oh my lord. Never mind. Never mind. It's a 5-man push coming on through towards the B-bomb side this time around. Woozet says, hello, Devour taken out, and the backstab. Nobody looks behind. Finally, someone slides on through, but Coco's there to trade him out as well. Mouse does not get the strike, and this is all over. Match point turned into victory. It's going to be Z-Rush, who is trying his very best to hold on, and the CBR4 does deliver here. 8 kills. He does have the bomb. He just needs to bait out the players on the side of 4S.
The timing here for number 4, Esto, is going to be timely. Zero on the gyms? No, Esto just lined him up with the shot, and there it is. Forest Kings with that second win on the series that secures them the number 2 spot at Group D and taking it away from RAU FRANIC. And with this win, they're guaranteed. And of course, they finally secured their ticket to the playoffs, AJ.
I forgive SHUSHHH because they are playing in this without a coach. They are a very fresh team. They are a very, they're new to the block. Right, so mistakes are acceptable, but if you make the same mistake more than once, then it's not a mistake anymore. It borderlines a word that I do not want to use on broadcast, but it is the opposite of being smart. Coco picks up the MVP, 12 kills. Chari gets the 10 on his side. Esto and Apollo for the 8s. Woozet with the 6. Everybody was shining, and on the side of SHUSHHH, on the other hand, as expected, Devour does manage to step up. Mouse alongside Z-Rush as well. They did a great job. Frusha, I don't even know how's this guy playing, but he still was able to play really, really well. I guess Frusha is the one in the car, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, so I don't know how he's connecting, and I guess the internet in Malaysia is just on another level, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that was yesterday. You casted...
Yeah.
You casted
on my
with
mobile
data. I mean, Philippines could never. Philippines could never.
Oh, good. I was genuinely shocked. I was like, okay, the internet's not coming back on. My internet service provider is going to receive hell from me later on the phone, but it's okay. I'm going to try to figure out a solution. I was like, what about my mobile data? Plugged it in. For all you know, it actually worked. I was like, okay, whatever, man. 7-3, easy win by the 4S Kings. A couple of mistakes made too many times on the side of SHUSHHH, but I hope to see them again in a competition of this level, and I hope to see a lot of improvements from them, because come on, man, if you're such a new team, if you could make it into the top 16, imagine what you could do with so much more dedication and time invested into this game together properly as a squad.
And it's just for SHUSHHH here. I mean, the next goal is to not disband and of course stick their team, because you're already the top 2 of Malaysia in here, right? You just got to refine the skills and of course the communication that lack all throughout this Garena Masters 4. And of course there may be some adjustments that you have to be made on that roster, but again, if you can stick this roster completely, I mean, we can see them actually rise in the coming seasons that we're gonna have here at Garena Masters. But for Forest Kings, just props to them, being the dark horse, AJ. They had a very bad start in the first half of the group stage. I mean, they lost to RAU FRANIC against WPM Lowkings as well, and the only win that they had on that first half was up against SHUSHHH. But here this time in the second half, continue.
No, I was saying, and everybody needs to appreciate SHUSHHH because, it's just been a learning opportunity for the viewers. It's been a learning opportunity for us casters as well. And I think the biggest lesson learned here today, especially from this S&D, is when someone shoots you through the wall, either you shoot them back or you run away. You don't stand there. If he managed to hit you once, he's probably gonna hit you again. Probably.
He's gonna spam that. You know, he's gonna keep on touching that. What? Touching that wound.
Touching that what?
What? Touching the wound. Or like inflicting, I don't know. There's a famous proverb that if you keep insulting the wound, I don't know, AJ.
I thought you wanted to become Harry Potter, touching the wand.
Touching the wand, hasta labiosa.
Vada Kedavra! Through the wall.
Through the wall.
Guy still gets it, right? Oh goodness. This is a... I don't know what sort of a chance SHUSHHH now stands at control, because the last time they did go up against each other, 4S Kings, they shut them down pretty easily. It was a 3-0, and the 4S Kings, they were playing on attack. SHUSHHH started on defense, and there was no defensive advantage whatsoever. But we kind of understand exactly why. The gun skills on the side of 4S Kings is just a little bit more sharper. And if there was a lack of coordination in both that hardpoint as well as S&D, and a lack of capability of making the right decisions strategically, then control is a no-go. Control is very difficult to win without those two things. You gotta have it.
You gotta have the two. It's not just one. You gotta have it as well. I mean, you know, control, we can say it's a combination of S&D and hardpoint, because due to the limited lives and of course the objective that you have to run through all throughout the map. And this time for SHUSHHH, one thing that we saw up against 4S Kings during that matchup on that takeoff, they kept getting trapped in the spawns, which automatically signals that they're really not winning their gunfights and they're not teaming up to break away from the spawn trap. And if that's going to happen again here today, it's not gonna be nice to see, because not only they do finish the group stage without a win, they're gonna be run down badly. 0-18, not a good side, AJ.
At least they'll be remembered for something, though.
Yeah, you know, I mean, bad publicity is still good publicity. Was that what you're trying to?
And they set the bar. They set the bar for themselves, bro. I mean, in life, you always got to set the bar for yourself. You could look at someone else's bar and say, I want to beat that person's bar. Or you could just focus on yourself and just beat the own bar that you set. Now, this is a pretty low bar that they've set for themselves, and if they do make it into a level like this of competition once again in the future, they know what sort of bar they are trying to beat. And, you know, it's a pretty decent bar to beat, I guess. So, you know, I'm just looking at the future of SHUSHHH. And once again, I just want to put this out there. If they could win those 3 rounds, they could have won the whole match. Because it's all about the strategy, it's all about the execution at the end. And we saw so many mistakes being made, but everybody makes mistakes. When I played Call of Duty Mobile for the first time, no. When I still play Call of Duty Mobile today, I make mistakes, right? That's absolutely fine. It's just that, do you learn from your mistakes and do you fix them? And hopefully that is exactly what's done by SHUSHHH. And we see them fixing all of those mistakes little by little, scrimming together, against, you know, some of whoever that wants to take that fight against them. If they can't find scrims, you know, just hop on into ranked matches together as a squad. Once you reach legendary, you're probably going to get torn apart anyway, you know, and just practice, you know, just try to just patch up all of those plays at that point and see exactly what works for you. But the 4S Kings, on the other hand, they're going to be absolutely delighted that FRANIC's not going to be making it through the playoffs.
Yeah, well, the hope of RU FRANIC for making that playoffs definitely is officially done and dusted. But they could have had some way to actually change that. You know, if they could have taken at least 2 maps from WPM, which is quite the ask if you ask me. If they could have taken that 2 wins, they could have had the chance to play, of course, on the playoffs. But that would happen here as 4S Kings made sure that they secured the victory. And, you know, this is the first time that they're going to be able to put up such a great fight, not just up against, you know, RU FRANIC, but of course for SHUSHHH as well as we end this group stage.
Great thrown by Mikey moments ago, but he still got annihilated. Coco, on the other hand, hopping on in, but Mouse getting 1 kill, 2 kill, unfortunately traded out by the one and only Coco. It's a back and forth between the two, but a 2-life deficit make that 3 for the attacking squad of SHUSHHH. But I think they are playing this decently well. It's just that the strategy of pushing on in towards that one site at A control point is just not working for me. And as I say that, they rotate over towards the B control point. This is going to work out for SHUSHHH. But here comes one player in the name of Chari with the Crick 6. He should be able to take this 1v3, but Devour says, get out of here. This is our side.
Yeah, that's gonna be information now for Forest Kings to make that rotation and shift their attention. And you know, for SHUSHHH, they gotta win those gunfights. Two players making their way there once again to supply the backup for Mikey, but two go down. It's all down to Mouse. And the defense continues to rain down here for Forest Kings. They're finally setting them apart from SHUSHHH. They're winning much more gunfights now. And for SHUSHHH, they gotta push. But number 3 in blue, he's just stopping them from spawning.
5 more lives, and I think it's just all over. Esto, Wuzet, you know, Mouse just tries his very best to survive, but Coco shuts him down. That's the hope of SHUSHHH as a whole. But Mikey and Zerosh, what can they do? 2 lives versus 9. Time runs out and saves them the embarrassment.
You know, SHUSHHH was definitely going in there 50-50 and winning their gunfights up against Forest Kings, but it was the transition from playing the objectives where it kind of fell apart. I mean, they sent out 3 players to push for that B site, and well, the next thing they knew, every time they went down towards B, there was always a player for Forest Kings that's waiting, maybe at least at the tarps or at the woodhouse to trap them there, and that needs to change here all throughout this season, all throughout the rounds that we're gonna have here in Control.
Apollo takes Mouse out of the equation. Devour response. It is just going to be back and forth between the two, but on the defense, it is going to be your advantage. So SHUSHHH just needs to hunker down and hold on to all of these defensive sites and win out a couple of gunfights. That's all they need to do. Mouse on a solo hold for this B control point. Wuzet does not suspect anyone behind him, and Mouse punishes him for that. The next time they do circle around, they are going to be looking for that little Mouse.
Yeah, great traction here for SHUSHHH. I mean, the defense at the A side is definitely there, and the Mouse winning his gunfights definitely nice, but Apollo just shut down 2 players there in front of your screen. And well, for SHUSHHH, you know, the defense just needs to stay. It needs just to be passive. But here they are overextending, and with them losing their gunfights, it gave Forest Kings the chance to enter this A control point, in which we all know it's gonna be very hard to break, AJ.
What gun is that? It looks like a freaking death machine, man. Sorry. Oh, but he sends out the hunter-killer drone that just lands on the floor. And that just reminds me of my childhood, you know those little paper aeroplanes where you just throw. You expect it to soar and fly and be proud of it, but no, it just lands on the ground, man. It's embarrassing.
Oh well. That's the case there for that hunter-killer drone. Rest in peace.
Frasha Claw does absolutely nothing. Wrong timing on the operator. But that's absolutely fine. They still do have the lives advantage here, but only one side to hold on to. Question is, what is Devour doing rolling around? He wants to go in here for the spawn trap and tease the players of the 4S Kings. He does that pretty well. Has got the 1 kill in hand so far. Looks for yet another. Can't find no player, but it's all about the timing here. The rest of the SHUSHHH players just holding on, but Chari from afar takes Mouse out of the equation.
Oh, that's just an insane angle there taken by Chari, and he's gonna find the double, and then along with that claw, it's just been a great adjustment for Forest Kings, because every time a player go down from SHUSHHH, they might be able to initiate the spawn trap, and Coco now this time investing the claw. You know, the bullet bounces, and it's gonna be easy for this kill, and now a 2v3, AJ. It's still possible for Forest Kings to clutch this up.
Yeah, Mikey did go ahead and save his teammate there, but Apollo shuts down Frash. It's going to be 1v2. Zerosh takes that kill right back. Time is running out. 20 more seconds. Grenade coming, bro, run! Oh my lord, this guy giving me a heart attack. 17 more seconds, and all he needs to do is just allow Esto to hop onto the hill, pause the timer, and then shoot him. It's a simple strategy. And he's got a lot of time to do this.
Yeah, 11 seconds.
A lot of time to do this. There you go. No, wrong angle. Beautiful spot by Zerosh. And SHUSHHH gets that 1 round. You see, it's very, very doable. SHUSHHH is actually a very decent team.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, this marks the first round win that SHUSHHH won in a control game mode. Would you believe that?
No.
Yeah, it's the first one. It's the first round.
SHUSHHH, Kelly. SHUSHHH.
Okay, fine.
I was just gonna hype them up. You don't gotta bring up those embarrassing stats, alright? Esto takes Russia out of the equation. Mouse, Holger timing as Coco punishes him instead. And Zerosh beaming from afar. That Holger's just doing a lot of work. Hunter Killer Drone gets sent on out. And did I see another failed aeroplane? I did.
Yeah, you did. It crashed once again. Some same thing all over again. And here comes the Predator missile just coming true. But oh no, it didn't really It didn't connect. And now Zero has to win this gunfight because he has opened up this B site. And there's gonna be one more player to take down in here. And this should be a push being made by SHUSHHH, but no one really dared to back him up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And 16 to 21. 4S Kings has got the 3 life benefit here. They are on the defense, so SHUSHHH just needs to manage their lives a little bit better as they go in here for the attack. Frasha, wallbang, almost got it, but almost is just not going to cut it. Z-Rush goes in for the investment of the Gravity. Vortex sucks up 2 players, and a 4 life deficit now for SHUSHHH. Almost getting it done at this A control point already. No defense coming on through from the 4S Kings, and it looks like they might just abandon this. No, they pincer around. They come through with the flank. It's going to be a 2-man win coming through from SHUSHHH, and this A control point will go to them.
But I love this play from SHUSHHH, you know. They're just sticking inside, claiming the time, and of course forcing 4S Kings to extend. And with them teaming up inside, that's going to be a great way for them to reduce the lives that 4S Kings has managed to differentiate themselves here at this round number 3. Well, while that's happening, Coco is just punishing these players one at a time. And well, now definitely dealt with. It's still close here. And SHUSHHH, they just need to stick as a team. Same thing that they did at that round number 2 to win.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 life deficit for SHUSHHH. But they are on a great attack. But Woozat manages to... they know that they got the A control point already, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're trying to play for that mid-map control. And of course, open it up in the middle because the defense by 4S Kings on the jungles is definitely tight. They got 3 players stacked in there. And then, well, 4S Kings, what a way to spoil the show. Gets it done. Rinse that round number 3.
I mean, never mind. It is going to be another opportunity for SHUSHHH to shine.
Yeah.
I guess they just did not want to play attack. They were like, let's just move things onto the defense. I like it. I like it either way. It's going to be SHUSHHH's time to shine now. Everybody stacks up that A control point. One still gets taken down in the name of Mouse. Coco with the Crig 6 from afar. Beautiful shutdown. Mikey gets a double instead. And that's an early claw investment that still does not get taken down initially. Frasha out of the equation. Mouse strikes back as well. This is a good play coming through from SHUSHHH.
Yeah, I mean, just stacking the players inside the A site definitely gonna help them up a lot. But with these 2 players going down, that opens up for 4S Kings to enter the trailer. And now they gotta win with their gunfights, or at least pull up and over the skill just to break this still, or might as well give it up. And well, with that snowball effect that 4S Kings did, they have finally secured the trap here for SHUSHHH. And Woozat is there to use the claw to take these players down. Same thing for Apollo, AJ.
Oh man, Apollo's on a freaking roll. 53 more shots out of that claw. Claw runs out of time. Still gets another shot before getting taken out of the equation. Mikey CDR4 sorts him out though, but the lives are all a little bit too torturous to survive with. Just 12 more left here for SHUSHHH. They need to rotate around towards that B control point and stake their lives onto defending it.
And there's a reason why you don't want to give up that A control point early here, especially when you're on the defensive side, because as soon as that happens, immediately the attackers gains control of the mid-map. And that's what Apollo decided to use, that claw, and of course invade his teams in the spawns. Last 2 players left here for SHUSHHH, and a chance for 4S Kings to end up with a sweep here to go and finish their final series here at Garena Masters 4 group stage. And Chari ends it up with the bell ringing as he knocks down the final player of SHUSHHH.
Nah, that's the only decent way to take down a player if he's the final survivor. Okay, you cannot shoot the final survivor.
Yeah.
Disgrace upon you and your family and your whole generation if you shoot him. Okay, you gotta punch him down. That was done right.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tradition that needs to be done every time. And that's all because Almighty decided to, you know, make that a trend.
Yeah, they initiated it. And it is now the way things have to be done. If you shoot the final player, you're a disgrace in Call of Duty Mobile. Hands down.
Hands down. And, you know, for Chari...
Unless you are the final player as well, then, you know, you're allowed to do it.
I remember the time where, you know, like, LF Org and Almighty was playing Control, and C was the last player standing in. Like, Almighty had at least 8 players. It went like an attack of the undead because everybody was just milling.
I mean, that's the kind of fun I live for, man. Coco picks up the MVP title, 27 kills, 24 deaths, though. He was really putting his life out there on the line to make sure the team wins it for themselves. Who's that right there behind him? The 26 on the other side. You can see Mikey picking up the MVP title for himself with the 24 kills, but it just wasn't enough. And this was an anticipated score. What I think, neither you nor I expected was a win coming through from SHUSHHH, because now we can pull out the stats. You see, at the end of the day, it is their first round victory in control. This is their very, very, very first one throughout the whole of the group stage. So good on them. And we have seen clearly that SHUSHHH has improved from the first round robin. It's just not enough improvements. Way too many mistakes still being made out there on the battlefield. And you can't afford that as we want to find the creme de la creme of Call of Duty Mobile.
Well, at least this is the start for SHUSHHH. They finally made it here at the Garena Masters 4. But again, the efforts is still not enough. And the next time they came here, hopefully, they better be more hungrier compared to the first one. And of course, they need to win a series next time, AJ.
next time.
Next time.
Keyword next time.
Next time.
I'm sure they will be able to earn that opportunity. But the 4S Kings, it's not just a series win for them. It is also qualification into the playoffs. FRANIC was sitting down in the second spot the last time we took a look at each group's leaderboard. And now the 4S Kings has overtaken them. They officially have got 12 wins. FRANIC only has 8 on their side. That's a GGWP that FRANIC could do absolutely nothing about.
Yeah, and despite the tiebreaker happening with both this team actually winning 3-3 in terms of the series, it's still 4S Kings that's going to end up on top because of that map advantage.
10.
Yeah, and this 3-0 win still sit, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 10 wins. My mistake.
10 wins, 10 wins.
Yeah, but of course, at the end of the day, we kind of saw it coming based on the statistics SHUSHHH has already shown us throughout the whole group stage. We were just hoping for a little bit of a miracle so that we can have a little bit of fun, but fun was definitely had nonetheless. It was a great matchup, and it was good to see SHUSHHH fighting back. Frustrating for me as a Malaysian shoutcaster to see a team struggle out there, and not really struggle because they are not good at the game, but struggle because of mistakes that could have been avoided.
Yeah, there were several times where, especially at this hard point where they continued to keep up and claim this scrap time instead of setting up next. And that's a mistake you don't want to repeat over and over again, because that gives the enemies, the players, the opponents, actually the spawns for the next seal. And especially in Summit where P3 and P4, you gotta get that anchor to spawn your team behind and be beside at hardpoint. It's very important, and that we didn't see from SHUSHHH, AJ. And here at this S&D, great start for them. The retake was not there on the defense, but it's just that the consistency and the trigger discipline wasn't really consistent, AJ.
Yeah, I think the slowness of the rotation, the fact that they were splitting up on the defense. Yes, you see other pro teams do it, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a strategy that's going to work out for your team. You got to play you got to figure out what works for you. And this is exactly what the double round robin setup is for, to figure out how you match up in terms of gun skills and then bring in the adjustments the second time you meet that team. But that clearly was not done by SHUSHHH, which is okay because it's their first rendezvous. Hopefully they learn from this experience and make those adjustments in the future. Coco picks up the 29 average kills, 8.33 average deaths for a total KD ratio of 1.89. I say that's decent enough to sustain quite a bit in the playoffs, because just like we were discussing before the start of the broadcast, the playoffs is exactly where the moolah is. If you make it through to the group stages, there's some CP for you. You get kicked out in the top 16 without making it to the top 8. There's some CP, but the real hard cash, US dollars, is in the playoffs.
And with 4S King securing the top 8 already, that's guaranteed $750 for this squad. But of course, you want more than that, of course, to make a significant difference and maybe upgrade your gaming wares to be, to have that better performance. But again, great job for 4S Kings. But again, I hope that we see SHUSHHH once again in the next season. I hope that they keep up and, of course, be better next time, AJ.
I know they will be better, because we have seen in this matchup against the 4S Kings that they have managed to show us that they are capable of stepping it up. And once again, they've set a really low bar for themselves. I don't want to see them break anybody else's record. They just have to break their own record by getting a couple of kills. I'll be a happy man. But we do have a little bit of something for you guys. A pop quiz so that you can win a couple of crates.
I wonder what it is. And well, here it is. The question number 1 for the Call of Duty Mobile Academy. What is the new multiplayer map in Season 2 called?
Stand
A,
off.
is it well,
Stand-
it
yeah.
definitely has a similarity because there's a gas station. Okay, there's a gas station. That's the hint. So
Yeah.
if you guys, I don't know, AJ.
Stand off. Stand off. Stand off. Guys, trust me. Trust me. Stand off. It's a new map.
No. Well, no.
It is. Drop your answers alongside your player ID as well as the Popquiz hashtag. We will be putting all of the right answers into a raffle and picking it next week when we do announce all of the Popquiz results and answers for all of you.
Make sure you answer correctly because that's potential crates that can be given away and potentially to be won in here as well. So
Yeah.
you gotta try your chances.
You gotta. It's standoff. Trust me. You can trust me.
You know.
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Okay, guys. Well, now that we finished that pop quiz, let's get into the interview segment and see who is going to be the man that will be interviewed from Forest Kings, because we all know it's gonna be the man, Jerry, Mr. OBJ. Congratulations on taking the #2 spot of Group D and finally playing at the, finally securing the spot for the playoffs. How are you feeling with this victory, man?
Thank you. First of all, of course, the team is very happy, including our organization, because we already had our ticket to the playoffs. So, yeah, we are very happy, and we're looking forward to the teams who will be competing in the playoffs.
I'm very sure they are delighted the fact that, they are the ones who went into the playoffs. But Chari, talk to me a little bit about your very cute headband. What is it for? Do you sweat a lot during your games? Or was it given to you
it's
by your
for my
girlfriend?
it was for my hair before, because my hair was very long, so I had to put a headband so
Okay.
the hair won't what do you call this? Won't hit my eye. So I use a headband.
But what about now,
So
though?
that's why. I still use a headband because I think now it's our lucky charm. But for me, it's my lucky charm.
Well, it is.
I was expecting him to say because it makes me look sexy. But okay, lucky charm, I accept that. I accept that, Callie.
All right. Okay. Now you're on the playoffs. You're coming in here as Group D #2. So, like, what team are you looking forward to the most in, of course, taking on in that playoffs? I'm gonna give you three, same as AJ: Blacklist, WPM Lowkings, Omega, or whatever.
You forgot Almighty, bro.
Oh my! I'm sorry, Incendio. Okay.
The team we're looking forward to most is West Point Mamba Lowkings, because of how we can close the gap in them in HP and S&D and control. So yeah. So, and also AMT and Blacklist, because we haven't scrimmed with them the past weeks. Just scrimmed
Usangala, he said
with
choose
Omega.
one.
Well, it's gonna be
Only
West
one.
Point Mamba Lowkings. Because for our team, they look to win the championship this UN Masters for our
Absolutely,
team.
man. I think that's a fantastic pick. I think the West Point Mamba Lowkings are going to give you guys a run for your money, but I think you guys have got the capability of matching up against them as well. Like you said, you have been able to catch up. Maybe the next time round, these guys will be leaving West Point Mamba Lowkings in the dust. Thank you very much for your time, Chari. We'll see you guys at the playoffs.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Lucky charm.
Lucky charm.
I gotta get one of those. I gotta get one of those for myself, man. Next time round, you're gonna see Mustachio with that.
Well, if you're gonna rock the headband, I'm gonna get the same thing as well. We're gonna be the Bunny Bros.
Callie, you sure as hell need a headband. Look at your hair. Look at what a mess you are.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Gotta take a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, it's gonna be the SKADI Cats versus R&D. We'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back to the Garena Masters Season 4. Now it's time to eat some rice with the team of SKADI as well as R&D. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Cali Gaming. As we set up this next series, R&D surely has got no opportunities whatsoever to make it through into the playoffs, but they still do have an opportunity to redeem their unfortunate performance within the group stages. But that's going up against SKADI, a team that is already going to go on to the playoffs. They have booked their spot as that #1 team within the group, so we might see something here because we don't know what sort of SKADI are we going to get. Are we going to get a SKADI that goes all out? Are we going to get the almighty kind of trolling SKADI this time around, Cali?
It's totally possible when you have Cisco there, especially on S&D. He might troll around and be, you know, like messy in terms of playing this game. But again, R&D, they're looking, they're fighting the #1 ranked team in Group A and a team that hasn't really lost a series at all. They may have lost some maps, but they kept on winning, and they're, you know, the rising stars. One of the rising stars coming into this Garena Masters 4 season, and it all can go lead back to the performance of one specific player that's been making a lot of difference for this team. More than likely, you're gonna have to hear of Chirac. You know, Chirac has been such a fantastic player, not just in Respawns, but in the S&D as well, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Hardpoint, the guy is an absolute stone cold killer. He knows his rotations. He knows exactly how to back up the rest of his team members. You know, S&D and Control, you see him showing up as well. And a total of 4 overall game MVP titles picked up. You know that in itself is proof that this guy knows how to dance around that battlefield. When you look at R&D, this is going to be the second series of the day as they take on SKADI. We might be able to see a little bit of magic out of Tokyo and Malik today. Hopefully that is going to be the case. But later on down the line, we've got Kazoku Legacy taking on DIVINUS. The two teams that do not make it through to the playoffs will still have an opportunity to shine. And DIVINUS, as their last opportunity here to play in the group stages, might be able to take the cake by beating down yet another full-on guys group. I mean, I think we need to start calling them guys group, man, because we keep referring to DIVINUS as girls group. I think it's just a team full of beautiful ladies that are absolutely rocking Call of Duty Mobile. But of course, the very final series is exactly what the fans and of course the casters and even production is waiting for. Smart Omega versus LF-Org. Will we see the greatest upset in the history of Call of Duty Mobile within
Definitely. That match number 4 is something to look out for, and you guys should tune in and make sure you schedule your time, because that's going to be one hell of a matchup. But now coming in here, you know, #1 team in Group A right now, Chirac, Cisco, Snirpy, Mark, Mids, and Spid. And apart from Chirac and Cisco has been, you know, making a lot of noise here for SKADI, we also really have to talk about this rookie who's been making a lot of difference in terms of securing corners and opening things up for the squad. And we're gonna talk about Snirpy. Is the guy that's been such a key as a third scorer for you know, in S&D, and of course in that hardpoint as well. Very great support that this team needs.
Yes, I most definitely agree with that point. He's a great support, and when you've got Chirac pushing on through and you have got Snirpy just right there behind him, you know the job is gonna get done. Cisco, of course, he is the star player within the squad as a whole, and he doesn't mind putting his own reputation as well as life on the line to make sure he fills in all of those roles that is desperately needed by the team of SKADI to get their objectives completed. And that's the kind of guy you always want to have on your team. And Matt, hopefully today we don't see a lot of that as
changing.
You know? I want yeah, changing as well, right? You know, CBR4, let's go. Let's just play exactly what works. Tokyo, Audets, Morton, J, Ezreal, Malik, as well as Jay, they step up to the plate for R&D. We've already shined the spotlight on Tokyo as well as Malik, and for good reason, right? Tokyo is your guy when it comes to hard points, and Malik, he takes the trophy instead whenever it comes into one of these S&D matches. Ezreal, he steps up for the team during Control, but Control is pretty much a team game as far as R&D is concerned. Everybody does their part.
Everybody needs to, especially on a turn-based game where, you know, one elimination, you get sent to the next round. And Malik has been such a star. You know, he's part of that conversation as the best rookies to come in here at this season. We all know Joke is definitely one hell of a player, Chokes as well, but Malik has been making his name for himself, especially in the S&D. You know, he's got multiple 10+ skills in S&D compared to all other rookies. But here is the head-to-head. It's Tokyo and Mids And of course, for Tokyo and this squad, they're definitely struggling in every game mode that they played. They've only won one map so far in this season, and that's why the KD ratio is under compared to mids here, AJ.
And of course, as you look at mids, when I mean, anybody that has a 2.08 KD ratio, you gotta fear them, man. But you gotta fear people who also have got no fear within themselves when they take on all of these fights. And that one is not mids, that's Tokyo. You know, he plays the objective, you look at their average score, and that just speaks volumes as to what sort of role that he plays out there on the battlefield. And because he's in that objective almost all the time for the side of R&D, he usually gets slayed out, which kind of affects his KD ratio just a tad bit. So it's all understandable. But you know, when we move on into this matchup, it's not just going to be about those gunfights. It's mainly going to be focused on the strategy as to how R&D handles SKADI all throughout this matchup.
I have to agree with you on that take, because SKADI known to have, you know, a very solid hard point. They're currently 5-0 in this game mode itself, and I love the take. Now looking at the map bans and the operator skill ban, SKADI will ban Summit and Purifier. R&D will take Ashenda and Sparrow, so that Gravity Vortex will play another role here to the side of SKADI, which, you know, they've been using all throughout the games that they played. It has been effective. But now, taking a look at the map picks, there's a reason why R&D is bringing us here at Hardpoint Takeoff. Apart from, of course, SKADI having that, you know, 100% win rate here, R&D, this is the only map that they've won so far in the entire Garena Masters 4 season, AJ.
Yes, you are correct. Unfortunately, that is the case. But they almost lost that too, you know.
Yeah.
You know, 250 to 247, they won over the Broke Boys Club. The Broke Boys Club were pissed, you know, and they shut them back down 7-1 in SND and then 3-1 in Control a little bit later on, because they were so annoyed of how close that match was. So, you know, R&D could have just been yet another SHUSHHH, which is why I mean, nobody gives R&D a tough time. So that's the main reason I'm saying, like, don't give SHUSHHH such a tough time as well, right? It's not just about the statistics. It's just the fact that the grouping is just very difficult for some of these squads to go up against, and R&D just happens to struggle against the teams that are within this grouping as a whole. And I mean, when you've got a team like SKADI to take on, dude, what can you do, man? SKADI is just way too good in a lot of these maps, and their rotations are really decent. Apart from, of course, a couple of unfortunate mistakes made, SKADI's stacked.
Yeah, and in the matter of fact here is that they haven't really hit their strides as well. They haven't gotten that full potential, and they're still figuring things out, especially here at the group stage. And imagine what more can they do when they finally find the right pieces to play every game mode. And if we see Cisco finally gets the perfect gun that he will use in this current meta, then we will see SKADI rise to the top, AJ.
I mean, I think Cisco's just fooling around. He's just playing the role of the clown. You know, no, seriously, Cisco is just acting like a clown. You know, if you look at a clown from the outside, you think he's a joke. But it takes so much of coordination, it takes so much of skill to be a clown, to be assumed as a nothing, but to be able to produce magic out of absolutely nothing as well. Dude, that takes a lot of skill, and that's exactly who Cisco is. And when he really shows his true colors, I think it's going to shut a lot of mouths up.
Yeah, I mean, all the haters screaming bot frag. I mean, you can't really expect much from a player that's really supporting this team, you know, anchoring, doing all the dirty stuff that is not really seen on the statistics. That's what Cisco can bring to the table. And, you know, he's been very efficient with it, especially coming into this hardpoint takeoff where he's going to play a huge part once again, securing the spawns for the squad. That P1 to P2 definitely is going to be kind of very scrappy, but as soon as we go to that P3 to P4, that's where he's going to be used a lot here, AJ.
At the same time, you got to call a spade a spade. He does bot frag when he picks up the SKS. So maybe not the SKS, Cisco. Maybe not the SKS. He's a really good player. He knows his strategy. He knows his rotations. The SKS doesn't like him, all right? And sometimes it's like falling in love. When the girl doesn't like you, you just got to walk away. You got to walk away. You can't force it. If you force it, it's probably shit.
Learn from your mistake. It's not yours. It's not the right gun for you. And I hope Cisco's hearing this.
I'm sure you will at a certain point. But of course, as we gear up to take off in a little bit for Hardpoint, it is going to be a tall task for R&D to shut down SKADI. I mean, I hope and pray that SKADI's not going to get very serious in this matchup. But I don't mean that as a disrespect to R&D, saying that, you know, they cannot face a serious SKADI. But do I actually need to say that though? Because if SKADI does get serious, then R&D is going to have a tough time. At the end of the day, you got to look at the stats, you got to look at the statistics that has been raked up here by R&D. It doesn't look good. But it is what the double round robin setup is for within the group stage, to see how much they improve. And I hope and pray they've improved a lot.
And, you know, taking us to Hardpoint's takeoff is something that they're going to have to try their chances with, because, I mean, despite the win against Broke Boys Club on their first day here at Garena Masters 4, they played another map here up against Easier Esports. In fact, they played it twice and they lost pretty significantly. And it's kind of a 50-50 in here for them to go up against SKADI, who's been seeing a lot of numbers just being spread out and all throughout the boards here, especially from Chirac, who's been highlighting every player he sees and tearing them down apart in terms of the gunfights. Now, we can also talk about speed. You know, this Malaysian player coming from Huntsmen, who's been a secret weapon, we could say, because apart from Cisco, Chirac, and Snurpy, he's actually the support that kind of backbones the offense whenever a team is holding inside of that point, AJ.
Oh, yeah. And of course, as we kind of gear up this matchup in itself, when you try to shine the spotlight a little bit on the players of SKADI, and you know, you talked a little bit about Chirac, the one guy that we did not... Wait a minute. I thought it was going to go to the match, but it's okay. Never mind. The one thing that I did not expect is for Mids to really shine in the spots that he has been playing. This guy has been the underdog. This guy has been, you know, just pretty much lying low or laying low throughout all of the series. But whenever it comes to the SND matches, he shines like a very, very bright North Star.
And of course, it's gonna be needed there when we see this team play in the playoffs. And when you go against the big daddies, that's where Mid's efficiency is eventually gonna be needed.
Yeah.
And well, we are waiting for R&D to actually, you know, settle in their player here to actually get that, you know, that hard point going in already. But it's not gonna happen just yet. We're gonna have to make sure that, you know, the players are gonna play that 5v5. No one wants to play a disadvantage, AJ.
No, nobody wants to do that, of course. But it is going to be a potential DQ, potentially, if they are late for their match, because, you know, we cannot be waiting all day long. We cannot be taking 3 hours to see if or not R&D makes it for their matchup. So hopefully the player, you know, rushes out of the toilet or something. I mean, you got to give him the benefit of a doubt. You know, sometimes your tummy rumbles a little too much.
Well, I mean, it's the worst case because you're about to run out of time. But here we go. We're loading into the game. And let's see if it's going to be a 5v5. Okay, there we go. No pulling out. And R&D, they are going to play here 5v5 against SKADI. So here we go. We're starting it on here. Hardpoint number 1 expected to be scrappy. But you see, SKADI, they will be spawning on the disadvantage. So you're going to try to take away the P2 spawns first before focusing their attention here at this hardpoint. And that's what they kind of did. But for now, they kind of fall apart as we see Speed and his squad just tear it apart.
We are going to ignore that happened to Cisco. We're not even going to talk about it, okay?
Okay.
It's a good push coming through from SKADI. 11 points picked up already from the second floor of the control room. There's going to be a lot of control that Mids can deliver in here, and he has got that kilo 141 in hand. So long range battles not going to be an issue at all to strike out from afar. Hunter Killer Drone manages to go on out there for the fly and take Tokyo out of the equation. 15 points picked up by SKADI, and it looks like R&D might just give up on this. No, they're circling around. They want to pincer the players on the side of SKADI. Good play by Mids, repositioning, but it is still a kill taken by Malik. Back and forth, we are going to go on the first hard point, but no surprises there at all. It's all going to be about that second hard point as to who sets up house first and takes away these points.
Yeah, well, taking a look at the setup here, this time Chirac is going to hold that SKS and of course the spawn to spawn his team at the back here at P2. And Mids is going to be the key player. We saw him is the head-to-head player here for this matchup, and well, for now, it's going to be inside of that point. And for R&D, the break attempt, the first attack didn't really happen as intended to. So now they're going to be spawning away. And taking a look at this skill feed, they're just punishing these players as they fail to win their 1v1s and push here at this hard point.
Yep, 40 to 14. SKADI doing a really good job on the second hard point. The players of R&D just finding it a little tough to just break this hard point head on. So then they switch their momentum just a little bit to try to take away the spawns. But I believe that's just a little bit too late to make for that play. So they might as well just try to take that break on the hill one more time before they do give up and go in for the early rotation. Taking Aurora launch early and setting up generators isn't a bad idea.
I mean, all the players just went into contest this P2, and everything was just laid here by Snirpy and crew. So now this team, they had the opportunity to set up on that next hardpoint rotation, but they just kept on contesting, and now they're spawning left side of the minimap. And SKADI now finally fully set up towards the next hill, and a potential guaranteed money hill here for them. They also have 4 score streaks, and of course 3 operator skills available for use. So a potential money hill here for SKADI right now.
I can't believe R&D fell for that. They were so headstrong on trying to break that hill that they totally forgot that there's another hill to play for, and they went in there for absolute scraps. But breaking P3 is a really good move. Nobody's holding on. Nobody's anchoring down generators just yet. Cisco had that opportunity, but he got taken out with a good backstab coming through from the players of SKADI, who spawned out from the side of the control room, and now hill once again claimed by the side of SKADI. R&D, they just have to rinse and repeat each and every single strategy that they played for this P3, because actually they're playing it quite decently.
Yeah, quite decently. I mean, a potential pinch play coming through here, and they're going to be able to be successful with that. Snirpy is going to be taken down with that stun grenade, but he still wins that gunfight against. Oh, that's just as nasty. He's going to keep on continuously slaying as the team is trying to find a way to set up the next hill. It's going to be a 50-50 battle here this time. Cisco is going to be there early in the hard point, but the pinch play from R&D might just give it away, and they might be able to use the collapse in here to score the time in this next hill, and that's going to be the same exact play that they've intended to. They secure the spawn, they're inside of this hill. It's just that they need to stand their ground inside once SKADI come in for the contest.
Yes, Cisco's just playing upstairs, but finally the backup has arrived. Snirpy from down below goes in with the switchblade, takes out yet another player for a 3 on the combo. And SKADI, it's just a little bit too slow for me. The spawns out of the generators doesn't seem to be clicking for the team at the moment, and they're allowing R&D to pick up these 3 points.
And you just can't allow that. You have to let Snirpy go in. You got to let them contest and not allow this team to pick up some pace. And that's what they're going to do here. But still, R&D, they're in a position that where they can initiate a pinch. And well, for SKADI, they're looking to eliminate the players on the left side of the minimap, so they just have to worry about one angle. And that's here at this generator. Since Snirpy, he's got good eyes on this. Final 5 seconds left. They're going to be able to claim that scrap time. And R&D, they are still definitely in striking distance, just that they need one good hill to turn things around, and it's not here at P1. They gotta make sure that the setup and of course the eliminations are gonna come through here.
Yeah, the way they are playing though, they should be able to catch up with SKADI. The problem here is gonna be those operators already activated by Shirak as well as Smiths. They can bring it into the matchup at any point of time. The question is, do they want to save it for a rainy day? Speed trying to get the job done all on his own, and he does exactly that with a double onto his side.
Speed is the cheat code that, you know, SKADI has been hiding all throughout the season, and well, he's just popping off with these Annihilator, just dropping these players one at a time, and that would be more objective here for SKADI in this hardpoint number 1, where you expect it to be kind of scrappy and back and forth. Well, they're just claiming time in here, AJ, and R&D. Yeah. You cannot let that just happen.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate the Huntsman had to drop Speed, because he is a great talent to have out there on the battlefield, but you know, as things happen at the end of the day. 132 to 63. SKADI doing a great job holding on to the hill. Such a open spot, but investing just that one objective player is a really smart thing to do. And now, this time around, it's going to be R&D who takes away the spawns for P2. They've got the manpower to throw on in there. SKADI just play. I don't know, one thing that I really love and respect about SKADI is they're not rushing in for the hill. They're waiting for that backup, and they're doing it together as a squad. That's going to be the winning factor for this team towards the end.
Yeah, they're calm and composed. They're not really panicking. They are just making sure that once we step inside, it's going to be a full flood in. Something that SHUSHHH really lacked when they were playing against earlier. But here today for SKADI, that's been the perfect formula for them and why they've been, you know, setting up this early rotation and of course breaking the hard point despite the rotations in favor for R&D. And everybody's just been working. Speed with 33, Snirpy with 25.
And Speed's the kind of Malaysian player that will never blame his loss on a desync because, you know, seems like no desyncs are affecting him. He's the one just flaying around.
Oh my God.
Just slaying left, right, center. Snurpy gets a double. Ezreal is paused there waiting for Christmas to toss the concuss in a little bit. But of course, apart from that, I think the guy is lagging. It's going to be, of course, a struggle for R&D to find their way back in here with just 4 players pretty much playing out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal, he's gonna connect back, and I feel like he's not gonna come in here anytime soon. He's just stuck in one corner, but now he's finally moving, so that's great. But SKADI already built up so much lead that you gotta make sure you act now. In fact, you gotta move inside a hard point, or else you're just gonna lose your gunfights over time. And Speed, once again, the investment with the operator has just been efficient, AJ.
I think the guy has just been absolutely on point today with all of his operators, all of his streaks as well. And the gunfights has just been phenomenal on the side of Speed. 42 kills, and he is not on a pause at all. With the CBR4, he's just ripping through the players of R&D.
Yeah, I mean, the CBR4, I mean, what? Like, it's the meta for like a year already, and, you know, Speed definitely very versatile with this one. But not just with the CBR4, you know, we saw him play with the Craig 6 as well, and it's been very efficient with it when he plays this hard point, and of course, those SNDs. But now, here, for R&D, you're not gonna have any player securing this spawns for now. So it's gonna be a 50-50 battle here inside of this hard point, and Chirac is gonna be able to win that. And you know, just 50 more points for SKADI, and they're gonna be able to take this victory now.
Cisco gives up on the CBR4, picks up the SKS once again, and then gets annihilated. A little bit of an unfortunate situation unfolding here. Miz has got the Hunter Killer Drone to bring into the matchup alongside a pretty Snurpy with a God Nade as well. 207 to 90. R&D really scrambling to get to the points and to get into this hills to catch up with SKADI, but I believe this match might just be all over with the way SKADI is just rolling around, especially in the hands of Speed. 45 kills. The guy is going for a record-breaking run.
Yeah, apart from that, you know, you also have his teammate Snurpy just, you know, scoring streaks so easily in this game, and that's just been the reason why R&D is struggling. You know, this double trouble that Speed and Snurpy has been coming into this game has been such a bane. And you see it here, Speed is currently on pace to get at least 55 kills right before this P1 opens up and this game ends.
Hunter Killer Drone by Cisco. Let's see if or not it is going to be able to hunt anybody down. Speed on the other hand, 48th kill already, and the guy is not going to be on a pause. SKADI is probably talking to each other and saying, please do not cap the hill. I want to see some record-breaking wins here from my brothers. Mids as well as Speed and Chirac. Everybody going on in here for the slay. Speed himself tries to play the objective. No doubt the MVP of SKADI for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is just obviously so involved in the gunfight department, and they're not gonna even step out. They're not gonna let Speed reach 40-50. They're just coming in here mercilessly, and that is such a solid victory. 250 to 96, not allowing this team to at least reach a 100-point mark in this hard point, and they're gonna exit this group stage with a perfect hard point record, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Of course, at the end of the day, it's going to be SKADI trying their best to prove themselves out there on the battlefield. But it is going to be a challenge later on in the playoffs because the best team that they have faced off against so far is the Broke Boys Club. And the challenge, you know, Cali, just gets much more difficult from here on in. But speaking of difficulty, R&D has been having a difficult time winning SNDs. They've not won a single matchup so far. So perhaps this game can be exactly where things change.
Yeah, obviously. And, you know, when SKADI will be subbing out Speed and adding in Mark, that just highlights more firepower for SKADI when they play that firing range. I mean, that SND later on. But take a look at the post-game breakdown. Speed, obviously the MVP with 49 kills and 31 deaths, and of course, 1:15 inside of that hard point. And, you know, R&D, they were definitely putting up a great fight in the start of the game, AJ. But when Ezreal started having connection problem, it's just where things fell apart. Look at him, 5 and 23. He wasn't really moving at the final few points here at this hard point.
Yeah, he was barely moving throughout the game, man. And that's such a pity because Ezreal is surely a guy that's needed by the team. But it's not like Hardpoint is his best suit. He usually shines in SND as well as Control. But that being said, a 4v5 is not a equal battle at all. So RID took an L on that one, unfortunately due to technical issues. Hopefully Ezreal can sort out his connection issue. Maybe I can land him my Wi-Fi or something.
Your data. Your data.
My data all the way from Malaysia. It's probably going to connect as well.
Yeah, I mean, but there's going to be this. I'm just kidding. Well, now we're going in here with the SND firing range, and again, this is where we did see, players from SKADI rise, and I'm talking about Mark. Mark is a deadly sniper. He currently leads the team into his first bloods, and he loves initiating. And if anything he's good at, it's making sure SKADI is set up for success. AJ.
Absolutely, and of course, SKADI. You could see this team's name in two ways, man. Either it's a SKADI Cat or it's the sister team of SKADE and they're SKADI. But whatever it is, they are definitely trying to meme their way through all into the playoffs. And of course, maybe even all the way towards the end. We will have to see exactly how they do against the top dogs of the competition. I can't wait to see them take on a team like ALMGHTY or Smarter Mega, even West Point Mamba Lowkings. Let's not talk about Blacklist International Ultimate because, like I think I've said it multiple times, Blacklist International Ultimate is at their most ultimate form that we have ever seen in the past. And I think they are ready not just to go out there and win, but they're ready to rip apart every single team that they come across. So let's leave them out of the equation. I think SKADI will get eaten up alive. But against the rest of the teams, I really want to see that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, every time I come in here and watch Blacklist Ultimate play, it just gets me excited. Knowing that, Yato and Yobabs is back and... well, Rage adding into the mix and of course slowly absorbing the playstyle of Blacklist International Ultimate, it just gets you riled up, right? Because this guy's been the kryptonite for Blacklist ever since the start of the Q2 of 2022. And now that this year, it's just gonna be so exciting for him to play at the playoffs and of course maybe go up against Smart Omega, but that's gonna be another topic of discussion later on. For now, we're gonna see R&D step things up by winning the first blood, but that soon would be extremely exchanged as we see them coming into the defense. They're definitely going down one at a time, and you talked about mid stepping up. Well, he's here scoring the double at the first round.
And you know what they say, right? If you can't beat them, you gotta join them, and that's exactly what I wouldn't say Rage did, but it was Blacklist International that kind of joined Rage, and now that kind of serves them up in not just one way but multiple ways. And the most important way it's going to serve them up is Rage is going to be able to share with the players of Blacklist International Ultimate exactly what the training regimen, exactly what the scrims are looking like, exactly like how the team of Smarter Mega preps for all of these tournaments. And that's invaluable information.
And of course, that S&D, they might be able to crack that S&D game that, Blacklist has been having really trouble up when they face Smart Omega, but Malik right there on the side corner will not get that, but then YouTube fees for him, but SKADI wins that first round. And back to what we were talking about, Rage definitely is a key player for Smart Omega. I mean, his efforts and of course his usage on, especially in the respawns, was definitely key. With him out of Smart Omega right now, the team is definitely struggling. And with him added to Blacklist International Ultimate, well, the team's just skyrocketing with their performance, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I cannot argue with that point at all. And I think this is going to be one of the biggest tests for Smart Omega, because with this switch up in terms of players, with Tin moving on there and all, I think Smart Omega, like you said, is just facing the slightly more difficult end of the stick here in terms of vibing with their new setup. And Blacklist International Ultimate, they are not having an issue at all. In fact, it was Rage that was initially struggling to keep up with the rest. He looked like he was bot fragging, but it was just a time thing, right? It was just an issue with how long he has been together with the team. And you saw him yesterday. I mean, the guy was just on freaking fire. And it just takes a while. And if this is going to be the case, woo, Blacklist International Ultimate might not just be the Eastern champs anymore. They might just be a world champs.
Yeah, they might just be with this roster, having Yobabs and Yato fully eligible for, the world champs. That makes it so much more competitive once we go into that Garena regional qualifiers, and where we know Kagendra, who's the best in Indonesia right now, will be playing as well. So I don't know. There's a lot of competition happening this year.
Kagendra, I think, is just... I am so excited to watch them in action against one of the SMP teams. No doubt whatsoever. Mark, beautiful snipe to open things up against Tokyo. This SND matchup has been pretty much equal so far, with Male as expected shining on through, but gets taken down by Shirak. That's CBR4. Cisco was just throwing shade on Shirak for wasting half a mag on a player and still not getting the kill. But the guy's on fire this time round.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Cisco finally gets his first kill, gets the double there. That's what we're talking about. That CBR4, you gotta stick through it. It's the perfect gun for you.
Unless, of course, he wants to troll around and pick up the SKS. Guy picks up the SKS, he gets trolled. Cisco, don't do it. Don't do it.
No, do it. Okay, great. He's still using the CBR4. I mean, I guess we're seeing progress here right now, AJ.
We definitely are. Shirak, CBR4, does not spot the guy. Manages to just tag him up just a little bit. Snurpy takes the kill, though. Just towards the left, Shirak on for the pre-aim. Does get sniped down instead. Wow. And Snurpy gets a double for himself. Snurpy's just on a roll in this round.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him earlier at that takeoff using that switch play, this time using a more viable gun in the long range. And Snurpy just beams those players on that long. And well, he's been such a rookie for SKADI and has been, you know, very effective, not just in that hard point earlier, but here as well at this takeoff. I had here at this firing range where, you know, we see him score 3 kills already.
Yeah. I'm actually feeling a little bit bad for Cisco because, you know, he's just getting so much of attention, mainly because he is a great content creator and people are expecting, you know, the world from him. But, you know, every single team has got different compositions. It is not about each individual shining. It's all about the team winning. So as long as the team's winning, I don't see a problem here at all. I mean, as long as Cisco continues all of this experimentation and then does well later on in the playoffs, it's a big win for SKADI overall.
Yeah, I mean, Cisco could just be hiding shots all by himself coming into this group stage, and you guys don't know.
He's doing a great job at hiding it.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, he's a joker, right? you told me that.
He is. Clown indeed, but of course, when he pops up a little bit later on, oi, Snurpy.
Ooh.
Ah! Azrael! Unreal! Snurpy thought he got that kill, but he just gets absolutely eaten up. It's a 2v1, and Mids is just on fire right now, making things just a little bit more decent for himself. It's gonna be Azrael on the other side. Mids, can he get the secondary 50 Gs on the shot? Holger goes in. Oh my lord, Mids on a roll! I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
First, the pixel pick on that tunnels and the perfect timing to slide in and get the attack coming from that jungles was just Call of Duty Mobile at its finest. Now he's got 9 kills in just 5 rounds of action. In fact, he also has the bomb, so he can dictate where this bomb will go.
Yeah.
But the best place for him is he can go plant this bomb at this B site, wait for this guy to play for retake, and force him because he's got that sniper.
I mean, that was just such a ballsy move, right? Planning it out in the open, knowing that Male is his opponent.
Oh, he's rotating.
As the sniper. Big brain play coming through from Mids. He's like, go get the bomb. I'll get you from the back. And this is such a well-played position coming through from Mids. Big brain play, no doubt whatsoever. He's got to play the trigger discipline well as well, though.
19 seconds. All for Malik to defuse and find this player. It's a really good hidden mouse right now on that scout tower. The clock is expiring and Malik is thinking, where is this guy at?
GG, Malik. Oi! He jumped off and he still hits the kill. Mids the man. What a clutch. What a play. Take that for a highlight reel.
1v4. Somebody clip that. Zenith, if you're watching right now, this better be in your content. 1 and 4. SKADI up by 3 rounds and 1 more on the attack side. Gonna be a big one. If Mids can pull off 21 kills, that could just set it off, judging by the pace of this game.
The Gus halfway through. Mids wanted to go and pop off once again. Tokyo finds Shirak. Shirak as well as Mark. Initial openers though. Does manage to nerf R&D just a little bit. Male respawn. Snurpy out of the equation. He's not going to be able to punish them anymore. Tokyo inside of the white warehouse. Can turn things around with the CBR4, but he needs to play this timing. He's got that backup coming through from player number 2. But as I say that, Martin J just bites the bullet as Cisco finds him. Tokyo now can respond to Cisco. Cisco does not play the headless. Slides on away to take a shower.
Oh, it's gonna cook him real bad inside. Nice reposition there. It's all about the adjustments, and they got the information. It fits. takes it with the pistol. Lovely shots coming through, and SKADI, as we switch sides, takes a 4-round lead and just 2 rounds away from taking this victory.
Yeah, you gotta love this. You gotta love this play coming through from the one and only SKADI. But mids, the guy is stacked. 11 kills coming on through as we move on into the 7th round. Mids starting the spams off already just because that Holger has such a huge mag.
I mean, 100 mag on that sucker. You can just, like, spot a player with the wall bangs that he's kind of doing. But Cisco with the turn on! That was nasty, but Mark actually steals the kill away from him, so that's just kind of unfortunate. But SKADI is still on top. Still on top. 2v4.
Cisco's gonna be damn mad that happened, bro. He's like, dude!
That's
I gotta work my way up here! Never mind. Tokyo circles around. It's a 2v2. Bomb site has got 2 of the defenders. The attackers haven't really picked the bomb up just yet. They just want to play for trades here. They want to play for those kills. But Tokyo has his back turned. Can he slide away? Answers no. Mids finds that kill, but Ezreal trades him out. 1v1 now. Maybe you want to pick up the bomb, sir.
So far out, I mean, he's looking for a player. And Mark is not going to be pushing. He's just going to be waiting for this player at the jeepneys. And well, with that sniper, it's going to be very deadly. So as much as possible, you don't want to run from the middle of the map. And well, it's going to pick up this bomb. And now you're going to have the chance to dictate where this bomb will go. And it's looking to route around this B side, which is kind of nice because here, you're going to have more close engagements. And that Craig 6 going to be more viable, especially when we play here at this B side. And of course, Mark having a sniper.
Okay, no cheeky plays coming through this time. It's going to be a straightforward
one.
No! Great positioning by Mark. Anticipates that. Spots Ezreal. Walks
just walk
down at the ground. Imagine if that was him lagging because the internet just messed up with him. Gets the kill, doesn't get the defusal. That will be a GG.
Yeah, GG for R&D. That's just like a saving grace for them to remove. But again, Mark really diffused that. And it was just fooling around, okay, trolling, but still, it's still a win.
I mean, this game. SKADI. At least Cisco's not bottom fragging, right?
Yeah, right.
Mark and Snurpy, 4 kills. Unless things turn around right now. Snurpy got out.
Cisco.
Snurpy, okay.
Cisco, you're in
got
trouble.
turned on. Mark finds one, got turned on as well. Now both the players on 5,
no.
but Cisco gets the 6th kill before we end the game. Let's go, baby. He redeems himself, but it's gonna be Mids to the MVP, no doubt.
No doubt, Mids. That's going to be, this is his bread and butter, and we saw that 1v4. He's really ready for the next gunfight, and he reads his enemy 100 steps ahead. And that was like the best S&D read that I've watched so far in this entire group stage. But I mean, Cisco, we gotta talk about Cisco, AJ. I mean, that 6th kill, it's not that easy. He's not safe yet because we saw Mark with 5 kills, but he defused 1 bomb. So I'm looking forward to that post-game breakdown, Cisco.
Oh, dude, I'm not looking forward to the post-game breakdown now that you've mentioned that already. Okay, all right.
Same.
He saved himself. 843 on the score. He's not going to be bottom fragging for sure.
Yeah.
It was that assist. It was the assist and the kill stolen away by his partners. He's not going to be happy about that at all, but it's okay. Whatever it is, Cisco, he's in the middle. We'll take that. But Mids, 14 kills. This guy was a monster. 3,000 IQ plays for sure. Once he went in there for the plant, long rotation around, sits down inside of the scout tower, hops on off. That Holger was just blazing through the team of R&D today.
Yeah, obviously, AJ. And this guy almost had a 2.0 kills per round. Judging at this game, 1.75 as we have the 14 and, of course, 8 rounds of action. Very efficient for him. And we know what he's going to offer in the playoffs. If he continues to be this, secret weapon at this S&D when, Chirac is definitely underperforming and, of course, Mark definitely not hitting his shots. Mids is going to be that key player for this SKADI squad to actually go up to the top in the playoffs, AJ.
And of course, at the end of the day, SKADI looking for the top. They found the top, at least in the group stages. Within the playoffs, it's going to be most definitely a much more arduous task to reach up to where they want to be because of the kind of teams that have made it there already. I mean, some of them, for example, you know, like Blacklist International Ultimate. If you want to talk about the Huntsmen, I actually, you know what? I want to see SKADI take on the Huntsmen. And I want to see exactly how that match kind of breaks down for themselves. You know, you gotta work your way up. You can't just drop into the playoffs and then take on a Titan, because that will be quite devastating.
I mean, unfortunately for Huntsmen, they are part of the Group B. So whoever wins between Smart Omega and LF Org later on is going to be faced by this Huntsmen squad. But the saving grace for SKADI, you know, since they are at the top, they're going to be taking on 4S Kings at the playoffs. So we could say that they might be able to win that, but we'll never know until the playoff starts, man.
There's a big potential that SKADI will be able to take that, but you know, I think the most important thing here is for Cisco to kind of just center his mind and just ignore all of the hate and just focus on his own gameplay. And clearly, the SKS has not been connecting at all throughout the competition. You know, the Krig 6 or the CBR4 would definitely be a much better pick for him to go out there and slay. But depending on exactly what sort of a role that he's playing for the squad, right? Once again, the only reason why there's so much of shade thrown towards Cisco is because the guy is popular. The guy, everybody knows Cisco, and they're expecting him to be, you know, they're expecting him to be the whoopee of the squad or whatsoever. But you know, he's playing together as a team member within SKADI, and he's doing whatever it takes to make sure the team wins. And that's the most important thing by the end of the day, Callie.
I mean, you know what? These people need to know that Cisco is the captain, and of course, being the captain, you gotta be the glue guy that sticks this team together in terms of like the moments where you're gonna be going down to the wire. And Cisco has been, you know, big factor for this squad winning. With this series win, I mean, you know, they won this hardpoint in SMD, so that gives them 6 series wins. He plays a huge factor on the emotion and the energy of the team overall. It's not just about the guns and of course his statistics, but of course how well he molds this team to play as a team.
And everybody in the chat right now is just wooing on Cisco, man. Everybody's like, yay, Cisco's now bottom 9.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Let's go, man. It's just 3 kills on both sides. SKADI as well as R&D. Tokyo, ooh, you cannot miss those. Snurpy very quickly snaps him up. Chirac gets a double through that Krig 6. And you know, when the defensive team is getting this aggressive, R&D better be taking a couple of steps back and just switching on their momentum towards that B control point. Instead, Cisco steps up to the plate. He is going to go in once again. And does he get the kill? No. What's Cisco doing?
Not yet. No, Cisco is just hanging around. Number 1 is just waiting for these players to actually, you know, push towards B. And there we go. He's using that sniper to actually take it out. So now he gets his first kill, but we want him to be there at least in the middle, you know, just to make a difference today.
I want to see those crazy movements out of Cisco. I want to see him just absolutely blaze it up on the battlefield. But the guy's just keeping it, right? He's keeping it. He's like, you shut up and you wait for the playoffs, Mustachio. You ain't getting me just yet. I play for money. I don't play for CP. I play for... You'll see those plays later.
Definitely a reason. That's a good reason. That's a good reason. And Cisco...
You want me? You gotta pay, says Cisco. Okay, fine. We'll pay. How much? 20 cents?
Oh, 20 cents what? Dollars or pesos?
Oh, dude, no. We love you, Cisco. We love you, man.
Oh, we love you, Cisco.
Holger 26 on for the pop gets the 3rd kill in a row, and it looks like R&D slowly climbing their way back up in here, but the B control point is just going to be a torture. Someone might be able to just switch on through and flank from the right instead, but it seems like they're all just a single pointed mindset right now, heading on to complete that B control point.
Yeah, that's gonna give them time. A minute left in here. 9v3. And well, R&D had so much chance here to turn things around, but they just immediately dropped their players here at this broken. And look at see the knife coming through from Chirac. He's just slicing and dicing. And here is the tradition keeping being alive. I mean, someone has to take him down with the knife. Never mind, Cisco.
Dishonor upon you.
You got to use this knife. You got to use the melee.
What in the world? Final play and he shoots him? That's such a dishonorable thing to do, Cisco. It's okay. We'll give him another chance. I'm sure he's going to survive for the next round. Unless he does not. But I'm sure he will. Boy!
Whoa!
Cisco!
Hit mark.
Cisco! Put it down!
Get the CBR back, come on.
Guy hit marked such a clear shot. Unfortunate for him that was the case. Oh, that's almost got it, but Snurpy snapped him up once again. 27-28. The numbers don't look great for the side of SKADI as they are on the attack, pushing on through towards that A control point. But the B control point now wide open with just a single player holding on to it, but is backed up by Morten J as Ezreal gets taken out of the equation. Morten should still be able to hold on to the side all on his own with that huge mag.
A potential wall bang capability there for Morten J is waiting players to pop off, and well, for R&D, they're winning their gunfights, which is very promising as we open up this defensive side for R&D. And well, now they're going to be using that annihilator to try to make a bit more opening as they're slowly playing aggressive because they know they're confident that they can win their gunfights. And Malik has been such a very important piece in the reason why this team has been winning. Take a look at him, 15 kills, the only player in the double digit right now for R&D.
Oh, that's just crazy. Male is just on a roll, and you would have expected him to step it up only in that S&D, but Control as well has got this boss just running around. And SKADI down by 8 lives on the attack with 8 more seconds to go. They finally hop on into the hill, but can they survive? Audit says no, hell no they can't, but gets traded out by speed. Back to back, Morten J now sorts them out, and time just might as well be up here with the very aggressive defense that R&D is showing us.
I mean, SKADI focused so much on attacking the B side and of course taking control at the middle of the map, which is fine. They were winning their gunfights, but when the score streaks and the operators were really invested there by Malik with that annihilator, that's where kind of things fell off. And SKADI, you know, B was not really working for them, and they didn't try to take away that A side to deceive these players, and it's just kind of unfortunate. But R&D, they win their defensive match.
Annihilator, Audits finds speed. Good shot. Misses the second one that slides on through. Can they get the gunfights though, Mids? Snurpy just snaps them up once again as Mids tries to take those shots against them. This is just a crazy setup coming on through. Ezreal goes in for the Annihilator investment as well. Time is running out. The guy hasn't found the kills just yet as nobody shows up. As I say, that speed gets taken out of the equation. Just a single kill out of the Annihilator, and that's pretty much a waste.
Yeah, right now, the pressure is on from SKADI. The defense from Mids is just spamming the walls, and, you know, he's been connecting, but not really enough for him to score a kill. But that Holger 26, we know, has been such a great gun to hold off these lanes. But R&D, they're doing time inside his B control point. And, you know, that's going to be time. That's going to be great as well because they are decreasing, and, of course, they're freezing that time from expiring. But SKADI, you know, they've cleaned it up here once again. And Mids doing a great job holding off this broken.
Let's see if or not the players on the side of SKADI will be able to very quickly remove these defense or the attacking players of R&D from this B control point. Seems like things are getting a little snappy here. R&D almost on the complete. Extra 1 minute on the clock for them. And SKADI will have to rue the day that they challenged R&D. Of course, it wasn't up to them. They have to go through this group. But it will be an opportunity now for R&D to really upset SKADI before they move on through to the playoffs.
Yeah, apart from, you know, R&D winning the takeoff during their match against Broke Boys Club, I mean, they haven't really much won any control game out here at the group stage, but they stand a great chance in here knowing that SKADI actually has a 50-50 win rate here at this Slums control. And if they can play their cards correctly as the attackers and make sure that number 5 in yellow in Tokyo wins his gunfight on the bottom side of the minimap, that should be able to enable the multi-angle push here that should be allocated by R&D. And they're gonna win that. And number 4 already in Graves as well. 8 to 9 live count. This one's gonna be pretty close.
And I like what SKADI is doing, automatically investing 3 players to make sure no flank comes on through to take that backstab against them at that fountain spawn. So that's going to be a good setup coming through from SKADI, but that also reduces your defensive power at the control point as a whole. And Tokyo circling around. Can he find the kill? The answer is yes. Traded out by Cisco, who saves the team's life 6-5. This is way too close of a match.
There's only one operator here for Tokyo, and it's gonna have to pull it out if they want to win.
Ooh.
But Snurpy just cleaning them off, lining them up, gets them going, gets the 5 Ps, gets the ace to finish the round.
What in the world, Snurpy? Just 5 kills back to back and wraps things up. He's like, okay, how many more players? Oh, okay, 5 lives. All right, don't worry. You leave it to me. You leave it to me. Guy was on this. He was on fire. But 2-1 R&D. Time's running out. This time they play on the defense. So the objective as well as the advantage on their side.
Inch of pace, by the way, for SKADI. This time they're routing here at this A side. Snurpy gonna lead that pack. He's just continuing this streak. 7 in a row. He can't be stopped. Fully strict up as well. And they're doing time inside A, pulling out the annihilator as well, AJ. Potential devastation here in the hands of Snurpy.
Still waiting for it though.
Oh. Never mind.
Yeah,
Too
never
early.
mind. KRF takes this goal out of the equation. That A control point almost sneaked away, and that was a valiant effort, but I believe they did manage to secure that one quadrant. R&D now, they have to scramble on towards that B control point, but before I can even complete the sentence, Morton J shows up and just annihilates them. A 2-life deficit coming through for the attacking team. R&D using this defensive advantage to the T.
They got the middle locked down, and you see SKADI's trapped on the right side of the minimap. And Morton J has just been winning his gunfight, but now opening has been made towards bricks. Let's see if SKADI is gonna push towards A, or are they gonna keep on pushing here at this B side where they haven't really been successful at the most. And R&D, the defense, she's on a roll.
Yeah, and Male is on a roll as well. The guy is just absolutely amazing as he takes those long shots. Oh, there's opportunity. Nope, snapped up by Snurpy. Snurpy continuously just raking in those kills to his side as well. I mean, this guy is just on absolute momentum right now. As that he built up a little bit earlier on. 2 of the score strings activated on his side. Just a matter of time before that operator comes online as well. 4 operators in total for the players of SKADI to use. And time is running out. So the question is, will SKADI go in for the full-on investment? But no, it's time's up. Nobody is there. Did they pause it on 0 seconds?
Yeah, he stepped inside the hill right in time before it expires. So Speed is gonna need to stay alive. He's got backup coming through. Midge is gonna secure the parameter, and they're going to capture. And that means they're gonna extend the clock to a minute.
What? I didn't know you can stop the clock on 0 seconds. 0 seconds means it's done. 0 seconds means it's over. But 0 seconds was the savior. What in the world? That was a game-saving moment for Speed. And SKADI now, they swim their way through. Chirac, Annihilator misses once, but it doesn't need to miss the second time round as Cisco shows up. Tokyo gets taken down and out of the equation. Speed hits that double. 1 more life left here for R&D, and it's all in the hands of Male. Can Male take all of these 3 kills? Spots that one player, shoots him down. The objective now being sneaked away, Galley.
Oh, well, for Malik, needs to find one more. It's gonna be the guy in the corner, but Chirac finds him, and Greg 6 just beams it through, and a turnaround made by SKADI at the end. Speed playing that OBJ to increase the clock and to
Get
reverse.
out of here, man.
It's just crazy.
Get out of here.
It's crazy. Oh,
It's the first time.
He went
It's
out
the first time. Nobody has paused the freaking clock on 0 seconds because 0 means done. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what my teacher told me. 0 means nothing.
Yeah, but
0 means time's up. You know, like when you're in an exam and you're filling in all of the answers like last minute, and then the teacher's like, "Okay, time's
Okay.
up." Yeah, time's up means time's up, bro.
Time's up. He said
But there's
no.
always that one kid. There's always
Yeah.
that one kid that just says, no, teacher, just one more.
He loves buying time. He loves buying time. In fact, I think he owns time. Speed owns the time here at this control slums. And I mean, he was very effective at that hard point. We know that he had a
Yeah.
2.2. I think he top frag on that hard point match, right? And so him this time, he didn't really slay it that much, but he's still top 3. But that OBJ that he did was integral for SKADI to win that round number 4, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, even if it had gone to a 2-2 situation, the probability of SKADI winning that would have been really high. But I think that play just broke R&D down. Malik tried his best to secure this right back for the squad, but you know, it just was an unfortunate situation. The hole coming through from the team of SKADI was really good as well. Chirac just playing that objective, and then I believe it was Snurpy or Mids just holding on to the angle in the corner to make sure that if he does step on out, he's going to get annihilated either way. So we see all of those strategical improvements coming through from SKADI as well, from the group stages, from the first half into the second half. They've surely improved. I cannot wait to see what they can do in the playoffs.
Well, just by hot take here, I think they are a top 5 team, AJ. Not gonna lie. I mean, just by looking how well they are versatile in response, if they can translate this into the playoffs, they might just be able to progress higher than what what we're kind of expecting. Knowing that, you have a chance to see Snurpy play well, and of course, having the opportunity to see Speed step up, and not even mentioning Chirac, who's been, the 4-time MVP of like the 6 matches that they've had here at this game. This team has so much potential.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, at the end of the day, I am not going to argue with your prediction at all. Top 5, I'll take that. Hopefully, they can break through that expectation and be top 4, top 3. I don't know. Maybe even number 1. Okay, that's a little too much, Mustachio.
Yeah, that's
but
too much.
But it's all about the journey towards the top. 250-96, dominating win by SKADI at takeoff hardpoint. 7-1, equally as dominating slumps. I tell you, that was the greatest save in the world by Speed. That is sure as hell a clippable moment.
Yeah, that's gonna go down the history line. I don't think even the other regions had some instances where, the clock strike 0 and like the game was saved. And what's even more impressive is they were able to turn it around despite having the numbers not in their favor, AJ.
Yeah, I think at that point, R&D would have been like, what the hell is happening? It's like 0. Give us the match already.
Come on.
Hardpoint, it was a pretty difficult thing for R&D to kind of, adjust to because of what SKADI was doing. All of the rotations were on point and Speed was just on fire. You also had Chirac popping off, Mintz was popping off, Snurpy was, just that annihilator running around. And R&D mainly lost that match because of how hot SKADI was in the engagements when the game started.
Yeah, 3 players ended up with 40 plus kills. That's how SKADI won so much of the gunfights. And here at this SND, it was kind of the same. I mean, it's always either Mark or Speed coming. It's always Mark or, of course, Snurpy coming in here with the first bloods. And we did see Mids pulled up one of the best 1v4 clutches on that SND. So you guys can go backtrack on that and see for yourself how well he played that. But coming into this control, we knew R&D will end up with that win at that defensive side. But at round number 4, that was like really the most questionable take ever. And I hope we see it here, this highlight.
Absolutely, man. And this is that final play by Malik. And the first shot was a quick flick. And Cisco just ate that up. But of course, towards the very end, it's going to be Snurpy that picks up the MVP of the game title. 24 kills on average 21.5 deaths. But the KD ratio overall in these matches, 1.67. Pretty decent. But when you've got the rest of your team members just popping off left, right, center, you don't really need to have the 3.0, 2.0 KD. You can just be chill. But when you come to the average scores, this guy, he truly shines. 3,382. That's how Snurpy was really involved in the entire game itself. I mean, we saw him streaking with that hard point. We saw him streaking as well on the, at this control where he ended up with at least a 7 streak. And that's really impressive. Yeah. Actually, for me, honestly, the gunfights from this guy, despite being a rookie, is insane. The game sense is just on another level, AJ. Absolutely. Shout out to LG Hippo, who's actually in the chat right now. I mean, you guys should tune in to some of the breakdown that they have every single time a patch is updated. I think the breakdown that he brings on forth just provides so much of value. If you are interested in the pro scene, if you want to see exactly how these guns, interact with each other out there on the battlefield, how the guns interact with the players in terms of the damage, in terms of whether or not a buff or a nerf makes any sort of difference, LG Hippo is your guy. But of course, condolences to Cisco.
Yeah.
I
Way
think
down
we're gonna
there.
get to talk to him. I think we're gonna
I
get to
hope
talk
so.
to him.
I hope so.
Interview segment
It's gotta be
coming up.
Cisco. Come on, Cisco.
Come on, Cisco.
Come out.
Cisco!
What's up, my dude?
Cisco, talk to me. Tell me, are you hiding strats for the playoffs?
Come again?
Are you hiding strats for the playoffs?
Why so? What makes you say that?
Why
Mustachio?
so? No, because Callie suggested it. I'm just clarifying.
I mean, we're not hiding anything. To begin with, we don't really have strats, so I don't know.
Wow.
The
6-0?
best
6-0? No strats? I mean, that's the best.
Okay. Serious question now, right? You guys are pretty much done with the group stage. I mean, even before this matchup, you guys were going to go on to the playoffs already. What are you expecting for the team to be able to achieve? Because there's so many good teams out there. How far do you think the team is going to be able to go? I know, the last time we had a conversation, you said, 4 is good, 3 is good, 2 is good, 1 is good. But realistically speaking, now that you've gone in there and you've analyzed all of the top teams already, do you think you guys have a strong chance of beating teams like Smarter Mega, Almighty, and taking the top 3 spots?
I mean, I still have the same answer. It's really just to represent the Philippines, either top 1 to 3. Realistically.
Fair enough. I mean, you gotta love the spirit. You gotta love the humbleness within that answer in itself, Callie. They're not going for the number 1 spot. It's just the Philippines representing. But the Philippines not just representing; they're dominating Call of Duty Mobile and SMP.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, a question for you. I just want to pick your brain here a little. What do you think will separate your team in the playoffs from the juggernauts that we have here in MSP?
Can you repeat your question again, Kelly?
I'm just going to pick your brain here a little. I just want to know, what do you think will separate your team in terms of the playstyle and personality apart from the MSP juggernauts that we have out there in the playoffs waiting?
I don't know, because when we go against
Cisco.
other teams,
That's the answer.
I don't know. Like, the number one thing that separates us is probably the, like as you mentioned, the playstyles. Each team is unique to their own playstyle, really. So it's really down to us whether we would match the pace of the game or we would have our own unique playstyle as well.
Okay, very impressive. How about you, AJ?
I'm gonna dish you out an easy one here, man. A shout out for all of your fans, not just your fans, but the fans of SKADI as a whole, and just give them some words of encouragement to go all out in the chat segment, man.
I like Rice.
That's his shout out. Get out of here, Cisco. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you in the playoffs. I like rice, he says. I like rice.
Yeah.
We love rice too.
Congrats, Cisco. I mean,
Thank you.
what? Oh, well. I forgot to ask a question. I forgot one question, AJ.
Ask that question.
What kind of rice do you buy? What's the secret, right?
All of my rice comes from Sabah. I think Sabah, the rice from Sabah is just beautiful. We actually have purple rice at home. Have you ever tried that before, Callie?
Purple rice?
Yeah, I initially changed from white rice to brown rice, and then I realized that the brown rice was still making me put on excessive amounts of weight, and I changed to purple rice. And purple rice is super delicious. You can even eat it on its own.
Oh, well, that looks so tasty, but it looks so it sounds like it's expensive as well. The darker it is, the more expensive it is, AJ. That only applies here in the Philippines, though.
It applies here as well. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be 2 teams that are not making it through to the playoffs, but they're playing for a game of redemption. It's going to be Kazoku Legacy taking on the best girls team in the world, DIVINUS.
Welcome back to the Casters headquarters. It's Cali down here with the Mustachio AJ. Right up next, it's going to be Kazoku Legacy taking on DIVINUS, the best girls team in the universe. And the last time these two met, AJ, it was DIVINUS winning the series.
You gotta love that, right? You gotta absolutely love that. DIVINUS taking on the challenge and taking it straight up to Kazoku Legacy. And Kazoku Legacy is not a new team that is, they're not a stranger to a stage like this. They're not a stranger to the competitive scene. They've been doing this for quite a while. And DIVINUS really showing exactly what they're made of. But at the end of the day, are they eligible to eat rice? That's the main question. We will have to ask Cisco whether or not they get the stamp of rice approval by the end of this matchup. Between Kazoku Legacy and DIVINUS though, question for you, Cali. Who do you've got?
Oh, I mean, I'm rooting for DIVINUS here. No hate for Kazoku Legacy, but just by supporting, the only girls team in the Garena Masters history. Yeah. I'm looking forward to DIVINUS here, AJ.
Then I'll play devil's advocate. It is going to be Kazoku Legacy for me. And, from the start, it has been Kazoku Legacy as a matter of fact. Mainly because we saw DIVINUS beat them down. It was not a close match at all on that hard point, which is very, very impressive in terms of what Kazoku Legacy could do. But S&D, one would have not expected Kazoku Legacy to struggle in that way. And I think that it would have hurt the boys quite a bit as well. And they want to redeem themselves. And that's all there is about this double round robin setup for the group stage. So this is the arc of redemption for Kazoku Legacy. But DIVINUS still wants to prove that they're not just the best girls team in the universe. They want to become the best team in the universe. So let's see if or not they can continue on that journey. A quick recap on the schedule as we started things off between SHUSHHH and the 4S Kings. It was an easy donut for the 4S Kings. And, SKADI cannot say the same. It wasn't easy. R&D gave them a run for their money, put up a phenomenal fight, especially in the control matchup. But with a plot-twisting, 0-second time-pausing play by Speed, SKADI managed to take that win onto Slums, and it was yet another 3-0. Would it be another 3-0 down here between Kazoku Legacy as well as DIVINUS? We will have to wait and see.
It's gonna be depending on the map, but just by looking at the personality that Kazoku Legacy and DIVINUS put out on the first meeting that they play, Kazoku Legacy, they are more versed in terms of playing that hard point, and DIVINUS really has been struggling with that hard point overall in this group stage. But the key takeaway here for DIVINUS is that their S&D is solid when they have 151 initiating with that sniper. And that was the struggle when Kazoku Legacy faced DIVINUS. They kept on dropping their gunfights. It's because 151 was always there to shut them down. But it's going to matter on the maps. But here we go. Singapore's number 2. They got DNA, Michi, Type, Clayhao, and Sin. And talking about the core players, Type and Clayhao and DNA. This three is the only two players to come out here from the original CKG Legacy roster that they had in GM3. And I must say, their hard point definitely improved a lot, but that S&D still remains stagnant, AJ.
Yeah, Clayhao is definitely my main player when this team is in concern. They have got all of the KDs within his guy in itself, but one guy who, surprisingly took the spotlight away this time around has actually been Sin. Now, moving the spotlight over to DIVINUS instead, Teeny, 151, Aurora, Jax, Roshi, as well as Mia. We've seen these names before. We've seen the girls play. And if there's one thing I could change about DIVINUS, it would actually be the tagline. I don't want them to call themselves the best girls team in the universe. I want to see them, call themselves something along the lines of a game changer or whatever. Just not the best girls team in the universe, because you're manifesting that for yourself. Now you're the best girls team, but now you're going up against the guys. So being the best girls team means absolutely nothing in Garena Masters Season 4. Perhaps a little bit of a tweak to that statement might make a world of difference.
Yeah, obviously so for DIVINUS. I mean, just remove that girl because you're already going up against, the best teams in the MSP region. And well, just a couple of facts in here around, DIVINUS is the winningest team in 2022 for the MSP region. I mean, they are the defending champs of CGI 2022.
Yeah.
And Mia, oh, that dog. It's so cute.
No.
It's so cute. It's so fluffy.
Tini, you cannot do that. You cannot do that on broadcast, okay? I mean, you cannot
AJ's heart melted.
Yeah, my heart melted. Now I'm gonna support DIVINUS instead because of the cute little doggy.
Okay, Devil's Advocate, gone, done, dusted,
Gone.
packaged, packed, removed, shipped out. That's it. Head to head. Garena Masters 4. We got, Aurora Pride. Indonesians really love the way Aurora plays this game. She's so aggressive the way she plays that SMG. And it's definitely gonna be useful here up against KZK. Remember, it's not just, it's not just another match in here. We know that despite that they will not play for the playoffs, they're fighting for position here, AJ. Whoever gets to win this will be able to secure that number 3 spot, which means more CP for them.
Absolutely, and it looks like DIVINUS already has the 3rd spot at the moment, and in order for Kazoku Legacy to beat them down, it's not going to be an easy task at all. If you look at the board, the numbers are not overwhelming from the side of DNA. It's a 1.22 KD versus a 1.19 KD. Makes no difference at all. You look at the scores though, 2,700 on the side of Aurora, 2,005 on the side of DNA. Pretty much equal right there, right? But maybe the average deaths will be the biggest difference maker here on the battlefield a little bit later on. If Aurora can just last a little bit longer, especially in those hard points, and play that objective for the team as well, that's going to be making a world of difference. Could even be the fact as to why that score is just even a little bit higher.
Obviously so. I mean, Aurora, we know from DIVINUS, has been like the key player for quite some time now. When we see that during the Valkyrie season and where they were really able to redeem themselves, but now we're hopping into the maps and modes and hardpoint at Raid. Okay, this is a map pick by DIVINUS, but this is actually the better map of Kazoku Legacy, AJ. So I don't know if they're going up against this trend of Kazoku Legacy or they're just trying to wear them down.
They are not doing that at all. They're just telling Kazoku Legacy, we can take you at your best and we can still beat you down. And I love the confidence coming out of DIVINUS here. And they also drag us into takeoff for control a little bit later on. Not the worst map to play control on because of how far apart those 2 control points are on takeoff. So I really like this. So the rotations around, the long angle pushes, all of these long range fights that are going to be coming through from DIVINUS better be absolutely spot on. Slums for SND. This is a pick coming through from Kazoku Legacy. And DIVINUS has already won that one SND matchup, but that was against the boys of Kazoku Legacy. Kazoku Legacy, on the other hand, has not won a single SND match so far. So I don't know if that information can bring us anywhere, because this is, after all, the 2nd time they're meeting within the group stage in itself. We don't know what sort of adjustments they have brought in, but it will all be pretty much spelled out from the results of this hardpoint match, as well as how they play it.
Obviously, here at this hard point, it's gonna be mattering a lot when you secure the spawns right off immediately, starting from that P2 to P3 until P4. And taking the power positions is definitely gonna be key here as well. And we see it right from the start. Kazoku Legacy, they're gonna have top laundries. They're gonna have number 4 in Clayhouse, securing that power position. But we see DIVINUS actually taking that away from them. So now it's going to be flip here, AJ, and a potential pinch play for DIVINUS to take and break this hard point.
Oh, that's such a great play coming through from the ladies. They go in with the pincer maneuver and they successfully take over the hard point, and that was very swiftly done. Aurora now with the Crick 6 knows the spots where the boys are going to be appearing from, but finds no shots whatsoever. Switches out to the CBR4 instead. Goes in for the prone. Sneaks around. Gets the double. What a play, Aurora!
Yeah, Aurora, she's going to be that main player, and she's just beaming right now. 5 in a row. She keeps on going. She can't be stopped, and that 13 seconds gonna be handed in over to the hands of Kazoku Legacy. And Aurora just trying to win this gunfight. No way. She's gonna back away, and Michi's gonna take him down. And now, moving in, P2. We see early rotations being made by both ends. It's a 50-50. But so far as it opens up, it's gonna be Kazoku Legacy right there in time. But DIVINUS, they're gonna be able to take them down. So now they're gonna score all of the points early.
Oh, fantastic play coming through from DIVINUS. I tell you, we were looking for who has improved from the first round of this double round robin into the second. The ladies have been grinding for sure. They have been putting in the work. They've been putting in the hours, and it clearly shows through their rotations out there on the battlefield. And we see exactly why they dragged us into raid. They told Kazoku Legacy, we will take you at your best and we'll beat you down. And they're on the way there. But in a hardpoint matchup with a target of 250, it is so far off. DIVINUS just needs to keep a little bit more focus in this matchup. Kazoku Legacy finally waking up after a while.
Yeah, hardpoint hold solid so far. They just stacked 3 players inside of that hardpoint and let Scene actually take over that money room. And so they're gonna claim most of the time in here. And with this final 10 seconds, that should be at least a 10-point lead that we're looking here. But Aurora's going to steal this scrap time while also having his teammate set up on that garage. So that lead is either gonna grow if they can invest those operated skills properly coming into this garage.
Yeah.
And if that so happens, it's gonna be even more time for them.
Absolutely, man. I would just like to send out a quick reminder to everybody who's in chat. Please act cultured. I mean, you don't have to be cultured, but you can at least act cultured. You do not want to embarrass the whole of mankind through some unfortunate comments, because if you do, I will roast you live on stream, but please do not take that as an opportunity. If you're nice and if you support everyone, you will still get decent shout out from the mustachio, right? 71-33. DIVINUS doing a fantastic job so far, and Jax goes in for that claw investment, which absolutely rips through Kazoku Legacy. The ladies are keeping a great distance from Kazoku Legacy.
Yeah, the hardpoint hold and of course the claw investments from Aurora and Jax definitely is helping a lot. But look at the break attempt coming in here by Kazoku Legacy. They're using that garage to make sure that they remain in good task. But Jax is on a prime position, but finally gets taken down. That 5 seconds gonna be in the hands of Kazoku Legacy. But again, what we saw from that P2, it's not gonna be the same thing that we're gonna see from Kazoku Legacy from that P3 and of course from P4, because DIVINUS has been chaining this hard point so well. They're reading Kazoku Legacy like a film.
Absolutely, man. And Kazoku Legacy just ate out at the hands of Jax there. She baited them in for those scrap points, whilst the rest of the players have already gone in there for the rotation. This is just big brain play coming through from DIVINUS. Michi now hopping on in. Type gets a double for himself with the claw investment. Michi gets taken out by Mia though with a beautiful challenge for this hard point. Mia almost gets a double, but Aurora's hunter killer drone appears out of nowhere and she continues slaying for the rest of the team, and DIVINUS is running circles around Kazoku Legacy.
And that's where the score shift's effectivity comes into play. Having that around, it helps your team score a little bit more, in the smallest of difference. It's gonna make it big at some point in time, right? And now you are seeing the specialist this time being used by Kazoku Legacy to break inside this hill. But nonetheless, they've done solid hold inside. If they should get this final 8 seconds, they should continue doing that. But they need to set up towards the next. And they gotta make sure that they take away that sculpture away from DIVINUS. But Jax is gonna be there, and it's gonna make things worse here for Kazoku Legacy.
These boys are just eating out of the hands of DIVINUS. DIVINUS is feeding them, but also leading them astray, leading them far away from the hard point, forcing them to pick up just scraps, while DIVINUS sets up hill after hill after hill after hill. And this pretty much looks like my relationship, man, just dictated by the woman.
Oh yeah, I mean, same thing, AJ, I feel you.
I thought you're not in a relationship. What you talking about?
Oh my god, never mind. Okay,
You're
let's
single
continue.
forever.
Oh my god, that hurts. Wasabi, if you're reading this, if you're hearing this, my heart.
Aurora gets a double, claw investment perfect, DNA gets fried, and it's just all out in fitness. Kazoku Legacy trying their very best to hop on in, but look at all of the ladies. They're just sitting down here comfortably having a cup of tea.
Yeah, I mean, P5 is where they were able to claim the most time against Huntsmen. And it's just impressive knowing that this hardpoint is in the middle of the map, and yet the map control is definitely so efficient. Just, that's a monohill there that DIVINUS just decided to claim. And now moving into this next hardpoint, Kazoku Legacy, they definitely have the setup. They got number 4 in that kitchen control. But it doesn't really matter at all for DIVINUS because they're winning most of the gunfights.
Yep, they're winning most of the gunfights. They're winning the rotations. The strategy is perfect from the side of DIVINUS. The execution is just top-notch. Now, Kazoku Legacy, Roshi brings in the Predator missile, takes out Michi, but that guy was almost close to the hard point to go in there for the challenge already. So that is a good selection of a victim of the Predator missile. Aurora, on the other hand, holding an off angle. Michi goes in for the challenge, a sliver of health, and he wins that gunfight. And Clayhow is going to help the team take over this hard point. Can he survive though? Plays the head glitch. Oh my lord, this girl, she's so slippery. She slipped around him, but of course at the end of the day, it's the game of numbers. But Aurora with a hunter killer drone double out of nowhere.
That's just the second score streak that he just used, and that she just used, and of course has been managed to find good value off of. That play right there just removed 2 players from contesting from Kazoku Legacy and helped them buy time, getting this final 8 seconds, and they're setting off for the next hardpoint already. And Jack's gonna be there early with that claw, and they're gonna win their rotation battle now. They just gotta stand inside of this hill, and they're almost there towards the victory.
At this point, I do not blame anyone that simps on the girls from the side of DIVINUS,
Yeah,
because
right?
these are all goddesses of Call of Duty Mobile, I tell you. 198 to 67. Here comes a claw investment from Michi. A last-ditch effort to go in there for the spray, and he gets the hill for the squad of Kazoku Legacy. DIVINUS now on the reset. He turns around, shuts them down as they come on through from the central garden. Everybody circles on through. A double Pretty missile comes on through to take away the spawn out of garden, and I think this is a brilliant play coming out through DIVINUS. 30 more seconds for the play here, but Michi is holding on to the hill with his D alive.
Yeah, the pitch play just coming in through from DIVINUS, and they break it, but Kazoku Legacy, the backup is there in time. Final 20 seconds, and if you're DIVINUS, you gotta think, are you gonna keep on contesting this hill, or are you gonna set up next? And well, it's going to be the latter, as we see DIVINUS setting up at this garage. And just from looking at what we saw earlier, this is where, apart from that P5, this is where they claim the most time as well. So Kazoku Legacy, they better make sure that the break attempt is gonna be efficient, or else things could just spiral out of control.
I mean, it's already spiraled out of control. What are we even talking about? This is the money hill held on by the ladies. And you know, them ladies, they love the money for sure. They don't just take it, they freaking make it. And look at them cashing in right now. DIVINUS on the 200 points already. Kazoku Legacy, they do not want to be embarrassed. They step on behind the Lambos and they take the shots. Type drops on by as well. He's got the claw to work on, but Tini says, get the heck out of here. This is our bank. This is where we cash in. Clayhow refuses to give it up, and he takes it back for Kazoku Legacy. The boys refuse to go down, and I absolutely love this fight, Callie.
Yeah, they're gonna walk the top and just put two players to pressure and contest the hard point in that Lamborghini. And then they had one player set up the flank on that gym, and that's where they're able to break. And they still have 20 seconds, which will be a lot if they want to start off the comeback. But it's gonna have to start with the rotation. And number 4 in Clayhow is the only player on the right side of the minimap, and he needs to win all of his gunfight because right now he is surrounded.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, I tell you, the strategy out of DIVINUS continuously circling around, just such a great strategy to just hold on to the advantage, and rotation after rotation. Once again, we move on into the basketball court. There's a double push coming through from the girls of DIVINUS. Roshi holding on, my lord, alongside Mia, and it is such a great defense here to hold on to the hard point whilst they wait for the rest of their team members to come back in here for that backup. Hunter Killer Drone is gonna go out, and Mia finds Clayhow as well. Clayhow had absolutely nowhere to run, and DIVINUS might just make this the final hill of the game.
Money Hill here. Once again, they have the spawns, and Kazoku Legacy, they're just breaking from the basketball court. They're gonna stack in 2 players. Type needs to stay alive for the backup to work, and for this push to happen, the break is on, and they're gonna claim time. And look at the gunfights on the kill feed there. It's just all painted in yellow, but now Stin and DIVINUS, they're starting to fight back as well. But the spawns is just so crazy. Everybody is spawning on that Tiki, and Kazoku Legacy, they're gonna claim this scrap time here once again.
Scrap times for the side of Kazoku Legacy. The ladies on the side of DIVINUS want to have another cup of tea, but it will be a good strike from Michi, taking Mia out of the equation. Then Pretty will be able to hit, and I believe it even got a double, even if the ladies did manage to break away from each other to just confuse that Pretty just a tad bit. Mia with the double, make it a triple. She is on fire, but Michi quickly puts an end to that. The boys on the side of Kazoku Legacy refuse to go down. They refuse to get taken out within the first match in itself. What a great game we've got on our hands. DIVINUS, they go in for the fight back, but they're all scrambling around the map right now.
I mean, early rotation made by DIVINUS, but it's Kazoku Legacy who won the rotation battle. I mean, securing all 4 corners is something that your team gonna need a lot, and that's what they've secured. But look at the flush being made by DIVINUS. Kazoku now with the collapse. Roshi dared to open it up and, of course, break the hill right in time. And they only need 20 more points to win this game, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And DIVINUS, this is exactly where they had the cup of tea earlier on, but they cannot drink it all the way through because Kazoku Legacy, they spat in it moments ago, and they take the scrap points right back. Now the ladies don't want this tea anymore, except for Aurora. That is just a ego challenge coming on through, but Kazoku Legacy, they still win out those scraps. DIVINUS, they've rotated around already. It is gonna be the boys who are there first, but the pincer maneuver comes on through. Hunter Killer Drone finds nobody, but Sin moves on in through with that claw. Teeny did go in with that investment as well, but it is Kazoku Legacy with a great fight right back into this matchup, and barely 35 points now between the two teams. Kazoku Legacy is right back in it.
Yeah, claw investment from Sin just made it possible for them to secure those first 10 seconds. But that's not going to cut the case. They gotta stack inside a hard point. They already have the power position. They just need an objective player inside, and that's going to be number 5 in Michi. That's gonna help this team score the time. And Aurora just kind of playing her life and eventually will get taken down. And the hold from Kazoku Legacy definitely pure. Final 20 seconds left, and if you're Divinus, you gotta at least contest and of course set up this next hard point simultaneously, AJ.
Yeah, this is where you got to pull out all of the operators. If you have one, you got to pull out it. Mia just activated hers. You got to pull out those score streaks as well and just drop it on the heads of your opponents in order to take this last-ditch effort win. It's going to be the kitchen. And I would hate for Kazoku Legacy to beat down the Venus right here, right now. You know it for a fact. The ladies don't belong in there, but they cook it up way better than the guys.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora just winning one great gunfight, but the flank coming through from Clayhow. But Mia, we know that that claw is gonna be huge, but she's gonna drop her gunfight. So now Kazoku Legacy, they're inside the point, and the final contest coming through from Divinus. They're gonna stack Kin, flooding it on, but no! Kazoku Legacy, they stand their ground, and they're gonna claim all that time. Divinus nowhere to be seen, and Kazoku Legacy, they came back from the dead.
Oh my god. And that's what happens when you just refuse to let it go. That's the kind of fight that we have been waiting to see out of Kazoku Legacy for the longest of time now, and we get to see it out here on perfect display. At the start of the game, towards the mid, it was all the ladies, and they were doing everything right, from the rotations to the gunfights. But towards the end, Kazoku Legacy just refused to allow them to win out those gunfights, just continuously forcing those hills, hopping on in. Aurora with the 51 kills. Yes, Sin does not match up to that, but it is at the end of the day exactly how they did it together as a squad. Michi and Tai both playing the objective. They did it extremely well. Roshi had 2.58 on the hill as well. I tell you, this match blew my mind.
It was fire. It was fire. I mean, both ends just making sure they find the perfect formula to break and of course hold the hill. And it just went in all over again as soon as we set up that second rotation. And well, for Divinus, I mean, I love the early game. You know, they have set up the trap. They, of course, gave Kazoku Legacy the bait for them to set up the early rotations from P2 to P4 and then to P5. But then when we came into that P1, we saw the rotations adjust and the rotations and the adjustments made by Kazoku Legacy. It was Clayhow who made sure that at the start of the P1, they're going to have that top laundries. And when that happened, they had Sin inside of the hard point. And of course, the claw investment was there for them to set up a massive turnaround, AJ.
Yeah, once again, right, it is just the Clayhow and Sin story as far as Kazoku Legacy is concerned. They are the two main slayers. They went out there, they were doing all of the fights, but it could not have been completed without people like Type and Michi who were playing the objective whilst these guys were going out there and slaying. And this is what we want to see out of teams like Kazoku Legacy. Everybody play their role, everybody play their part and get that victory over for the team. But I tell you, the biggest winners for me in this first match and potentially the whole series is actually the comment section, because they turned it around from a going a little bit negative to full on positive. You guys absolutely rock. Support the team that you love, support the team that you most definitely want to see win. You can simp, but don't be a disgrace to mankind.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, we gotta make sure that remains consistent. And if anyone wants to violate, you guys make sure you shut that down immediately. And of course, remove the negative comments and feedbacks coming through from that comment section. All we want is positivity, because we know Divinus, they're breaking records. I think there's one thing that, you know, has been clean from the very start. There's no way in hell the comments does not get managed when the Mustachio is here, right? And you guys, thank you. I love you guys. SND into slums. Let's see exactly what happens in this matchup. Can the ladies fight back? We know that the gun skills are all matched up, but whether or not they can take down Kazoku Legacy, who's so hungry for the series win to redeem themselves, is still left to be seen. This is where Divinus had a rough time up against the Huntsmen, especially on the defensive side, where we knew Van Lu and Wadu was attacking that A site simultaneously, and they didn't really found an answer to that. Yeah. And hopefully this time they're gonna face a different team, different lineup, different playstyle, and I hope that this defensive side is gonna be clearly a lot better, because what we saw from them was kind of underperforming because of how well Huntsman was controlling the close range combat, AJ.
I mean, the type is just holding on to these very tight angles, and he's just trying to take these sneaky shots, but the girls are all well hidden. I love the positioning coming through from the defending side of DIVINUS, not allowing Kazoku Legacy to take those easy kills. And I love how Kazoku Legacy plays it as slowly as possible to open up the map by getting the frags first. They've got a minute more to play, so no reason whatsoever to go in there for the rush.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that take. I mean, slums, it's once you go in, you have no point of returning back, because as soon as you enter one of these points, it's just gunfights after gunfights. You just can't have enough of it. It just goes and it just goes and continues.
Yeah.
45 seconds coming in here. And for Kazoku Legacy, they're leaning towards planting that bomb at this B site, but the defense is there focused up. You see number 5 in blue, Tin takes the first blood in that B site, but Tape there to clean it up. So now, we're the 4v4.
Listen says, I now sim Clayhow. You got that right, brother. You gotta sim Clayhow, man. Clayhow's just a king out there, but he's the only one left in here. Clayhow gets the first one. Can Clayhow get the second one as well? Gets the tag, but Aurora says, get out of here. First round belongs to the ladies.
A nice try there for Kazoku Legacy to try and break away the first blood coming through from DIVINUS. We saw Tin getting that first blood. And when that happened, it just kind of fell through the hands of DIVINUS because they were controlling the middle of the map. And that's something that Kazoku Legacy needs to take care of. Maybe put at least a player aside that's on the side of the broken wall just to have a bit map control. But this time they're attacking aggressive, planting that bomb to this B side, looking to play a 5v5 retake.
Sees the ladies slow this down. If not, Kazoku Legacy is going to be able to find the perfect defense now to make sure the defusal just does not happen. Everybody's still stacked up within Memorial though. Nobody's going in and forcing a flank just yet. Clayhow can do that with a CBR4, but he hangs back at the church. Mia gets a double force down. Make that a triple, and she's on fire. Teeny super fine. Roshi fights one as well, and this might just be all over. DIVINUS, no body shots coming on through, but they are on a roll.
They're letting them know it. Despite this change of strategy, you see DIVINUS, they're quick to know and they know how to adjust to certain situations. They added Tin to push towards that bricks, and they made sure that once the flood comes through, it just goes. And so far for Mia, her double kill there was very useful for them to open up that B side. Oh! 4! 4! What? What the hell? Where's the trophy system?
That round. Oh my lord. DIVINUS! The freaking best team in this group for me, man. I love seeing their plays. These ladies are on fire.
Say AJ. This is crazy because that's the fastest round that we've had. 13 seconds is all it takes to finish that round number 3. And that is why you need to put trophy systems down.
I cannot. DIVINUS, I tell you, I'm absolutely in love with these ladies. Kazoku Legacy. That would have hurt, man. I tell you.
That's gonna go down.
The wound was opened through the first 2 rounds, and then just a bunch of salt shoved into that wound for the 3rd round.
You hate to see it, but if you don't put your all to it and put those trophy systems down to play defensively, that's what's gonna happen. And hopefully for Kazoku Legacy, they're gonna learn from that mistake. But what a play for DIVINUS. And this Slums map, that entirety today has been such a weird map. First it was the 0-second save from Speed, now like the 4 nade from DIVINUS and just 13 seconds of action. I am pleased. I am happy. My day's already complete.
Now my day is complete. I mean, Smarter Mega LFOG, nobody wants to watch that. Everybody wants to watch this game right here, right now.
Yeah.
Type. Unfortunately, that wallbang does not deliver anything. Michi finds Teeny, though. It's going to be Michi with yet another opportunity. Head glitch played on 151. What a play. Gets a double. And that was no collateral, but that headshot was just absolutely nasty. Type now circles around. Timing's not on the side of 151 as Type finds them back with the secondary. Goes in for the quick plant. Aurora circles around. Sin does not get the strike just yet with the CBR4 as the position held on by Aurora is just a little too decent. Sin turns his back but gets his life saved, and a beautiful slide challenge by Aurora. This lady, I will not want to fight her on the battlefield.
Yeah, man, she's just a slippery snake. Whatever she does, The players just kind of just falls shoe in their hands. Type now back against the wall, and there it is. Aurora gives a light lob tap from Clayhow, and DIVINUS takes round number 4.
Don't think you can use that term for this match. not this game. 4-0. 4-0. DIVINUS is clearly pissed that they lost that first match. And dude, the last thing you want on your side is 5 ladies mad at you. Yeah. Will not work out.
1 is enough. 1 is enough, but 5.
Even one I can't handle, bro.
Yeah, right. I have to agree with you, AJ. 5. Oh my God, that's a death sentence.
Yeah, 5. you go 2 and you're dead. Let's not talk 5. Okay, you go 2 and you're dead.
What's 5? Go to hell.
Go to hell. Go straight to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect 2,000.
That's Kazoku Legacy. Come on, you guys can do it. Still, no round wins on this attack side, and DNA shot against Tin.
That was not a wallbang, Tini. I don't even know exactly where she managed to turn around from, but she got her head taken off there. It is a 5v4, and Kazoku Legacy still respecting the ladies. They're like, yeah, it's a 5v4, but we're not rushing in there, okay? You cannot force us to.
I don't want a 5-man anger women. I just only want one. One's enough. And there we go. They're just waiting. 151 gonna stand her ground. Type there to clean it up, and the opener has been made, and Mitchie there to clean it up, and of course find the timing. But Aurora is gonna be slippery once again. And now it's a 2v4, and it's just so chaotic. But finally KZK wins one.
That was a close one. I mean, just having Aurora still alive on the side of your opponent, you gotta be, you know, questioning if or not you want to be rushing into these sites, because she's just a ultimate slayer out there on the battlefield. No doubt whatsoever. Grenades play once again. Mia in. Can they get it? Trophies. Safety
trophies.
play this time. Kazoku Legacy, they learned their lesson.
Yeah,
gotta
finally.
play safe.
At least they're adapting to the situation, and of course, finally finding that, you know, trophy system to work with them. And it's still gonna be a slow round here once again. And we did see Kazoku Legacy, that B side was clearly efficient, but we haven't really seen an attack at the A side. And honestly, if they're gonna go down the route of playing the long range, they gotta make sure DNA is able to get a shot. And there it goes, it connects, AJ.
Beautiful response coming through from DNA. I love the way the guy snaps all of his scopes. Definitely one of the more threatening snipers out there to face off against. Mitchie finds Mia. The numbers thin down already, 4v3. And of course, a clear plant coming through. But the circle on around. Aurora tried to flank around, but gets punished by DNA secondary. DNA going in for those wall banks as well. The CBR4 picked up from the ladies. And he's just going for an all-out push. Grenade on the delivery. DNA misses that as Roshi punishes him right back. It's a 2v2 with 30 seconds left on the clock. That's a lot of time for the ladies.
I mean, the longer you take, the more you second guess. Right now for DIVINUS, I mean, you can take your time. There's still 24 seconds left, but you got to make sure that the timing is going to be impeccable.
And impeccable it is. Mitchie and Sin get that timing to their side. Kazoku Legacy with a little bit of a game of recovery. I like that.
It took them some rounds, but again, adjustments being made is more than enough. I mean, we did see KZK had a slow start on that hard point, and it may be the same case here as well. They're just still learning how DIVINUS play this, you know, this search and destroy slumps. And well, it's all about reading your opponents, right? And right now, they're picking up their pace, winning the last 2 rounds.
For the rounds for the defense coming through from DIVINUS, and now Kazoku Legacy, they have the upper hand. All they need to do is just hold on to these angles. But Mia and Teen, they punish them instantaneously, leaving just 151 all alone. A 1v3 clutch situation might just be available for 151. Question is, how is she going to start things off?
It's gonna be in that A site, but it's just such a risky contest.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna find the player. Oh, Clay out there with the scope. And Kazoku Legacy winning 3 in a row now. Looking to carry over that momentum coming in from that offensive side. And well, that's good for them now that they're on the defensive side, which makes it easier for them to control that mid-map. Something that DIVINUS didn't really kind of use earlier.
Could this be yet another comeback for the boys? He just refused to get taken down in the final series of play here before they exit the competition. And like you already pointed out, Kali, they are playing for a little bit of a bonus in terms of CP. Type, fantastic. Circles around, doesn't get taken down. Clayhow punishes Aurora for that rush.
Great start here for Kazoku Legacy. You got Type holding on, getting that first blood. Now, DIVINUS down to their final 3 players. And you got solid map control towards the middle of the map, and where you have DIVINUS spread in all these lanes. And KZK, they're just putting these girls to a lockdown. And that's going to be more than enough. You don't have to overextend. You just got to wait for these players to create a move.
4-3, and it looks like the game of numbers not on the side of DIVINUS, as Roshi as well gets eaten up by Clayhow. Clayhow on 7 kills already. Mia just holding on to the angle. Clayhow knows exactly what to expect, but Mia strikes him right back down. Good play coming out of the switchblade. Question is, can they still hold on? 2v4, finds yet another player, but that's a snipe going up against the switchblade. You don't get those opportunities. No wall banks just yet. And Type, she's already in. Moving on, and Mia. Oh my lord, I got a heart attack right there.
Almost. Almost. She's got 8 kills here, a 1v3. And the information already set in. Not sure really what's happening here,
Yeah,
but
I think she's lagging.
Yeah, I think so. That's the case.
Unfortunate for her. The internet connection is not as great as Mustachio's mobile, but it's okay. Hopefully she does survive a little bit later on. DIVINUS, they had great 4 rounds of push in here, 4-0, and Kazoku Legacy has had equally great 4 rounds right after that. They're all equal. The bomb still in the hands of DIVINUS, though. DNA, wallbang, opportunity doesn't take the shot.
Well, at least they have the first blood here to start off this game. Every time they started off with the first blood, it has always been converted into a round win. That's been the case for the last 2 rounds that they've had. And if that's continuing right here, it's going to put more pressure for DIVINUS. Not only are they going to lose some numbers, but the map control is going to be taken over by Kazoku Legacy as this time runs out. 1:20, that's still plenty of time, but the longer you take, once again, on this Stumps S&D, the more you second guess your attack here, AJ.
Trophy system out of the equation makes no difference because those grenades are not delivered right after. 151. Opportunity. No concuss coming on through, and a great angle held on to. It's just that, oh my lord, the guy was up in the air, almost got it. Michi goes in for the rush instead, and Roshi finds the kill onto him for pushing out a little bit too fast. Sin shuts down Aurora. It's all up to Roshi now. A 1v3 once again. Kazoku Legacy should take the lead.
That's just 40 seconds again. And Roshi doesn't really have much areas to actually use here to come and pressure these players one at a time. I mean, Kazoku Legacy is doing a great job sticking to one another. So when a player go down, there's going to be trades happening. In Clayhow gets the final kill, and Kazoku Legacy, they are 3 for 3 here at the defensive side when they get that first blood and convert. They've been able to win it and convert it.
Yeah, 5 in a row. This is a solid streak by Kazoku Legacy. And now, as the attacking team of DIVINUS pushes up once again, it's a little bit of a split push if you ask me. I would much prefer them just rushing on into one side, getting that plant, and then calling it a day and playing just full-on defense, because clearly the ladies know how to play defensive. I do not... That was not a pun. That was... No. That was not a two-way statement. No. I swear. I swear. Maybe if you're listening, I didn't mean it.
It's okay, AJ. Let's just pretend nothing happened.
This is probably my last match. Yeah, I'm gonna die after this.
Okay.
Probably gonna poison my food.
No, I hope AJ survives after this. Chat, please save AJ.
Yeah, no, bro. Nah, you have. It's been great knowing you, Kali. It's been great. Play how? Beautiful shot. 151 down. Turns around, but Mia says, "Get the hick out of here." 5-5, all equal. And this is a fair fight that we've got within this group.
All right, here we go. We got a match here, 5-5. I mean, a potential overtime could happen here, but it depends on whoever wins this round. If DIVINUS will be able to win this offense, they might be able to string it as well to convert it that momentum and, of course, win that 7th round that they needed badly to end this series and finally win one against Kazoku Legacy on this series. Oh! That's just crispy.
She took his head right off. Beautiful shot out of Mia. Beautiful positioning as well. Patience gameplay, and Mia strikes again. Sin, he has sinned too many times against the players of DIVINUS. And now this is that fight right back. Clayhow takes down Aurora, but not before she took type out of the equation. Roshi shuts down Michi as well. Mia with the secondary. My God! She just went in there for the blind shots and it was delivered. Match point to DIVINUS.
Yeah, that's just 3 kills made there by Mia. First, the first blood, and the final kill as well. Talk about efficiency. Right when you need it the most from Mia. DIVINUS now having only one more round to close this out. They just need one more opening here. And I think Mia's angles has been perfect at countering Kazoku Legacy's position here at this defensive side.
It's gonna be a opportunity for the ladies to wrap things up. Game of redemption. Both teams taking it very seriously. Initial tags onto Mia and 151 recovered well. You see, this is what happens when someone tries to wallbang you or you're low in HP. You back away. You don't stand there.
Absolutely. And now you are going to see these players just kind of just very passive. I mean, both ends just playing the waiting game and see where the wind will blow. And so far, you know, Mia's been trying to find that opening at that broken. And little did she know that there's going to be 2 players right there, right beside her. And well, for 151, things has not been really working. And Clayhow gets that kill, AJ. So the defense gets the first blood here this time.
Great plays from the one and only Clayhow. 5v4. Numbers don't make a huge difference when it's just this close. Kazoku Legacy played for a win here. Attacking team of DIVINUS, they are a little slow to get to the spot. But it's all about the game of patience here. Mia this time does not spot the feet of Sin. Sin learns very quickly.
Yeah. Adjustments. It's all about the adjustments. First, that nade, and of course, that feet. Just that stinky feet just hanging around at slumps. Now it's been fixed. And for
you know
DIVINUS,
the ladies, they hate the stinky feet, man. I mean,
yeah.
Dude, they're forced you to take a shower. Mine forces me to take a shower all the time. Like, why you gotta force me to take a shower? I know when to shower. Dini doesn't think so. Goes in for the slide, but easy shutdown for Type, who is just absolutely on fire for this round. And into overtime we go. Okay,
this is it. This is what we love. And this is what we've been waiting for all day. I mean, every game that we've played so far in S&D has been one-sided. This time, DIVINUS and Kazoku Legacy, they're giving us a treat before the main game later on, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I'll take this series over the next one anytime, any day, because this is just so fun to watch. Both teams really putting their hearts out there, putting everything on the line to get this victory. Let's see exactly who will be able to sweep things off. Mia, 14 kills already. Clayhow just trying his best to keep up with her.
He's playing a game called Cat and Mouse for these 2 snipers. But that bomb, take a look at where it is. It is still on the garage, and there's not really making any, there's no any moves being made right now for DIVINUS, but DNA just takes Mia off the head, and that's just nasty.
Let's see if or not they can capitalize on this. One play taken down already. Shots coming out through the dumpsters area. DNA sees that, but Sniper's still being played here. They don't know exactly who that is. DNA's not going in for those wall bangs. She stands up, she's gone. Beautiful, moves around, and DNA just botches that shot, unfortunately.
A nice play there for DIVINUS. They still have 4 players, so this retake, they still have a chance. But with Mia down, your key player here at this round, it's going to be more chance of Kazoku Legacy taking this, especially when the pressure is on from DNA. But now that he misses the shot, didn't dare to open up this broken, and now the defense is going to be stacked towards bricks. But this is a potential pinch play coming through for DIVINUS.
Ooh, Clayhow backs away from Roshi. That CBR4 would have hurt. Type shuts down 151. Sin takes down Roshi. Aurora will be able to still sustain her life out there and shuts down Type as well. This is a 2v1 now. Opportunity for the ladies to finish things off. She steps on out. It's a 2v1 and 10. Fantastic slay. DIVINUS always solid on the defense.
Great setup there for DIVINUS. And I mean, when they knew that the bomb is going to be planted at this B site, they made sure that they attack in 3 angles. So knowing that, Kazoku Legacy will turn their heads on one angle, and then they're gonna have 2 sides being flanked, and that's where DIVINUS really made it work and made it possible. I mean, Aurora attacking from that graveyards was key there for Kazoku Legacy to drop the ball and, of course, lose the rounds.
Trophy systems played perfectly first. Attacking rounds just Not the strong suit of DIVINUS. They have to find a way. Just grab that victory. Maybe pile on all of the pressure towards that A bomb site. But entrance into there is going to be tough. As Type holds on to it tight alongside Michi. Both CBR4 set up here. 151 trying to clear the area to no avail.
And when you're attacking side of the slums, there's always going to have to be a sacrifice here. Oh, it didn't connect, but that angle, that could have connected up against number 3 in Sin, who's already across the map on that fountains.
It's a very smart toss of the grenade. The lady's still finding no access towards that bomb site whatsoever. Perhaps a little bit of use of a tactical and CBR4 rush in. A couple of concusses might be able to do the job. And now, 151, time to shine. But no, player backs away.
Well, at least now she's got the angle here. Not gonna worry about the players coming at that bomb site. And now they can flood in, use those CBR4s like you mentioned, to push this side. Now they are on the broken walls, but they're gonna be stand all single-handedly. And DNA cleans them up real nice. And Kazoku Legacy as well is perfect on the defensive side, AJ.
DNA almost got that ace on them. 4 kills. He'll take that anytime, any day. DIVINUS, that was just a little bit too slow of an access. And, you know, I really don't like the fact that they're tossing in all of their lethals and, utilities so early in the game. You know, you got to just pile it on as long as you're on the attack. Look at how Kazoku Legacy is doing it. Just very well timed as well as single focus. Just towards that B bomb site. When that's not going to be working out, they toss it all out, cause a little bit of a ruckus and a confusion, rotate back towards this A bomb site. I like this strategy coming out of Kazoku Legacy. It's all going to go down to the gunfights here, as well as sort of luck the ladies have on their side to catch off one straggler first, just to pile on that pressure to force Kazoku Legacy back.
I mean, one thing that we can see and what we can see that Kazoku Legacy can use is that they can put the players in that middle of the map, because DIVINUS definitely is making that open for them to use. And as soon as they get that, they can just lock down every entryway. But that's going to be hard. Easier said than done when you are in this most pressured moments. And DIVINUS just waiting for the attackers to find and initiate. And the tacticals, lethals, definitely not being used just yet. Looking like DIVINUS will be using those rotations here. We'll be using those for those retakes. That's going to be happening in a while. But hey, it's gonna be a stretch here. 45 seconds left coming through for Kazoku Legacy.
Here comes that push. 150. Ah, the guy just literally crawls down on the... Oh, can you do it? Can you?
Ooh.
No? Man, he gets it! Fantastic timing by 151. They push on through. Can they get the defusal as well? Gets concussed halfway through. Mia, can she recover? On for the slide, and Clayhow gets punished instead. It is a beautiful retake by DIVINUS, and they will get that defusal, no doubt whatsoever. Kazoku Legacy now on the back foot as DIVINUS picked that bomb right back up.
I mean, it's just all these two squads just winning their defensive sides. I mean, that's where they are comfortable at. But if you're DIVINUS, you're in a prime position now to take away this map and take the win. And secure, of course, the number 3 rank here at this Group B, if I'm not mistaken. And well, here we go. Kazoku Legacy, a chance for them to tie it up, or a chance for DIVINUS to actually take this one away. Tin was going to be the opener, and she's going to lose that first blood.
Aurora trades that one back out, but Clayhow takes her down instantaneously. 151 cannot find those snipes, cannot find those angles. Sin circles around, and the timing was just a tad bit off for 151. Both teams great on the defense, just a little shaky on the offense. Just a little bit of those adjustments desperately needed on the side of DIVINUS, but Kazoku Legacy really forcing the best out of them.
Every corner is just picked there by Kazoku Legacy. They are waiting and anticipating in all 3 lanes. Just by looking at this, number 5 and number 4, they are on a deadlock waiting for that graveyard's rotation from DIVINUS. And then when a player goes there, it's just a deadly pinch. One might go down, but there's always going to be a sacrifice. And now DIVINUS trying to do for that switcheroo. The rotation at A is going to be the take, but they got to check those corners.
Clutch would be crazy, but it's not available as Type holds onto the corner. Nobody checks it. And it's once again all equal. And off to round number 10, or the 10th round win to close this off.
I mean, the largest rounds, or like the most rounds that we've had at S&D was 18. And that's from ALMGHTY and LF Org. And this one is already on 17. And it's starting to look like it may reach even the greater of depths. But now Kazoku Legacy spicing teams up. They're going to be on the attack side, and aggression just being the key here for them. Going in for that plant, and now it's a 5v5 post-plant defense for the squad.
This is going to be tough for DIVINUS to recover from. Let's see how they do this. 151 once again. Just waiting for Michi to make that mistake. I don't think that's wall bangable. With 151, you gotta just chill. Goes in for the reload. Michi does not stand right back up. Timing! And she misses that. Unfortunate for her. Should have just waited a little bit longer, but Aurora and Mia, beautiful strikes. And they just got to go in and pile on the diffusal instantaneously. Sin might just be able to make a play here. It's all about the timing. And I believe it's all done. Fantastic response by DIVINUS, even though it looked tough.
It looked definitely tough there, especially in the defense. But, I mean, the perfect response there on that aggressive attack from Kazoku Legacy is a slow retake. And that we did see from them. They had to make sure that the use of Aurora in the map was definitely efficient, and that's what happened on that round number 17. Now approaching round 18, now it's time to see how Kazoku Legacy take this, because they're sending out 2 players at that B side and 1 guarding that middle of the map. So again, they have every corner locked down. It's just the gunfights and the timing here that's gonna matter for DIVINUS as soon as they enter.
Let's see if or not the trophies have been played at 151. What a quick flick. Gets that kill. Clayhouse steps on out. 151 cannot make that mistake. Backs away. Smart decision made. Doesn't get punished, and the timing's just a tad bit off, and Clayhouse continues to survive for 151. Aim's just a tad bit off. 9-8. Final round potentially here, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, now we got 151 pressuring this B side. This should be an opening made here at this A, but they're not going to put that bomb there. They're going to make sure that they push this B side, and they're going to stack here. 151 as the opener, and Roshi there to clear it up. Michi now on the backup gets 1. He's got the head glitch here, so the rotation should be on. And there, Michi just making sure that the light work is on, but DIVINUS finally takes it. They win this S&D in 18 rounds of action.
Just dancing away that victory.
Emotes.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Well played game by both teams, but of course DIVINUS is a tad bit better. Finally, they managed to get a fantastic attacking round, and unfortunately for Kazoku Legacy, they just could not keep up with them. I think they might be able to bring on a pretty strong statement in control though.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to that control as well, because Kazoku Legacy, you know, they haven't really won any control game mode at all, but they have the potential up against DIVINUS in here. But just by looking at this post-game breakdown, we know everybody put up with a great stats. I mean, Mia, 18 kills, Din with 14, Roshi with 11, Aurora with 12. I mean, the girls on the left side definitely have the same statistics here and the top 4 fraggers of Kazoku Legacy. It's just that the opening, the first bloods that DIVINUS initiated at that final 2 rounds was key. And 151 definitely played a huge role, ending it here at round number 18.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. It is such a fun match to watch, no doubt whatsoever. Once again, I'll take this match over the LF Org Smart Omega game any day, anytime. I kind of know exactly what's going to happen in the final series already. But we'll just leave the prediction. In fact, we won't even make a prediction. We'll just let that happen naturally on its own. Organically, it is eventually going to be Smart Omega trying their very best, because there's no way in hell they're going to let a
lose. They had so much.
Go.
They had so much in line, AJ. And they just can't lose.
The Og's not going to be happy.
Yeah.
The coaches are not going to be happy. Their statsman is not going to be happy. Nobody's going to be happy. But for LF Org, you know, this is literally nothing to lose. But just because they've got nothing to lose, doesn't mean they can take that match lightly. They have to really hunker down, because if they can do it, man, dude, history will be made and everybody will remember LF Org.
It's gonna shock the entire MSB region. Who knew that, you know, a stage 5 team like Smart Omega would be dethroned by a team that has a logo of a question mark? And that's gonna be in it for that game number 4 that we're gonna have, which is right after we finish this control takeoff between Kazoku Legacy and DIVINUS. So you guys make sure you tune in, because that's going to be one hell of a series. And what a way to end, you know, the group stage. Down to the wire. do or die matchup between LF Org and Smart Omega on that Group C.
And both teams are giving it their all. I mean, pushing it into overtime, 18 rounds in total. And with DIVINUS taking it right back, it's all left on the balance. Exactly who's going to win the series, we don't know. And there's no way in hell we can make a prediction as to exactly who's going to take it, because both are super hungry, Cali.
I have to agree. And well, I guess it's all about how you come in here. How do you feel coming into this match? And,
Yeah.
you know, how's like the confidence transitioning into actions in these gunfights? And that's all going to matter here, because we're going to decide who wins the series here at this final map. Take off control.
One might say that the defensive advantage in control is definitely a thing, but does it apply for takeoff though? Because it's quite a bit of distance to rotate around from defending that A control point towards B. And if your opponents, as the attackers, can just keep it spicy, continuously rotate around. Oh, played quick! No! SKS once again fails.
We can say that the map actually is an exception of the control defensive side theory, because, I mean, the A and the B side, it has the power positions from all angles. So that means it's not just the defensive having that power position. DIVINUS, they also have the scaffoldings. They also have the second floors that they can use to take down the players of Kazoku Legacy. And I mean, just by looking at it right now, it's just not really prioritized by DIVINUS. They're looking into win their 1v1s when Kazoku Legacy is going in by groups, AJ.
Clayhouse just confused. He's like, I just saw her right there. Where did she go? Got taken out eventually. 10 life deficit for DIVINUS on the attacking side. No surprise whatsoever. They just rushing on in without a solid plan. And the boys on the side of Kazoku Legacy are just having a field day, taking them down one after the other. Michi takes out the trophy system and gets to trade the team out of the equation as well. Beautiful spray transfer, and Michi tries to go on a roll, but Aurora shows up and shows that it's not going to be that easy. But only 5 more lives left now on the side of DIVINUS. 10 more seconds to go. Yep, this round's pretty much over.
A solid defense. The spawn trap is just set up perfectly for KZDNA. As soon as they got the middle map control, that's where it kind of snowballs. And I mean, we did see DIVINUS pushing as an individual. They're going only by once in these angles. And I mean, fine, that's okay. But if you're not going to win your gunfight, might as well go in as twos. And that's the one way for you to counter Kazoku Legacy, who's been doing a great job on the defensive side. But now we're going to switch, though. This time, DIVINUS on the defense. And well, they're going to start off with the first 2 kills. And well, the lockdown on the auto generators will be won by them. So the spawn trap is definitely in progress.
Smart play, but this is even smarter from Kazoku Legacy. They know that there's just no ingress into that A control point. They all back away towards that B control point instead. Now 2 players are going to be holding on towards red, and 1 guy is going to be playing the objective. I think this is the perfect setup, and this B control point might just disappear from the control of DIVINUS in a few seconds.
I mean, as soon as Kazoku Legacy gets that second segment at B side, we will know that DIVINUS is trying to give that up, and of course are onto something by playing this aces. But it's kind of risky, because right now you see the momentum is in the hands of Kazoku Legacy. They're winning much more gunfights, and they're gonna have 2 players backing up this area, and Sin on a 5 spree just can't be stopped when that claw is just invested. 18 and 18, Clayal will step inside of the point once again, and they're gonna clean it up, extend the time limit, and there we go. 2 minutes to push for that A side. 14 life counts to 16. They can either do it both ways, win through eliminations, which is possible, but they gotta hold their ground, AJ, or play that objective.
It's just a really smart play coming through from Kazoku Legacy. And that's the weakness of takeoff. You gotta really rotate a long way around. And if you are not quick enough, you might just lose that site. And once you have got your attackers in that site already, hunkering it down, defending it, is going to be a tad bit easy, especially when you're all equal when it comes to the engagements on the battlefield. Now, 4 life on the deficit, make that 5 as DIVINUS just starts to pop off, just holding on to the single site.
Now, slowly and surely, Kazoku Legacy is taking over the power position. They got Michi here. It's going to be key for them to reduce down the life count from DIVINUS, but eventually get turned down. So Kazoku Legacy down to their final 3 players, and they're not going to be in a good spot. DIVINUS looking to slay them down immediately, and they're going to convert his final 2 players. And this should be a round now for DIVINUS.
Yep, a single life left unless Type just brings on like crazy plays. 1v6. make that 1v5. He's on a good start already. 2 kills back to back. Can he find more? The rest of the players on the side of DIVINUS, they got this all backed up. They don't want to push because they know no more respawn from here on end. The grenade does not connect. Timing. Roshi backed away. Mia gets taken down, but he needs to flick around, and he does! Type! 4 kills in a row! This guy's on a roll!
At this point, you're gonna have to think, is it the best time for you to use the claw? 24 seconds left. You have reduced this life count of DIVINUS to just 3 lives, and you're in a position where they really don't know where you are, so you can line him up with that claw. But again, rotation is just on. It just keeps on firing, and now the pitch play from DIVINUS. Nice play, and they take that defense.
And instead of playing it defensively, they just went out there on the offense. The moment they knew exactly where he was, everybody flanked around. Smart play coming through from DIVINUS. 1-1. And this series, not over by far. But of course, having just a goal of 3 rounds to win, you know, the end is pretty much near. I'm sad. I want this series to move on, go on for like another hour or so.
Well, if it's a best of 5, I want it to just like end in an S&D where, you know, you end up with 30 rounds of action. I hope. That's the keyword. I hope.
26-27, DIVINUS. Quite a number of operators all there already. They just gotta, at least 1 or 2 players gotta go in there for the investment and try to just build it up once again later on, because this game might just get extended. Saving it when all 5 of your players have got those operators activated is not entirely smart.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You gotta take care of your lives, especially when you're on the attack side. And knowing that Kazoku Legacy, right now, their position is in the spawns. They can set up a trap anytime, so every time a DIVINUS player go down, they get sent down to the left side of the minimap where Michi and of course Sin can just take these players out. But now moves being made. Roshi playing OBJ, getting that B segment is gonna definitely help this team a lot.
Jax, Claw, finds nobody, tries to spring that spawn trap, but it is gonna be her time as Siri just steps up in front of her. That Freddy was absolutely nasty, takes out 2 players, an extra minute on the clock for DIVINUS. The ladies are on fire on this attacking round.
Unless we do see some players decide to spoil the show. Playhouse takes down Roshi, and now it's going to be washed away. The progress made at the B side is going to be reset by Kazoku Legacy back to its second segment, but there's still definitely chance for DIVINUS to take it back. But at this point in time, it's so late. You gotta at least win your gunfights and of course win through elimination. And Aurora's not gonna find the timing to take these 3 players out. It's gonna have to rotate back and still not convert. So Kazoku Legacy, they now have the life gun advantage. There's only 3 seconds left.
Ah, that Freddy missed her! How could you do that, Clayhouse? That's very smart play coming through from Roshi. And now the Hunter Killer drone goes out there for the prowl. 6-4, it's all gonna be about the lives now. But DIVINUS losing 1 too many.
Oh, the lives definitely is something to worry about. But DIVINUS, they step out of that objective. And Kazoku Legacy was there to pounce and grab the opportunity to take away that round number 3. And now you are going to switch sides once again. We know that defense leads you to victory, and that's been the formula for Kazoku Legacy and the reason why they're up in this game. They've won 2 defensive rounds, but if you're DIVINUS, you gotta make sure you win your own and force that game number 5 in order for you to win the overall series.
See if DIVINUS is capable of doing that. The ladies just cannot let this slip. DNA from afar. Roshi will be able to punish. Type flanks around from the back, and I cannot believe Jax just turned that on him. Fantastic play. Michi trades 1 right back out. It's just a back and forth between the 2. But look at this. Kazoku Legacy already making great headway here at this B control point.
And this is very important for Kazoku Legacy to get this B point. They done the first segment, but again, they still don't have an objective that's claimed, so they still don't have that minute bonus. And DIVINUS is just claiming lives and taking control of this launch center. But take a look at the other side. Kazoku Legacy, they have all the top control. They got the second floor, and this is kind of risky to take, by the way, because that A side, it's exposed in multiple angles. That's 360 degrees of you getting taken down. So if you don't make sure that your team is properly set up, it's just gonna be a recipe for disaster. And Kazoku Legacy now down to their final 17 life counts, but they are doing time at the A side, and it's been working.
Sin finds one, goes in for the spawn trap with the claw, but is punished by Roshi instead. That was just an absolute waste. And now, look at this, DIVINUS. They are losing that A control point no matter what they do. And it's all down to this one final push coming through from Kazoku Legacy. Can they finish them off? 15 to 17. Make that 14. It's just going back and forth between the two, Cali.
I mean, the claw investment there, not gonna be the case for Type. I mean, 13 to 16 live count is just as good as it gets here for these two squads. But moreover, Kazoku Legacy only needs 2 segments here at this B control point. And the good news is they have 1 minute and 30 seconds left to try and break this. They're looking to wrap around and secure a pinch maneuver. So now that DIVINUS turned their head here at this B side, that's gonna leave it open for Michi to secure the flank and get this spawn trap enabled. And there you go, Michi converting the shots. And now the spawn in true. Just a little bit more time towards this B side. And that's gonna be a stand down for them. A win true capture on the offense. And Kazoku Legacy, they take away the series against DIVINUS.
And this is the perfect comeback. They responded really well. This was an opportunity to redeem themselves after losing that series over to DIVINUS. And they have done absolutely fine for themselves. But I have to say, DIVINUS put up a really strong fight today. It almost went their way a couple of times. But Kazoku Legacy showed that their fire does not get put out that easy.
And this is where your point where, you know, like these players have to make sure that their second take is gonna be better than the first one. And for Kazoku Legacy, that's what they totally did. An impressive showcase for them. On that hardpoint number 1, they were down bad, but look at them coming back and of course securing a reverse against DIVINUS. And this victory right here at Slums, their first ever control victory, combined at GM3 and of course at GM4. The first. It's a list of firsts for them.
Yeah, it is the list of firsts, man. But Kazoku Legacy, of course, this is a well-deserved win. It was not easy. It was very hard fought. And yes, even in hard point, it looked like pretty much it was going to be a DIVINUS matchup. And they were going all the way through, busting, just holes through the players as they were just taking shot after shot. And DIVINUS were on top until Kazoku Legacy said, enough is enough. We are going to be making our way back through. Sin as well as Clay, how they stepped up the game. The other two players, in terms of Type as well as Michi, they went in there for the objectives, played it down to the T. DIVINUS really did not stand a chance once Kazoku Legacy put their minds to it. But in S&D, that was a little bit different. It was just back and forth in the most phenomenal way. Both teams very good on defense, but the offense was just a tad bit shaky until DIVINUS stepped it up.
Yeah, and the first blood from 151 was the difference maker there to secure the 10th round, which is an offensive round for DIVINUS, and just proves to show you that, the first bloods definitely is a big factor when you are playing that S&D, but it's a big factor, but it's just one of the variables that you need to consider when you are playing the game mode. But on this control, man, I kind of expected that DIVINUS would win this defensive side, but they just kind of let go of the objectives kind of too much, to the point where Kazoku Legacy only needed to do 2 segments in at that B side. And that's where the snowball just poured into the hands of Kazoku Legacy, AJ.
And that's the weakness of picking such a huge map for control, because you really got to put in the travel time. And what your opponents have that you do not have is the fact that they can keep it spicy but continuously refocusing all of their attacks. And that's something that Kazoku Legacy did really well in this takeoff control, which is focusing first on that B control point and then quickly switching it over to A the moment they are reset back towards their spawn. And I think that was just a 200 IQ gameplay coming through from Kazoku Legacy. The ladies couldn't keep up with them, because even as most of the players had to be respawned as they got slayed off, at least one Kazoku Legacy player still stays there and keeps them busy, continuously taking shots against them. This is when we saw the claw investment coming through, and just buying a little bit of extra time piled on the pressure on the other side. And then they kept switching it up to a point where DIVINUS just could not keep up anymore with the pace, and Kazoku Legacy just had that in the back. Just purely IQ plays. The strategy won that instead of the gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to play, the ability to play and execute your strategy in a fast-paced game in control is definitely one thing that you can commend from Kazoku Legacy. And yeah, great second half for them, finally taking off a series win after winning none at the first half. And at this highlights that we are showing you, solid plays from DIVINUS right from the start, but it was actually Kazoku Legacy who ended up with the victory, coming back from the dead. And of course, the highlight play of that day, 4 nades and 13 seconds of action at Slums S&D, the fastest round ever in MSP, AJ.
I've got too many comments that it's just not broadcast appropriate, so I'll just keep them all to myself. That was way too quick of a round for the boys. But at the end of the day, as we moved on into control, it was pretty much one-sided. Kazoku Legacy had the strategy to overcome DIVINUS. DIVINUS just did not know exactly what they were walking into. This was their map pick, and I would think that their strategy would have been a little bit more sound than this, but they were just not rotating around in time. They were being spread out onto that battlefield a little bit too far away from each other, not being able to trade out all of the kills as they got their own players taken down. Kazoku Legacy, on the other hand, just really stuck together with the team play all the way through. And of course, who else but Sin, your MVP of the game. 26.67 average kills, 23.5 average deaths, a total KD ratio though of 1.7. And look at where he stands with the average scores. That's super decent, Cali.
Very impressive, that average score that he has. And it all goes down to the late game on that hard point where, he was an integral part where he was the MVP. And not just that, he was also claiming time inside the hill. So it was kind of a two-way player for Kazoku Legacy on that hard point. But on that control, again, he was the player that always makes sure that the squad will have a supplied chain of command in terms of the objective. And with him out there, and of course his slaying power, it definitely helped this team a lot to take their first ever series win here at this group stage.
And of course, hopefully Kazoku Legacy will be able to show up once again in the future and be able to show us exactly how much they've grown. But it kind of feels like I've been asking for the exact same thing a little bit too long. So they really need to look into exactly what they are doing wrong, because it seems like Kazoku Legacy is good, but there's just this little bit of barrier that's keeping them from being great.
Yeah, and it's the S&D. The S&D is definitely one of the barriers that they haven't really found an answer for. Ever since GM4, they haven't really won a map. And of course, same thing with GM3 as well. It's okay. They're being stacked up against one of the best teams in the region. Blacklist International Ultimate, and of course the Huntsmen. That's like the top 5 considered teams that's in this exact group. But again, if you're for Kazoku Legacy, you just need to make sure that the consistency is gonna be there the next time you play and compete for GM4 and of course for GM5.
Absolutely, man. And of course, in the same breath, it would be very good to see DIVINUS continue this run, because in a game mode that they have been very, very good at has been Search and Destroy. And we saw that going up against Kazoku Legacy. But I believe we are ready for the interview session as well. Let's see exactly who we have. Welcome time. Congratulations on your win. I think you guys played that really, really well. But talk to me a little bit about the strategy as well as the mindset of the team in that hardpoint game. Because at one point, it looked like you guys were about to drop the ball there. Sorry, Type.
Wait.
We can't hear you.
Your audio. We can't hear you.
Type goes, ooh.
Wait. Let me just open my Discord.
And Discord's switched on. Production. I think someone left him on mute.
Wait. I think I can hear him now.
Okay.
But it's slow.
Yeah, we can. Speak louder, Type. Shout. Ha!
You should shout. You should shout, Type.
Hello?
Yes?
Yes?
Hello, it's me. But Type, you gotta change your microphone if you want to speak to me.
Oh,
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Okay, that rhymes.
He's got
That rhymes.
big brain play. He's logging on from his mobile phone. He's like, hold up.
Okay.
Oh,
There we
dude,
go.
your phone's brighter than my future.
Ooh. Oh, that's true.
Hey, what you talking about my future?
Huh? Your picture's bright, bro. But the screen is just brighter. Okay, I don't think Type will be able to join us. Type just froze. And we're back. What is up, people? And a chance for an interview for Type is just missed, but it's just the way it is, AJ.
That's Bobby Place manifesting. Like, no, just get it done with. I want to watch the next match. Yeah, calm down, calm down. We getting there. We getting there. Poor thing. Type couldn't have his moment. I mean, we finally had to interview him. This is the first series win for Kazoku Legacy. It's the first interview we would have been able to have with them. Type's back. Type, what's up, man?
Oh, hello? Can you guys hear me now?
Hello. Yes,
Yeah,
we can.
yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, so
Okay.
back on your question, right? We were hoping that the results were the same as our first hardpoint game with the Venus, because like it was honestly we thought like they would be like the same standard, right? But then like they really shocked us. Then I guess at one point like I told the guys like we had to like win this because we wanted the higher CP price, right? Because we knew we couldn't get to the playoff. Then like I just told them like we can do this, we can win this, and honestly the guys were like super crazy, right? To like then I don't know, like we just got our momentum back, I guess.
Fair enough. That fire got lit. Type said, let's do this. We want that extra CP. We want to get some legendary draws for ourselves. And you guys went all out. Congratulations, because that was actually a heated battle. And we absolutely enjoyed every single moment of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Type, I'm going to give you an easy one here. If you're going to give a shout out to anyone that you've been playing or been with over the last few months in the scene, who should we be looking out for?
Like in Grandmasters or like in my team?
Wait,
what would you mean?
like, who do you want to shout out, like, right now? Player, give me a player or team.
Honestly, I would like to shout our coach Alfaro. He's the reason why we are where we at today. He's like, he comes up with our strategies. He saw like everything that we had to fix, and honestly that's why we could like match against Blacklist in our second match and Huntsmen. It's because of him. Shout out to Coach Alfaro.
That's really nice.
Coach
the coach
Clay,
really steps things up for you guys. Well, hopefully we do get to see you guys make it into the playoffs the next time round, because we've been seeing you guys for quite a while now. But you know, one final question for you, Type, is do you have anything to say to all of the fans who have been by your side, win or lose all this while?
I want to say thank you to all the fans out there that has been supporting us. We'll come back stronger in GM5. I promise all of you. And like, I want to thank like, I don't know, everyone that has been supporting us, because it's like we had a really bad performance like our first 3 games, and like I think we lost our supporters, but I think we gained some back because we got better. And like I will show you guys, I mean my team and I will show you guys our performance in GM5 again.
I love that shout out, man. Type, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you guys at GM5 for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Take care. The guy is so freaking cute.
Yeah, right. Much like Easy Reborn, you know, they're aiming for Garena Masters 5. So at least we have something to look out forward to, not just for Easy Reborn, but of course for Kazoku Legacy, who has been trying to break out. You know, this is their second season. It's more impressive that if they can do it in the third attempt, maybe they're just gonna be able to make it a little bit better now for the SG region.
Absolutely, man. But of course, you guys are waiting for a little bit of pop quiz as well, so you can win a couple of crates for yourself. So without further ado, here's the question. Who was the MVP player of the last match? Aurora, Clayhow, Sin, or Tin? Answer with your player ID and throw in that hashtag for the pop quiz as well, and we'll pick a winner through a raffle by next week.
Yeah, I mean, just a hint for you guys. It's the team who won, okay? So obviously you can just count out Aurora and Tin. So now it's a 50-50. I gave that one for you guys. That's a bonus. So if you guys really want to qualify and win crates, just make sure you answer it with a pop quiz answer format.
And now it is time for us to tell you that we're not going to take a break. We're actually going to take a technical break for 1 hour before the next scene. No, I'm just kidding.
I almost believe you, AJ. I was like, hold up.
Gonna take a quick short break. When we come back, it's the match you guys have been waiting for. Smart Omega takes on LF Org. Welcome back to Garena Masters Season 4, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's the last day of the group stage. In fact, it's the very last series of the group stage, and we kept the very, very best for the very last, right? It's going to be Smart Omega taking on LF Org. The winning team moves on to the playoffs. Now, both of these teams have each lost 2 series. Smart Omega and Almighty managed to take down LF Org. On the side of Smart Omega, on the other hand, they lost both of their matches to Almighty. In the number of maps won, though, Smart Omega does have the advantage. So, if at all it has to be counted in later on, we will have to wait and see. LF Org has no choice whatsoever but to take a 3-0 in order to qualify. Whether that's going to be easy, it's all up to Smart Omega to show us. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Cali Gaming. And to start things off, Cali, who do you think's going to take this?
Oh my god, I just told you not to ask me this hot take. Oh my god. Okay, first and foremost, I'm looking forward to Omega Esports actually winning this because, you know, they've been trying hard so far finding the right rhythm for
the squad. Did you say LF Omega?
No, I said Omega Esports. No, not LF Org, Omega Esports. Yeah, I'm just pulling your leg. I'm so nervous about this game because there's a lot of things that you really have to talk about in this situation. Not to mention, whoever wins this series on this final game takes the playoff spot. So it's either going to be Smart Omega and LF Org. And I highly feel like Smart Omega is going to have a lot more power here in terms of the experience, because we already know that in this fresher moments is where they can perform very, very well.
I absolutely agree. I mean, pressure kills you, but it also makes diamonds, right? At the end of the day, LF though, have a opposite view to things. They have got the opportunity to absolutely shake things up within Garena Masters. They are no doubt the underdogs in this upcoming match, and they want to make history. For the first time ever, they want to make sure this team is not going to make it through to the playoffs. SKADI, Caps, Risky, Indra, Tin, as well as Whoopi, the new and refreshed Smart Omega.
And you already know Tin is a super OBJ slayer. I'm talking about not just this guy playing that hard point, but of course he can also frag himself to the top by slaying for the squad. And it's going to be a big day for Smart Omega. A chance for them to get back to the playoffs and of course defend their title, AJ.
Absolutely, man. What's my full name? Ready, bro? My full name is Anton Jermaine. That's what AJ stands for. It's just that in Malaysia, I have a tough time, man. I tell people my name, they can't pronounce my name. They call me all sorts of things. And I said, you know what? Let me make your life easier. I'll change my name so you can say it. It's AJ now. It's just two alphabets. And they still get it wrong. I swear to God, they still get it wrong.
I mean, it's just the breaks of the game for them. Definitely a language issue. But hey, AJ, take a look at this. Smart Omega Coach Jay, the coach actually is massaging calves right now, so he's definitely priming his best layer. I guess up against LF4 has just been a shocker on the second half of the group stage, defeating Almighty, their lineup comprising of Static, Sieve, Badman, Bench, and Epochs. And just to add in and boast around, AJ, take a look at Sieve and his shirt.
Yeah.
That's actually my customized jersey that I gave to them when they were champions in my event. I don't know. I just feel proud.
You can be proud, man. You most definitely can be proud, right? It's a good reason to be proud of. But Jericho better be careful. There's like a sexual harassment lawsuit waiting for him. Don't go touching players, Jericho. But of course, at the end of the day, jokes aside, Smart Omega, they're gonna be giving it their all. So LF better be bringing on their very best. I think this is an opportunity to really show what this team is made of. And I know beyond all, Batman has been waiting for this for such a long time. But in the head-to-head, we're going to be comparing Risky up against Bench. 24.33 average kills versus 22.67. Not too far from each other at all. The average deaths on the side of Bench is a little bit more decent in comparison to Risky. And what do you know? Look at the KD ratio here. 1.94 versus 1.52. If these two macho men were about to go up head-to-head with each other, you know for a fact exactly who's going to be winning that gunfight. But it's all about the objectives in 2 out of 3 maps played, and you know Risky's the man whenever it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, he can play the support, he can play whatever role when playing respawns, and the matter of fact is always efficient and consistent on S&Ds as well. So you can Risky is one of the most dependable guy that Omega definitely has in their roster right now. But according to the rules, AJ, since both these teams are tied, let's just make it like a deal breaker here for this people, you know, like if whoever wins this series, whether it be a 3-0 or a 2-1, advances to the playoffs.
That's absolutely it. Because that is going to be the main way we call it down to the line, right? It's going to be the series win first, followed by the number of map wins. So LF all they need to do is just sneak away 2 of these maps. I don't know how they do it, but they better be able to find a way. And it looks like the gods of the goddess of luck herself is on the side of LF She looks at them, she smiles, she gives them the coin toss. They get to pick Summit as well as Raid for hardpoint and control. And of course, that gives the advantage to Smart Omega a tad bit here as they pick the defensive side. But Raid is a pretty big map.
It is definitely a big map. But again, this is where Smart Omega struggled during, you know, the World Champs at this map versus Tribe Gaming, where they were absolutely outslayed. And the matter of fact is, I think this is a pretty solid map pick for LF and it's just all about how well are they gonna do on that attack side. But first and foremost, Hardpoint Summit. It's just a surprise that they are not going to pick the Hardpoint Raid, a map where they, you know, slayed Almighty. So they're different. They're putting us on a different map. So I think they're confident that they can win up against Almighty here. But as far as we all know, every Summit match always ends up either going to be a one-sided match or a 250 to 230 round down the line.
You have already given me your opinion as to who you think is going to win, but who do you want to see win?
I mean, honestly, for me, I want the underdogs. I mean, who hates to love underdogs winning, right?
Oh, yeah. Who hates to love what?
No, who loves to see? We love to see underdogs winning, right? Oh, never mind.
Yes, we love it.
It's a tense. I'm tense. I'm tense.
I agree, man. I want to see LFOG get the dirty done as well. 5 points picked up so far, slaying out the players on the side of Smarter Mega. A well-timed grenade will be popped out, but Static finds absolutely no one. CBR4 hops on out. CF holding on to a great angle here, allows Tin to just run on through though. Hunter Killer Drone's going to be tossed on in as well, and Whoopi drops by with a double. An absolute monster.
A great job by Smart Omega. They took over the second floor before flooding inside of that hard point and swarm sieve inside of that hill. And so they're going to be able to claim this crap time. But the good news here for LF Org, they're going to be able to have that spawns coming into this P2. But Smart Omega, they're going to be able to have that early rotation at the hill. So right by this hard point opens up, they're going to be able to claim time.
And Smart Omega just... Unfortunately, they don't get the... Oh my, come on. I was just about to say they don't get the spawn, but the anchor on the side of LFR hops on top of the hill, and they all get the favorable spawns instead. Smart Omega now attacking from the back. Green Raider Station. Epoch sends out a Hunter Killer Drone. Risky gets taken down halfway through, but the Switchblade does not go ahead to deliver as Smart Omega continues supplying manpower one after the other into the hill.
This is what Risky is built to do. He's always there to open up the hard point. He's going to be the front man that Smart Omega needs to make sure that the attacks and, of course, the break attempt is going to be successful. But at this P2, LF Org has been claiming most of the time, but finally we are seeing Smart Omega inside of that hill. And LF Org not really seen in the hill. Look at this. They're not even pushing. In fact, they are rotating towards the next hill. 5 players risking it all to take P3. That's definitely a huge risk.
What? I mean, there has to be a breakdown in communication there. You can at least sacrifice one objective player to pick up the scraps. You need every single point against Smart Omega. That's a terrible decision by LF Org that they might just get punished with a little bit later on. LF Org, though, they still do have the spawns, but player number 3 moving away from the spawn. Bad idea, bro. Get back onto your position.
And they are now finally shut down these players. And despite the early rotation, it doesn't really make an ingress at all. Yes, you have the rotations, but now you're starting to win gunfights. Never mind. And you know, for Smart Omega, they're not really contesting. They're trying to break. And I feel like the LF Org risking that final 20 seconds at that P2 is definitely working right now because they claimed the most time in here right now on this P3. And it's all because of the anchor that's spawning them at this left side of that minimap, which grants them the opportunity to claim time inside of this hill.
I believe there was a double operator investment coming through from LF Org as well, but that one was a tad bit of a waste if you ask me because it was premature. They do get the hill. There was no need to go in for those operator investments. You're playing against Smart Omega. You gotta take each and every single opportunity and not waste your ammunition, not waste your operators. That's definitely not the way to do it. Now, final scrap points picked up as well. It is LF Org in the lead here. Smart Omega has backed away, and LF Org doing the right thing, flanking around from the edge platform. They want to take the spawn. No, they do not want the spawn. They're just rushing into the hill.
They're using the smoke to cover down their footprints. And that's going to be key to take away the spawns here away from Smart Omega, who's number 2 at Tin, who's just trying to secure it. And great investments coming through for both ends. But right now, the one inside the hill, that's going to be LF Org.
Epoch's holding on to this for his dear life, but Tin shows up out of nowhere, drops on by with a slay. Whoopi now takes back that hard point for the team. And once again, LF Org, you know, they had the opportunity, they had the manpower to take away the spawn from the side of Smart Omega, but they just refused. And they just went in straight up for a head-on collision against Smart Omega. That was the losing point there, if you ask me. LF Org did manage to take the hill, but without the spawn here at the blue radar station, you're not going to be able to do much. And Smart Omega, just like that, are right back in the match beside them with the lead.
Full 60 on that P4. Clearly a lot better than the money hill that LF Org had on that P3 at the warehouse. Now we're moving back into this reset. P1, once again, LF Org, they've always managed to stack the players inside of this hill. But one thing that they lacked earlier was a player inside of that second floor. And with Omega Idor right here, they have better map control towards the middle, having that height advantage. And as soon as the players gather up, they can get in and flood and, of course, take these players down. But so far, it hasn't happened, though. LF Org just thoroughly a lot better on the gunfights. Take a look at the kill feed. It's all blue, but right now, it turns around. And, of course, Omega slowly making the move.
Epox almost got himself on that 6th kill in a row there, and if he had managed to nail that, it would have just been full streaks for the guy. But opportunity now. He uses his Predator missile, hops on right back into the hill alongside the rest of his team members. It is Batman holding down the fort. KRM doesn't even need to act just yet as Epox continues to slate in out of the equation. That Switchblade has been absolutely nasty. Batman, you cannot miss those shots, and Kevs punishes him for it.
I mean, you know, for Smart Omega, they were letting go of that middle of the map because they were setting off for that next hill, only to be breaking away by number 5 in bench, who is spawning his team on his back coming into this speed 2. They're gonna have that green spawns, but they still have a player number 4 on the right side of the map, so he can go in for the pinch. But good thing there for Smart Omega, Kevs was there to shut them down, and the operator skills come true. This should buy some time for Smart Omega to get back inside this hill.
They are back in the hill, but just before taking over the lead in the matchup, he gets taken out of the equation. Fantastic maneuver coming on around. Epox now, one of the star players on the side, misplays the gravity vortex, but the players on the side of LFOG, they still do have the hill though, just for a mere second before Smart Omega rips it right back. This is the equalizer. Pause on for the fight, but Smart Omega still wins out a majority of their gunfights here. 25 more seconds. Do not rotate early, LFOG.
I am surprised that, you know, LF Org is going to do the same route once again. Take a look at this. 5 players on the left side of the minimap. No one really dared to contest at all. And Smart Omega, they're quick to know they are investing by putting their player inside of that anchor. But Bench is just trying to take that one away from them. And Batman with this lay as well. And the operator skills from Smart Omega goes to waste as they fail to break the anchor. But the good thing here is they have the hard point in their hand.
Yep, Kevs, but Batman shows up with the KRM. Beautiful one-shot kill coming on through. Batman now 2 back-to-back kills already. Grenade does not come on through, and the spawn gets ripped away by Smart Omega. Batman just needs to hold on for his dear life. Cannot make any mistakes whatsoever. Claw will not be applied through the other side. He looks the wrong way, and Risky takes his own claw and shoves Batman out of the hill.
Great job there for Smart Omega for making sure that they bully out, but LF Org, they just won't go. P3 has been the hard point where they've been claiming the most time at, but now that they lost the spawns, Smart Omega slowly making sure that they pull away, and if that anchor spawn would not be taken care of, things could just go in the hands of Smart Omega at this point.
Another 20-second scrap points given away to Smart Omega, and Smart Omega is going to play this smartly. They just need one objective player to soak up all of these points. Everybody else is going to take away the spawn from the side of LF Arc, who are already in there for a super early rotation. These are scrap points that you are going to pay for later on, LF Arc. Smart Omega close to the 200-point mark already. This is turning out to be a heartbreak for me.
Absolutely so. And you see, despite the early rotation, they still drop their gunfights and they lose the rotation as well. So Smart Omega now having the chance to make sure that things are just gonna spiral out of control, but out of the heat of the moment, we have to go right back here at the caster desk.
But I think... Wait, what? Break ready? No, that was earlier. Okay, so a little bit of a technical issue. We don't know exactly what happened. Maybe this was just my mouth saying that there would be a technical issue, so we gotta wait for this one. But dude, I am shocked that that is the case from the side of LFR, because they really did not need to rotate so early. And all of those scrap points, I think about 40 points worth of scraps have been given away to Smart Omega. And without that happening, I think LFR would still be in the driver's seat here. Now, they are winning the game in a fashionable sense in terms of the gunfights at certain points, but Smart Omega is just making all of those mistakes from the side of LFR work in their favor, and this was a game given away by LFR.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, giving away 20 points once is big. Giving it away twice, that's a lot of points just accumulated by Smart Omega. That's just free points coming in their way. And we're going back to B1 where we obviously see Smart Omega had good control off. And LF4 slowly starting to pull their hands down together here as they are dropping their gunfights. Just 7 more points for Smart Omega, AJ.
7 more indeed, and Smart Omega's not going to let that go. They win gunfight after gunfight. Static drops by with a single one, but it's going to be Smart Omega at the 250 point, and LF Org will rue the day they gave scraps away to Smart Omega. What a way to give that momentum straight off to your opponents. And I tell you, it was just such a scrappy match from the very start on the side of LF Org. I'm talking about the super early rotation. I'm talking about the unnecessary investment into the operators even when there were no Smart Omega players there. I'm talking about the lack of communication. For example, Batman choosing to attack the left-hand side of that P3 instead of the right-hand side, because the right is where all of your opponents are spawning out from. The information that the spawn has been lost to Smart Omega should have been played at that point, and Batman himself single-handedly could have won that spawn right back with the claw. But, you know, in just very bad use of that operator, just left him up in the dust because Kevs dropped by and clawed him off of that hill. This is just a absolute upset because of those mistakes.
And, you know, LF Org's best chance of winning this Play All 3 series was taking away this hard point and that control game mode later on. But now that one of the weapon is gone, you're gonna have to survive the wrath of Smart Omega on S and D. And we're talking about a map where Whoopi will shine. Firing range, a lot of long range action, a lot of wall bangable spots, and this is where Whoopi gets himself to go, and this is going to be a big threat. But the saving grace for LF Org, they're gonna start on that defensive side.
Let's see if, I mean, I don't know if or not that's going to save them any bit whatsoever, because at the end of the day, you're going up against Smart Omega, who are very smart in these S&D matches, and you've got a very annoying sniper in the name of Whoopi, who usually gets those first bloods for the team, and like you always say, those convert into victories. Smart Omega is really good at doing that, so hopefully LF Org can stay hidden away. LF Org hopefully can also use some of their tacticals, those smokes, especially alongside the concuss, the smokes to just cover their path as they make their way in to play the defense on those bomb sites, and those concuss just to stay alive a little bit longer. But you know, early use of these tacticals also proves to be an absolute waste sometimes, because you know how good Smart Omega is when it comes to the trophy system gameplay.
Yeah, obviously. And not to mention the way they use their lethals. I mean, Smart Omega has one of the best nade lineups out there in every map that we played. And of course, one highlight that we can use from Smart Omega is that they're versatile and they know how to adapt to situations, especially when they have Candy back here at their roster for this S&D game mode. So, a fully stacked, high ceiling, Smart Omega roster versus LF Org, who struggled up against ALMGHTY, who was beaten down by Smart Omega 7-3 at standoff last time.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite a stretch, AJ.
If LF Org has a coach, they have to fire that coach immediately. Like, I think that game was just so winnable in Hardpoint. And the early ask of, I mean, the mistake being made once is absolutely acceptable, where they let go of the first Hardpoint 20 seconds early. But the second time they did that, that was just the momentum losing moment. And LF Org, you saw that when they were keeping up with Smart Omega, the way they were playing was just so different. The trades, the gunfights were just so different in terms of confidence. And then that all went down the drain. But this is a fresh new match, fresh new game. LF Org stands an equal chance against Smart Omega. This time the defenders, they set things up beautifully here, initially with a 3-2 split, but now everybody's piling onto the mid.
Yeah, they're looking to play for this retake. They're just waiting for that bomb to get planted. You see number 2 in Epox already on a prime position way behind enemy lines, but Whoopi, he's still alive and he's always going to be a threat. As soon as you don't try to take him down, it's just going to matter worse for the squad. And there we go. Push coming through now, AJ.
Fantastic, and Candy stands on up, gets the first one, concussed halfway through, but Indra with the SKS saves them from the back, and Whoopi delivers as well. Single player left on the side of Smart Omega though. It is going to be Epox as well as CF on the side of LF Org. Can Whoopi get it? Gets the first one, does not get the second one just yet though, fully tagged up. And the attacking side of Smart Omega will be able to buy so much of time. And Epox, what a shot! And just in time though, can he get, don't run with your sniper, my friend!
Oh, 4 seconds left. No way. There's still enough time. And he gets it.
What?
He gets it.
He ran with his sniper and he still got the diffusal. My heart. My heart. You love to see it. That clutch play was just something else. Epox, the man. I mean, the jump shot against Whoopi, catching him a little bit off guard with the secondary. That was just god level play coming through from LF Org. This is what I mean. LF Org is so capable of taking down Smart Omega. They cannot afford mistakes, man. They just gotta continue playing like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best way for them to do it right now is play on the spot. I think the way they play spontaneously is the reason why they won up against ALMGHTY. And, you know, they had a lot of weeks, a lot of days to actually prepare for this matchup. And it wasn't really the answer that we did see from that hard point. I mean, giving away 20 seconds plus another hill with 20 seconds, no, not really the thing you want to go through. But now we see the attacks coming through here. Static gets the first blood. And so we see LF Org still baiting Smart Omega to push that bomb at A.
And that's the main reason why I said, right, get rid of the shot caller, because, you know, if the shot caller is just one of the players, just tell him to, you know, just chill, bro. You know, I think someone else needs to call the shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe stay silent for a little while, just shoot people, you know. But fantastic response by Candy, but does not get to string it up. Batman responds very, very timely, gets that one kill, forces the player off the hill, and it is going to be the players on the side of LF Org with a very aggressive defense, and Epox continues to deliver. Risky taken out of the equation already. Idra responds right back, but it is all over as LF Org finds the second round as well. Dude, this is the kind of team we needed in that hardpoint matchup, man. If that is going to be the match that just decides it, I'm not going to be very happy at all. LF Org running to make history.
Raid control is going to be the last line of defense, not just for LF Org but for Smart Omega as well. But if Smart wins this S&D, I mean, it's just basically GG's. But if you're LF Org, you gotta, you know, bring your A+ game. You're not just your A game, because right now you are down on death's door. You lost your first game, and Sif just waiting for this moment. Finding the feet here. Stinky feet, AJ.
Stinky feet, but he ain't a woman. He himself has stinky feet. Probably not going to be able to smell it through that. Beautiful shot! Epox and CF, they deliver at the very same time. No quick defusal is going to come on through because Kevs holds onto the white warehouse. It's all about the timing now. Epox slides on through, finds Kevs, nails him down onto the ground, but Risky on the other side shuts down Static, and Epox just a big brain play coming on through. It's a 1v2. Bench tries to step it up, fully tags him up. It's going to be Epox once again with a clutch, and it's the third round in a row for LF Org.
That's the second final kill from Epox. And if we got one of the best clutch players right there right now in this field, it's gotta be him in this matchup. I mean, 8 kills in just the first 3 rounds. I hope he keeps it up. If he can play at this consistent level all throughout, we might as well see this game and this series tested at that raid control later on. But for now, it's gonna be round number 4, AJ.
Epox plays his timing well, but Whoopi spots him out. Just not gonna be possible today. Whoopi knows the position of the second player as well. Is hidden away inside of the command center. He's going to be waiting for him, the one and only CF, with the sniper as well. Whoopi repositions. What a smart position to hold on to this time around to try to bait this guy out. CF's not going to be making a mistake just yet. Hops on over into the auto repair instead alongside bench. This is a good setup coming through from the players on the side of LF Org after losing that one player.
The good thing there for the spot of Whoopi is that he can tech the players in the middle, but the counter there for number 1 in Badman on that tin. That's always the counter for that green car. Always remember that. The guy was just not really prepared for that gunfight. So a very slow take on the offense here for Smart Omega, and slowly we are seeing some moves being made. Inter decided to push and of course take down Static, and now that A side definitely not the friendliest here. So that B side is the way to go, and that's the correct decision for Smart Omega right now. 3 players going to the side of B side, and LF Org, they're waiting for that bomb plant, still waiting for the players to plant that bomb, and still they are in question.
Batman might just be able to bring a clutch around out here. Smart Omega playing this smartly. Oh, gives away a shot. That's position given away. Batman knows exactly what to expect, but throws out the trophy system. Safe plays coming on through first. Bench with the pre-aim. Candy don't stand up. Oh, does not take his head off just yet. Batman hops on in. Bench with a Holger as well. Blind shots coming on through. 37 seconds to do this. Concuss dropped on in here first. Everybody scrambles, gets away. Risky does manage to take that headshot right back. Risky with the play, and Idra saves him as Candy drops bench. It is 1 round pulled back by Smart Omega.
That's a very important round for Smart Omega. That stops the bleeding for now and maybe stops the momentum from the hands of LF Org. So maybe this time on the attack side, they're gonna get a little bit more confident pushing in this B side. And that seems to be the setup here as they're going in aggressive while LF Org is on the opposite side.
It is a good retake situation as well for LF Org. They just need to flank around, but Static shows up and he makes sure he shows up strong. Gets taken out. CBR4, Idra goes in for the wall banks. Does not get a single player, but he backs away. Risky does manage trade bench out. Static shuts down Kendi. Whoopi goes in for the kill under CF. It's just back and forth between the two. But Static now, can he force the issue? 1v2. Players backing off. Idra does not get caught out.
Nice.
And he does manage to shut him down instead with a Krieg.
Yeah, Idra was just the anchor there for Smart Omega when the push came in, and the retake attempt from LF Orc was just flooding that B site. And scoring 3 rounds or 3 kills in that last round was more than enough for them to secure the momentum to their side. So now we are starting to see some change of pace and aggression towards 8 this time.
Yeah, very smart, quick push earlier on by Smart Omega, but this time round, Epoch's reposition, but Kendi manages to punish, and it is going to be a back and forth in terms of the kills. 2v2 now. Bench, can he continue to deliver? Static with the CBR4, he circles around. It's just 2 long-range players on the side of Smart Omega, so LFOG, they just need to keep their heads down.
Yeah, of course, it's also going to matter a lot if they know where the bomb is dropped at, so at least when the players picked it up, it's gonna be key. No Cook Nate is gonna get any players today, but Whoopi rotating already in that mid map. That's gonna be key for Smart Omega to win this round.
Smart rotation by Whoopi, but he will be called out on, and a beautiful shutdown by Static. It's a 1v2. Indra, can he get this? Bench's grenade is not gonna connect. All they need to do is just play this slow, not force the case against Indra. This should be an LFOG round.
No way, this is going to be an impossible job made by Idra. But again, it is with this positioning that he's got, AJ. He's gonna peek around slow. Not gonna blind the flare. But he's gonna plant that bomb. A 1v2 here. Gonna be hard with that sniper.
So Nate, Indra gets the first one, but Bench trades him out. 4th round on the win for LFORG.
That's very smart there for LFORG. Not really extending. But if only Idra extended a bit more to the right, he could have spotted the player guarding that right, that middle of the map, that barrels spot. But no, he didn't.
Would have, could have. At this point, just doesn't matter. Smart Omega just needs to find a way to turn things around. Sam on the defense. LF Org needs to call the pace. One good grenade dropped, and CF just immediately tosses out the trophy system. It's a little bit late, but better late than never. Oh, he misses that spot. CF could have taken a good one, but Indra and Kendi, on the other hand, they do deliver, and the numbers are all down. Unfortunately for the side of LF Org, they just need to do this with now 3 guys. Make that 2.
Nice response here by Smart Omega on the defense. This time, clearly a lot more aggressive with more initiations, and Kendi picking up 2 right as this game ends. And well, for Bench, he's going to be the last player standing. Bomb drop at that wood house, and 4 players just ganging up on him. So that's going to be a round for Smart Omega. Definitely a bit more aggressive on the defense, AJ.
Very much more so. LF Org just needs to smarten up, learn from their mistakes, and not rush in towards Smart Omega. Those utilities need to be played. Trophy system needs to be laid out. You cannot risk that grenade taking you out prematurely. A good crossover this time round though by LF Org. Everybody's going in for a straight up rush towards that A site. They need to go in for a quick plant as well. Idra distracted by a player from the back. And now, with a few ticks in a couple of seconds, they are going to realize that bomb has been planted already, and they need to act right now.
Now 5v5 retake, Badman deals the first blood, so that should cut them off some slack in terms of rotating. And the defense solid so far. 2v4.
It's Badman with a triple. Does Badman want to go in here for an ace? He just needs to play this safe. He just needs to play this smart. 2 players will show up towards that bomb site. Mainly, it's going to be Risky pushing in first with the CBR4. Whoopi just backing him up. And the DLQ is quick. Good concussed thrust on in, but Bench and Static, they finish it off. 5 round wins for LFR. 2 more to wrap things up.
Yeah, I love that rotation made by LF Org. You know, I mean, this low pace definitely didn't work on that first time. So they attack in full aggression in that A site. As soon as we did see that bomb planted, they got the immediate pick on that mid map, and this time they're going full force at B. And you know, Smart Omega, they're gonna be quick to know there's already 3 players on that mid map that's going in for that rotation already.
Yeah, smart play by Risky on the prone. Batman spots him! Fantastic take. Good response time coming on through. The player gets spotted out, but Batman tags up 2 players. No finisher coming on through, but Ben steps up to the plate. Kendi trades him out though. It's going to be Kendi with the pre-fire, but Static sorts him out. What a play between the two. But it's a 1v1. The SKS trying to take Static out of the equation. Just one shot needed.
And the good thing for Static right now is he's gonna have that bomb. So now he can either fake that plant towards B or go towards A. But Indra is just finding the right timing here. He's waiting for the player to pop out at A. And we know SKS can control lanes at the long range. And he's gonna pick Static out. Spot on, AJ.
I mean, that was just an unfortunate round coming through from LF Org. Static shouldn't have gone in through the mid area where it's just so open, no cover whatsoever. No utilities played, none to be played in the first place. And now this is an opportunity for Smart Omega to equalize everything out there on the battlefield. LF Org, legendary run, might just come to an end as Smart Omega gets serious.
And this is a very important round, not just for LF Org, but for Omega as well. If they get this 2 in a row, they might just noble that momentum in their hands on the defense. But again, another quick plant. The last time we did see this, it was a victory from LF Org on that post plant.
Oh, whoopee, what a flick. Come on. That was just nasty. Epox's head shot right off. Static, though, holding on to the very corner of this door inside of that white warehouse. CF tries to take on all of the players on the side of Smart Omega. Could have gotten a collateral, but it doesn't happen. Static and Batman step it up, but Risky gets a double, gets a triple for himself, and Smart Omega all equalized.
Now we are talking about that momentum shifting. Risky step up big time, winning those close range engagements, finishing up the business and tying all the loose ends. And now opportunity for Smart Omega to take that lead on this defense. Totally possible, highly possible, knowing that they've got the situation handled, AJ.
Let's see how the Smart Omega play their way through this. Once again on the defense, they stack it up. It's a 2-1-2, but the 2 is actually in mid. So this is just a 2-3 stack with the A side all open. They want to play for retakes. Bench should really just hold on to his side and just wait for this flank to come around because it's surely going to happen. The 2 players can double down towards that A bomb side straight up by using that mid area, and that's exactly what they do. Through that branch road, Bench will be able to strike down the first one. CF opportunity, but Whoopi takes him out instead. Indra with the SKS holding down mid. This is the best guy to do so.
They're taking their time, 25 seconds left. And you know, Whoopi already dealt that first blood here to open up this retake, but they still got to do more, AJ.
Timing and the concuss was just absolutely well timed for them to go in there for the push. But Static gets a triple for himself, and Batman, on the other hand, drops the ball. That's a little unfortunate for the side of Smart Omega. 6-5 match point for LF Org.
Yeah, just surprising how LF Org has been doing so well. And that A-side attack, and I mean, getting Bench to initiate that first blood in the middle of the map, again, has been able to convert perfectly. But again, if you really want to win this, you gotta shut down Whoopi if you're trying to push that attack here, this A-side.
CF getting very aggressive. Whoopi already on the pre-aim. Angle held on to. Place the trophy system will. No concuss gonna get him. And Whoopi, does not take that shot in time, and CF survives. But the information given away, and now the A-bomb side wide open. CF once again with a shot missed, and the 2 players on the side of Smart Omega back away.
That's a saving grace for Smart Omega, Indra, and Whoopi. But you see, the attack on the defense is gonna be on as he takes Epox on the head with that headshot. And where it goes is where the flank will come in. Kev's finding that double off the back, and that clean off is there. And it seems like we're looking at a potential overtime here at this round number 12. But Batman keeping the hopes alive, but the bomb's getting the views. Overtime.
Into overtime we go. Batman, good take onto Indra, but the sprays were just a little too wild initially to tag up those 2 players. Either way, he barely had enough time. Quick slide right back into the white warehouse shows that his movements are on point. His response time is brilliant as well. They just need to find a lucky break here. Now, attacking side of Smart Omega, fighting on towards that B-bomb side. A retake for this is going to be pretty difficult. Kev's already on point. The footsteps should have been heard now, and everybody starts rotating on in. Kev's a little bit too slow, and Bench punishes him fast.
Too much angle to hold there for Kevs as the double is there to clean it up. Bench now firing up with that Hoger 26. A lot of magazines, and of course, we are going to see Smart Omega pull off the best game, but Batman gets 2 kills, and that might just seal this round. But again, Whoopi and Risky still alive, combining for 22 kills so far.
Batman with a game-saving play. Epox, can he get it? Goes in for the shot. It's Whoopi against Epox. Epox trying to show up against the hit mark instead. Whoopi backs away. It's not going to be an easy fight between the two. Movement solid on the side of Whoopi as well. And just when you thought... But the bomb, nobody was watching it. Initially, Batman did manage to force that bomb to get dropped onto the ground. And now, is there opportunity for Risky to sneak on into that B bomb site and get that plant?
The smart thing here, if Risky can put that bomb towards B, Whoopi might be able to pick up a player or two that will be rotating at the middle of the map. But again, they're not really decided yet. But that nade right there, that's going to be info game, not just for Smart, but of course for LF Org as well. Here we go. Epox gets the first, Bench gets the final kill, and LF Org once again, they have the match point.
You see what I mean, man? Engagements, they very decent. That strategy on hardpoint, disappointment. Let's see if or not they can salvage it. Let's see if they can redeem
look at
themselves.
This. Look at the map.
It's gonna be a straight up push. LF Org. Smart Omega caught with their pants down. Just gotta push on in. Use those concuss. Nobody's home. That plant, if it's done instantaneously, things could be very, very different. Hydra circling around. That SKS is going to be very annoying from the side of auto repair. But he releases his position. That smoke down mid. And this is just a beautiful plant coming through from LF Org. You gotta love the strats.
I mean, the first one as well, you drop Whoopi down, so the range is on. You just gotta worry about Hydra on that long-range engagements, who's gonna be able to take down Civ. But again, 4v4, retaking a chance for LF Org to end this. 30 seconds to stand.
See exactly how they play this static. One player tagged up Hydra. Very dangerous on the point. But Epox and Batman, they step it up. Candy comes in here for the rush. And it's this blind shots out of static. And he still manages to get that. Hydra final player. It's going to be the SKS for the pop. And Epox taken down. But Bench saves the day. It is LF Org with the victory.
Impressive plays. Not just for Batman, but all throughout this individual players that comprises of LF Org. I mean... Every round, there's just always gonna be one player that will turn things around. If not for Batman, it can be Static, it can be Sieve, Epox. Everyone's a threat, AJ, and I'm loving the dynamics of LF Org in that S&D. They're the only team, aside from ALMGHTY, that will take an S&D away from SMO, which we all know is very hard to do.
So for anyone who was, speculating that, ALMGHTY threw the game, that's why LF Org won. Yeah, this is LF Org. They've got so much of raw talent in here, and they've been waiting for this opportunity for such a long time. They're not going to drop the ball. That ball was dropped on the hard point, but I will say I'm going to chuck the blame onto whoever who was calling that shots. That person needs to stay hush on control. On control, it just needs to be the boys on the side of LF Org doing what they do best, which is play a great game of Call of Duty Mobile. CF's 3 kills may look like it's nothing, but those were really, really important kills, especially because his aim was not to get multiple kills in the matchup. His aim was only to take Whoopi off his power positions, and those shut down onto Whoopi, dude, it was game-changing for the side of LF Org.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It makes the difference. That pressure, no pressure is better than none. And if you're going to be able to, of course, push out the best sniper from Smart Omega from his usual position, that's going to speak facts. And of course, going to make all the biggest of difference. And we see it right there in that S&D. Now, it's all about who wins this control. Whoever wins this series advances to the playoffs, and I wish Smart Omega and of course LF Org all the best here, AJ.
I mean, I don't care who wins. We were looking for a damn good series, and we are finding a damn good series. We were looking for LF Org to fight for their dear lives because, dude, every single odd is stacked up against LF Org. This should not be possible, but LF Org is just going against everything right now and putting their hearts and souls into this matchup. And this is the beauty of Call of Duty Mobile, right? You just need to hustle, just need to put in a little bit of work. You need to just make sure you don't make any mistakes, and the game's just yours.
Yeah, I mean, just talk about, how well LF Org had to bounce back, getting swept by Smart Omega and ALMGHTY in the first half, to taking down ALMGHTY on the first day of the third week of the games, and it's just been impressive here.
Nice. I love the rotations coming on round from the side of LF Org. They managed to push on in, and the B control side is just going to be sneaked away. You gotta absolutely love what they are doing to Smart Omega here in the opening of control in itself. Are we gonna see a quick one? 2 minutes 20 seconds to go, and with 3 life on the surplus, Smart Omega, they have to back away now just to defend this A side.
I mean, I love the ideation from Smart Omega. You know, they were giving away the B side, then they also have players set up on the garage to set up the trap and, of course, the spawns. But they didn't really have enough gunfights to back them up and, of course, force LF Org to be back in that garage. And now, that's going to be 2 minutes for LF Org to think this through. And I feel like they have the best chance of taking this offensive side as Omega decided to take the risk and is down in life count.
Smart Omega should not be pushing for a spawn trap at this point because LF Org is hot, LF Org is ready for a fight, and they just are waiting for Smart Omega to show up so that they can annihilate them. You gotta respect the grit, you gotta respect the grind coming through from LF Org, and you gotta back off and just play your own objective. Smart Omega making a grave mistake, just like what LF Org did in that hardpoint matchup.
Yeah, I mean, just letting go. I mean, I love Risk, but it's just too huge here, knowing that, you know, LF Org has been so good with their gunfights, and I think these players, they felt that on that first game. And I guess just gotta stick with their strat so far. Smart Omega will be able to clean up that A site. The first break attempt for LF Org pushing towards A is not going to work. And slightly better setup so far for Smart Omega as they have 3 players towards the kitchen that will guide these players to go down once the push come in towards the swimming pool.
13-12, Whoopi now with the quick 6, tries to beam them down, but a backstab from Batman, that's just gonna be absolutely nasty. It unnerves the players of Smart Omega just for a second, but time is running out. 50 more seconds to go. LF Org needs to put this clock on a pause, and they only have 1 more guy to take down. That is risky, but Idra shows up with the SKS. This is just absolutely deadly. SKS in raid with ranges like this, dude, there's just no stopping it.
Yeah, I mean, headshot is just 1 tap. And of course, the body, all the body parts is just going to be 2 taps. And the potential from Idra, you know, we all know is going to be accurate. And he's been showing it here so far, having 5 kills. And of course, is tearing these players apart. 5 in a row now, AJ. And LF Org down to their final 6.
LF Org has no choice whatsoever. They need to turn this into a team deathmatch. They cannot lose lives anymore, but they have to just take the lives away from the side of Smart Omega. 3-6, double the amount of lives on the side of Smart Omega, but they should be able to do this. Whoopi with a backstab. CF taken out of the equation, but Epoch does manage to deliver. Tin taken out. Whoopi now circles around, but this might just be bad timing. The player just runs away from him. Epoch does not get it as the time runs out. Fantastic defensive play by Smart Omega.
And not to mention, that's 2 minutes that Smart Omega defended that A site. And we gotta give credit to how well Idra just figured things out and shot the players down on the long range. And if LF Org kind of felt that pressure, at least there's gonna be, you know, a need to kind of shut that thing down, and the counter is going to put the smokes in. So that's a great way for you to start things off.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Some of you guys are still holding on to what I said earlier. It was a mistake. LF Org just needs to win 2 maps. They don't need a sweep, so this is still very much doable. That B point is being taken away, sneaked away by the side of Smart Omega. But LF Org can also play this to the T, just like how Smart Omega did earlier on. They're slowly backing away from the site to set up the defense on for that A control point instead. 29 lives on the side of Smart Omega. That's just 1 too many.
Yeah, I mean, 4 life counts now. They are not really able to win their gunfights. And Smart Omega, the key to victory right now is using the range to their advantage. And, you know, the map specifically being a long-range map, it's just the way to go. LF Org hasn't found no answer just yet, despite on the defensive side. And now you see Smart Omega just stacking their numbers inside that A side.
Whoopi taken out. 2 life deficit here for the side of Smart Omega. And Static keeps that all equal as Batman hops on in here for the defense. Beautiful shutdown. Turns around. Can he get another player? Yes, he does spot him, but he also plays it safe inside of Tiki. Does not get circled around on, and Batman just slides on away. Has got the claw in here for the investment as well. It's going to be all about the timing. Hunter Killer Drone can go out there for the prowl. It's all about how Smart Omega manages to push on forth now.
Yeah, it's a deadlock right now here at the swimming pool. Now Smart Omega needs to find a way towards the middle. But Static and FOX, they're going to shut them down. The good news here is Kendi is gonna have control towards that pillars, but that's not gonna make a lot of difference knowing that he's so far from his teammates, but that potential plank could happen and the long route could be initiated for Smart Omega, but so far for Bench and the crew, they are able to stand their defense at the A side.
Yeah, good reposition coming on through from all of the players as they push on forth, little by little, inch by inch. Smart Omega's finally there. And finally, the investment of that Predator missile comes on through, and it's just absolutely sublime. But look at this, the control point being sneaked away just at the very edge. Smart play coming through from Smart Omega.
I mean, they gotta go in here.
Bench!
They gotta go in. And well for Smart Omega, that's 4 players, which makes the push very, very fast. And the take is just on. And now Epoch stands his ground all by himself. And it's gonna be clean for now. But there's still a player inside of that bar. And LF Org down to their final 2 players. And a very aggressive take here by Smart Omega on the offense. Just static as the last man standing. And an inch to go to make sure they qualify on the playoffs.
One more life. One more life. Just absolutely wasted. But this game is just played down to the T by Smart Omega. I guess we know exactly who's going to be making it through to the playoffs with the way these rounds have been going, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players right now for Smart Omega will have that investments of the operator skills right from the start. So that's going to be even worse here for LF Org if they don't find an answer.
Tin, Idra, both streaking on each other. It's the Annihilator play from Idra as well. This guy has been just so good with all of his aim that Bench Annihilator could have made the slightest of difference a little bit earlier on, but it doesn't matter. Just that 1 or 2 kills will not be changing the minds of Smart Omega. They're still going to go head on into this battle and take that win either way. Epoch drops on by, gets a double for himself. That Gravity Vortex gun will not be able to fully function in here, but Risky just holding on to that pillar, tries to survive, gets a couple of kills before getting taken down. Smart play by him.
Yeah, I mean, now you see start slowly and surely we are seeing Smart Omega gain that momentum. 10 life count difference, and Tin has been this layer towards B in the middle of the map, and LF Org down to the final 14 life count. And in this type of moments where pressure kicks in, it seems like the diamonds in Smart Omega is fully showing, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And of course, this is just time running out. LF Org only has about 23 seconds to get this job done with a 12 life deficit, so it's not going to be easy at all. Here comes that spawn trap play coming through with the Gravity Vortex gun from Tin, but Batman kicks him off of the battlefield. But a triple life count advantage coming through from the side of Smart Omega just proves this to be a impossible play on the side of LF Org. 1 good play coming through from Static, but 3 more lives left just means that Smart Omega makes it through to the playoffs.
Here we go. They will be the final team to qualify for the playoffs. Smart Omega waves goodbye to LF Org. I love it. I love it.
Jericho. You gotta absolutely love the fights we have here in Garena, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it is all about how exciting the matches are, and I tell you, LF Org delivered on that excitement. But I will not forgive them for their hardpoint match, because that was such a winnable game, and we saw exactly how winnable it was through all of the gunfights that they were taking against the players of Smart Omega. They were just making the wrong calls, especially when it came to the rotations. Now, those rotations may not have just 100% given away the game to the players of Smart Omega. It's just 40 points. But what would have made the difference is the momentum that they were building up. They were so good at the start. If they had not dropped those 40 precious points, I'm very sure just the adrenaline alone would have seen them through that match.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You know, when you're starting to get the feel of the game, especially at that hard point where it's just your first match, right? You got to make sure you get on going with your gunfights. And rotating on that final 20 seconds of that hard point, not only did LF Org slow down their pace, because we saw that when they went in for that early rotation, they weren't really expecting Smart Omega to attack so aggressive. So they dropped their gunfights. And when they did that again towards that next set of rotation, it just kind of fell through, and the momentum wasn't really in their favor, as Smart Omega was just hot steaming with their gunfights, their rotation, their score streaks, their operator skills investments. They had everything in that hard point, all because of LF Org dropping 40 seconds at least in the final set of the hard point.
I mean, I don't know what Cisco does, but he better get the loadout of that SKS from Idra, because this SKS, dude, it was popping off. And did you see the accuracy of Idra? The way he controlled the recoil of that SKS. You know, he just wasn't taking his finger off of the shots. I mean, he was literally pulling down his crosshair down below, like towards the foot of the player, and still hitting those headshots because of how he was just spamming all of those back-to-back shots. And you only get to a certain degree like that after practicing on the SKS for hours and hours non-stop. Smart Omega, well-deserved victory. And of course, they make it through to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the SKS from Idra, it's the hardest gun to master, but it is worth it when you are able to be, you know, when you're able to put in the hours and of course finally see it work in this game. And for Idra, it just took him at least 2 months after that Garena after that World Championship, and well, at least he has the personality to back it up. I mean, we know him as a deadly sniper, so the transition may be a lot faster for him. And of course, since he's been around for quite some time now in the competitive scene, that sets the difference. I mean, for me, with him, and of course for Cisco.
No doubt whatsoever, right? I mean, Idra, you take a head-to-head between Idra and Cisco. I think Cisco just can go back home and eat rice to console himself, because it's probably going to be an L on that matchup. Cisco will try to deny that, though. He will ask for a 1v1 versus Idra. We'll see if that happens eventually.
Yeah.
But LF Org, what an unfortunate situation here. They almost got it, but they didn't. Especially at control, there was just no fight whatsoever. It was the Idra show with that SKS, that long range got covered. Whoopi just barely needed to do anything from those long ranges. Everybody was just taking that close-up fight against the players of LF Org, who were doing a great job. And can we talk about Batman? Batman has just been such a shocking player out there on the battlefield. So much of skill within this guy. And you can see the hunger to perform from his place itself.
You saw him scoring very important kills on the hardpoint as well as the S&D as well. And he had one opportunity where he took two players down at that jungles to secure the team's match point. And eventually they were able to score the second round consecutively to secure this win. But it was a very solid defensive performance on the S&D from LF Org. I mean, we saw them at least end up with 4-2 before we start off the second half, AJ. And at the attack, that's where it was kind of shaky, but they were still able to score rounds away from SMO.
Yeah, and it's just crazy that LF Org actually managed to win this S&D against Smart Omega. I mean, who would have thought? Because Smart Omega, they're
reputable.
Very rare that you see people taking down Smart Omega in that fashion, but they had to work for it. You know, a 8-6 scoreline there. It got pushed into overtime. Smart Omega didn't want to let that go all that too easily, but you saw the furiousness on the side of Smart Omega. The moment they lost that, they just went beast mode on LF Org in this control.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. You talk about the Idra show. Well, he's gonna be the MVP of the game. 21.67 average kill, 13.5 average death, and 8 average assists, and of course, a whopping 2.41 KD ratio. I mean, that screams Lucas in numbers, AJ.
I mean, this was most definitely the Idra show. Well-deserved MVP of the game title picked up by the guy, and I think this is not going to be the last time we see him pop off in this way. But if there's anything that the other teams can learn before the playoff starts next week, is the fact that they need to find a remedy. They need to find a fix for this Idra SKS play. Sorry, it's not next week. It's 2 weeks from now. The SKS play from Idra, someone needs to find a counter, or else it's just going to be the Idra show all over again in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Smart Omega can slay you on that close range, but add in that depth on that long range where, Idra is going to be a big factor. That's gonna be, such a hard thing to deal with, especially in the playoffs where it's going to be a best of 5. And well, I guess Smart Omega losing to Inco Gaming at that World Championship gave them the opportunity to learn and of course be the best right now here at this matchup.
I like that praise partnered up with a little bit of shade thrown at Smart Omega as well. You gotta love it, Callie. Let's bring on the interview segment as well and see if we find Jericho on the other side. Yes, it is Jericho.
What's up?
Did you lose hand coaching Smart Omega?
it's a tradition. I always do it since it's my birthday tomorrow. So like I always change up my look. Last year I took down my beard out, and then now I just went for the buzz. Because Whoopi and Candy they wanted to do it. When I got it, they were just laughing at me. So and I was like, why are you guys doing it? So I was like,
Betrayal.
but it's fine. It is what it is.
Congratulations on the win. I mean, obviously, you guys are delighted, super happy to make it through into the playoffs. But as a coach for Smart Omega, tell me what you thought about LF Org and their plays earlier, Jericho.
Their plays earlier was very good. Honestly, I mean, they showed up. Honestly, they weren't like that during the first day, but they showed in their last two matches against AMT and us. And I have nothing but respect for those guys. Especially they've been in the scene. Remember, Steve? It was back in 2020 when he was still grinding. Static. All these guys have back stories that are they just really grinded, and I'm really proud of them. Unfortunately, we had to really take them out, and it's the group of death, but. The sky's the limit for them, and I feel like in the next tournaments they can definitely make it to the playoffs.
Love that answer, and I absolutely agree with you as well. Spot on.
Well, hey, Coach Jay, it's good to be talking to you once again. And yay, what is up? And well, here's my question. You finally qualified for the playoffs, and now that you're coming in as Group C's #2 and a chance to defend the title, how confident are you with the current roster right now in that playoffs once we go in there?
We're confident about it. I mean, we picked up Tin. It was a no-brainer, and we've worked on it since January, and now we're just getting better day by day. And I feel like, once the playoffs come in, and I think they'll know why we placed 5th in Worlds, and it's just it's a different kind of scene now. I think everybody knows when it comes to the playoffs, everyone's gonna play differently now, and all the cards are gonna come out. So we'll just watch and see.
So does that pretty much confirm that Smart Omega wasn't going 100% against Almighty?
No. We were going 100%. Almighty's just a really top team. I mean, I think everyone can say every time we face each other, them, Blacklist, and I can even put in Lowkings, it's always going to be a tough match. So no one's hiding strats, no one's doing anything. We're just really giving it our best, but sometimes it's just the better team gets the best of us.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for your time, Jericho. We'll see you guys at the playoffs. Give it your best and all the way up to the top.
Bye, guys.
You guys have the answer from the horse's mouth itself. No strats being hidden. Almighty is a pain to face, and I think we've got that figured out after watching them for the past 3 years already, and it's not going to get any easier. So if Smart Omega does manage to turn the tide around and take the series away, even potentially kick Almighty out of the competition, dude, the hype's just going to be on another level, Callie.
I can't wait for the playoffs to start, and it just feels bad that you got this adrenaline going, and then you look at the schedule and we're gonna be casting the playoffs 2 weeks. We're gonna wait for 2 weeks, but that's going to be ample time for these teams to prepare, of course, their cards and of course their strategies to counterattack all the players that they're going to go up against you on the playoffs, where it's going to be a different type of experience and of course pressure.
Absolutely agree with you, man. Let's take a look at the final standings as well before we wrap the day up. Of course, there were 16 teams as we started off the group stage, and we told you only 8 can move on through to the playoffs. You guys know who the 8 are already, but just a little bit of a refresher never ever hurts. Production, let's have exactly what the final standings are standing for. I mean, come on.
Come on. Bring it.
Dumb. Bro.
Dumb.
Okay,
well, I mean, there we go.
There you go. The teams advancing to the playoffs for SKADI, Broke Boys Club, Blacklist International, Ultimate, Huntsmen, Almighty, Smart Omega, West Point Mamba Lowkings, as well as the 4S Kings. Now, there are 2, I would say, underdogs in here, mainly being the 4S Kings as well as the Broke Boys Club. But you could also take SKADI into calculation, looking at how they have been playing things out here so far. The rest of them are going to give these 3 teams a run for their money, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, we got 5 teams returning here for the playoffs, and these teams have been in the competition since Garena Masters 1. So we're talking about experience and countless of hours playing in the playoffs. But if you're going to name your top 3 right now, AJ, who is it going to be?
My top 3 is going to be Blacklist International, Ultimate, Almighty, and Smart Omega.
Okay, very, very, very bold. Okay, who's number 1?
Who's number 1?
I got you.
I want to say Almighty, but a little mouse in my heart is screaming Blacklist, Blacklist. So I don't know. Maybe that's gonna be the grand finals.
I mean, that's something that we need to look forward to the most. And of course,
Yeah.
what all the viewers will have to look forward to the most, because we're going to have intense playoff action. But before all that, let's take a look at the standings of the group stage. Again, just for a refresher, looking at Group C right now, Smart Omega will be able to win their series against LF Org. So that automatically means they qualify for the playoffs. And so this is the conclusion of the standings at the group stage. And you know what, AJ? If only RAU FRANIC won up against Forest Kings, they could have taken this in Group D.
What ifs? I mean, at the end of the day, will always hurt you. Hopefully, RAU FRANIC does not, spend too much of time thinking about the what ifs and just focuses on the fact that they made it through the top 16. That's the most important thing. And next time around, they just have to make it through a little bit further. That's all there is to it. No point looking at spilled milk. I mean, if you've got a cat, might as well let it lick it up.
Oh, well, I got to agree with you. And of course, they may be eliminated, but expect these teams to bounce back next season. As we cut these 16 teams to top 8, we're going to take a look at the live schedule for the playoffs. Once again, this is one tough of a matchup. Double elimination format. Going to be 4 days of action. We're going to start with at March 18, 12 p.m. plus 8 GMT. Make sure you book your schedule because this is it. The Garena Masters 4 inching to a close.
I love the fact that we're starting at 12 p.m. and not at 11 o'clock in the morning. Yes, it's just an hour, but do you know what an hour worth of extra sleep can do to a man?
Yeah, energy. Energy.
Yeah, we will, of course, see you guys 18th and 19th March, 25th and the 26th. That's exactly when the grand finals will be held on. But 12 p.m. on each and every single one of those days. Best of 5s and, of course, the best of 7 for the grand finals matchup in itself in the double elimination brackets that we've got for the playoffs. It's just going to be all out amazing. That we can guarantee you.
Yeah, you guys make sure you subscribe to the Garena Call of Duty mobile channel here at the YouTube page and of course at the Facebook as well. And of course follow the Garena Call of Duty mobile esports page at the Facebook for you to be updated time to time. And of course, this is it. This wraps up the group stage of Garena Masters 4 and I'm so thankful that Smart Omega is back to the playoffs to defend their crown. Almost, AJ.
Yeah, history was almost made, but once again, it is just a what-if situation. They just have to try again a little bit better next time round. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for being super awesome in the chat. Thank you so much for liking and sharing the stream. If you haven't liked or shared just yet, maybe you would like to do that right now so that you can support this broadcast as well as all of the other teams and help anybody out there who did not know that the pro scene is this awesome and crazy out there, right? Thank you so much for your participation. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with the one and only Cali Gaming. We'll see you guys at the playoffs.